Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
more trophy left. Nobody expected this. That's fine. This time, it's our year. We're locked in.
More than competition, I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Bring my in the city, plenty having coffin. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing waves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of this function.
It's comeback time!
What you do if you had my life? Work like
Everyone knows who will win MSC 2025.
just to have that ice. Lot of dudes fuck trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
By the end of this day, we are going to be finding out who will join Team Liquid Philippines, Mythic Seal, Team Spirit, and RRQ Hoshi in the knockout stages of MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back. I'm so excited. It's our very final day of group stages. My name is Renmar, and yet again, I am at a disadvantage because they paired me up with two of the tallest dudes in the broadcast. It's Gideon and Nice. How are you feeling, guys?
Honestly, feeling really good. It is the final day of group stages, but more importantly, only 4 teams are going to be left by the end of this, and it's high-stakes matches all the way through.
Today is going to be the most intense day, I feel like, of the group stage, which is funny because every day has been so good so far. But yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be a triumphant day for some and heartbreaking day for others.
Yes, it is a qualification and elimination day for the final day of the group stages. But before we got here, day number 4 proved to continue multiple trends and themes all throughout MSC 2025 as we look at the Kia top plays from day number 4. Lots of highlights, good fair share of low lights as well from here and there. But I think overall, a very good litmus test of where teams are in terms of how ready they are for knockouts.
I have to agree with that. But so far, I think my biggest problem right now is that nobody has really cracked open the meta as of yet. With so many different playstyles, so many different strategies and synergies in the drafting phase alone, I think that unfortunately it's very difficult for teams who haven't really found an identity within the meta itself.
I like the fact that we're there, you know, because I understand it's a little bit of an extra hurdle that some teams have to go forward, but you know, even for our viewers out there, I'm sure they're interested in a lot of these different picks that come up, different strategies that come through. Obviously, I think even to the sense, like, I know we'll have a few days after this or a couple days after this before we head to knockouts, but I think even in knockouts, we'll still see teams kind of trying to figure that out through once we get there. Those are what, best of 5s, I think.
Yeah, and I think this is why all throughout the tournament so far, as we look at the reactions brought to us by Crunchyroll, I think overall you see just how intense the teams are, not only because like the level of gameplay that we're seeing, but I think it goes with that feeling of like, oh wow, our lineup actually worked. Like this eventually worked out for us.
I want to agree with it so bad, but I think there's a level of polish between the teams who have already qualified compared to everybody else, and that's my biggest problem right now, right? Last year, we saw that the meta was figured out, and it's really how do you play against your opponent, how do you counterplay, and more importantly, how do you target against them, which is a very refreshing look at the professional scene.
Yeah, it is a very difficult meta landscape right now for our teams here at MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup, and even more so because of the results that we're seeing here at MSC. Little by little, we're starting to see how it could change the picture of the club championship rankings here at the Esports World Cup. Not much has changed. Team Vitality is still most definitely up there, but little by little we're gonna start seeing some shifts because of the results of AGAL yesterday in their tournament. They have now launched themselves up to a 4th place spot, garnering a lot of points with that win. But up until any other of these teams finally get like a tournament win, Team Vitality are still uncontested.
Hey man, we still see a whole lot of 5s and a whole lot of 12s there, you know? So, but of course, there's still plenty of weeks for these organizations, these clubs to go ahead and put points on the board. I think even as we get through the knockouts, obviously you're going to see teams lock that in too. But yeah, I think eventually Team Vitality, they might be a little dethroned for that first spot.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to get to the midpoint of Esports World Cup soon enough, and then I think the playing field shifts a lot. Good thing Team Vitality has a lot of clubs under their board, and of course, they're also eyeing out the results for the end of the tournament once they get to a different Bang Bang game that we're talking about that we're expected to see them triumph in. Now, as we head into the knockouts, we want to remind you that you can catch the knockouts live here at the Boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It starts on July 30th. You can find your tickets at webook.com. Get it over there. Join us for the knockouts, because once we're done here with the group stages, we're moving to a much bigger stage. We can accommodate more of y'all out there, and a lot of more people are starting to really ask and look for tickets. Webook.com. Look for it. MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. And to remind you yet again of what these teams are fighting for, the money involved, and why it is so crucial that you just make it past the group stages. Even getting a 2-1 record is already good enough. And of course, you want to start securing those top 8 finish prize pool money. Well, we'll bring up the figures yet again. We've talked about it multiple times. Life-changing money. I forgot who dropped that stat fact about how much it changed SRG's trajectory in life, after they won last year.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Most people are going to be thinking of old legacy organizations, thinking that hey, they've been winning multiple times. You would start thinking about the EVOSs, the RRQs. They've been there for pretty much everything. SRG wins one time during EWC 24, and now their total earnings, even on Liquipedia, you can probably check, already within the top 5.
Yeah. Let's revisit again the tournament format as we are heading into the knockouts. We're almost done with groups.
Yeah.
We're heading to the single elimination BO5, 8 teams, grand finals, becoming the best of 7. We also have the battle for third. But most importantly, by the end of this day, we're going to have the draw/draft selection for the 2021s.
Yeah, I almost feel like this has been the most interesting and competitive group stage that we've had in an international tournament for a while. Even today, I honestly don't know for sure. I've never been able to side completely with one team and say, this team's 100% going to win. I just feel like that's the nature of where we are in the meta right now. The teams are hyped up, though, for today because of, again, what's on the line here as they want to move and be one of those 8 teams to the playoffs.
Yeah, now we're going to bring up those figures that we've been talking about, looming over our players right now. Last year, SRG won that milli after they defeated then Falcons AP Bren in the best of 7 grand finals, going the distance. See, just making it to 5th to 8th, you're already securing prize pool money for, for the MPL region teams, it's around what they would earn, but for teams outside of that system, it's big.
Yeah, major league 4,000 if we're looking directly at the numbers. But there is going to be a conclusion by the end of today, especially for groups A and as well as B. We had to say goodbye to a lot of the teams that you see up on the screen. Ultra Legends, the Corinthians. We also look at Diangfeng Yaoguai, Area 77 already taking a beating, and now 4 other teams will be joining, 2 from each group.
Yeah, and to see which teams will be fighting it out today, the teams with one final chance to make it into the knockouts. Our schedule, we're going to start things off very hot here. SRG will once again meet CFU in an elimination matchup. We're going to discuss the story a little bit more, but the rest of the matches for the day are pretty hot as well.
I think all of them across the board is something you want to watch because I would say even down to the last match, a lot of people before yesterday were like, would be more sure about Aurora Gaming from Turkey, but now I feel like that is even up in the air because we saw some of the heated conversations and of course some of the interviews and the statements that were thrown out there, specifically about maybe the hero pool for some of the players and just some of the decision making in the draft. So I think even down to the last match, this is something everybody has to watch out for.
Yep. Our match of the day, though, is unexpected, but at the same time, could prove to be the beginning of a very interesting story between 2 organizations that don't have a lot of links together, but the beginning of what could be a crazy jungle matchup between Kyrie and Andoryu.
Of course, and I think that, Onyx ID is coming into that matchup being the favorites, but Virtus Pro, if they are able to take down Onyx ID, yes, that would mean that Onyx would get grouped, and it's a little sad because then it's a repeat of last year for Onyx ID, but then new stars from the EECA is going to bring a lot of eyes to that part of the world.
Yeah. Again, by the the end of this day, we're going to know who the top 8 are. And we are also going to have our little draw to see which teams from the 2-0 bracket selected the 2-1 teams. And how that is determined is through total game win time. The fastest total game win time gets selection priority. So here's the leaderboard, just to remind you again of which teams right now are at the good time. If I'm not mistaken, yes, Team Liquid is on top. A significant gap between them and RRQ. So I think it's safe to say that Team Liquid will have priority selection, and yes, I think we are sealed for priority.
Yes, we are sealed for priority. Team Liquid will get to pick first, then RRQ, then Team Spirit, and then Mythic Seals. Unfortunately, don't really get much of a choice, right? The question is, who is the 2-1s that are going to be joining in that pool? We're looking on the opposite side between Team Flash, Aurora Gaming, Onic ID, Slang Red Giants, Homeboys, Virtus Pro, CFU, and as well as Onic PH. And based off of what we might as well give our predictions of what it could be today, there's a good chance that both Onyx should technically go through to the next round, and they probably will get picked last.
Yeah, I think, again, based off the leaderboard, based off those decision makings, it's going to make for some teams that first round, and mind you, it's a single elimination, so that's going to make that entry into the playoffs already from day one exciting because of the fact that you only have that one life. Certain teams, like Team Liquid, are going to be obviously choosing very specifically who they want to go against.
Yeah, I also really like that all throughout group stages, especially starting around day 2, day 3, we started asking the teams via the reports brought to us by Eterna which teams that they're looking to avoid, looking to face, or select for the knockouts. A little bit more on that because we have to revisit now the power rankings, and this has shifted so much. The community has been vocal about how, wow, a lot of our power rankings were kind of wrong.
I'm so glad I didn't do a tier list.
Oh, I'm so glad they didn't show the tier list, because I think that unfortunately for SRG OG has been one of the biggest, as Malaysian of course, going to be one of the bigger SAG moments, especially if they get grouped here today. Homeboys, as expected, their groups are definitely hard, but then I don't think anybody was really expecting Onic PH to drop down into the lower brackets, especially up against Aurora, and I think that definitely kind of shifted how the permutations, possible permutations of that group was going to look like. Because people like, Group B, it's very clear who's going to be on top, and now, not so much.
Yeah, we've set up a lot of the general overarching storylines, but we have to look now at a very specific story that began late last year at the M6 World Championship. 2 teams met each other, and we thought the world will get shocked because we thought CFU might just eliminate Selangor Red Giants, but the man at the head of the pack, Innocent, with one spear of destruction from a Moskov, committing what Gideon says to be the greatest Moskov play of all time.
Obviously, the greatest plays of all time does come at a cost of an opponent having made a single mistake, right? That's how some of the greatest plays are made in the first place. Even so, I think that CFU, they're looking at that and they're like, man, we are not going to let this happen again, because they had SRG, at the time SRG, on the ropes, and that was supposed to be their moment to actually move on. And who knows, maybe it could have been CFU who got 3rd place at the end.
Yeah, I still specifically remember because I was watching in the audience for that play, and I remember losing my mind seeing it live. And that was, I don't know if it'll be replicated here, because so far, if you think about all the Moscovs we've seen, they've been stealing objectives. So maybe this is going to be a contested hero pick.
Yeah, it happens a lot, and I think CFU are going to be looking specifically at which members of SRG to target. Because when you talk about Selangor Red Giants, if you look at it at their best days, they're still one of the best teams in the world with how well that they could potentially play. Somewhat shaky here, but their members still incur a lot of respect and fear from their opponents, especially at the center of the map with Yumes, Stormy, and Sakai's.
Now, looking at the roster, right, based off of what we learned from last year, some of the greatest plays were made by both Sakai's and as well as Yumes, most notably the Cho play coming in from Yumes. However, throughout the regular season, we haven't really seen them kind of go back into that form because nobody could really challenge them, right? There was such a big level difference, a power gap, some may say. But now, coming to the internationals, it feels like they haven't found their identity within the meta. And worse yet, some of the more stable members are unfortunately starting to shake. I think Sakai's is okay, but their recent games against Virtus Pro, I mean, it's clear Stormy was kind of struggling. And for some reason, Cram, who was supposed to be a large pillar for this squad, also is starting to falter.
I think that's the case for multiple teams right now. It seems like these players that have, you know, these certain expectations towards them, and this is all a reflection of the meta, right? Because even for these XP laners, they're so used to being a little more aggressive, but now I feel like they're more punishable if they overextend. We've seen, and we've talked about countless times where 10,000 gold leads are dissipated just off one play. And so now I feel like XP laners are in a position where it's, even for them, it's like, I can't completely throw myself into these fights like we've seen in the past.
Yep, that's Selangor Red Giants. Now, to talk about the other team, I know we've had a wild cards and we have a wild card champion, but I consider this team, I don't like using Dark Horse so much, so my wild card, because they've shown some really good MLBB and sometimes some questionable MLBB with how crazy they can get with their fighting. No hate though, it's just sometimes it's just like, what's going on?
It's so true, because again, I would say that this team, you don't really know where the glass ceiling is just yet, right? They haven't really plateaued, and I think the only thing that's kind of consistently making them stumble is when they kind of overheat during the fights.
Yeah.
Because when it comes down to like raw mechanics and execution, when they are hot, they are really, really good. It feels like there's no way out of it. But as soon as they miss that first execution, it feels like, wow, this team is, you know, hitting the slumps really fast as well.
That's why I feel like for CFU Gaming, and this has been apparent from, you know, even previous iterations of them, and it's like they can start hot. They can start on a very snowbally centric position, but if they lose that or they go cold right off the bat, I feel like it takes them so long, and then you see them forcing themselves again and trying to turn things around, and it ends up punishing them. So I hope they've had enough time to go ahead and recalibrate some of the game plan here.
Yeah, I think historically as well, Cambodian teams just do a very good job of bringing out some of the worst quality of their opponents with how sometimes like they commit plays like, wait, they're actually committing that?
They're
and then you
doing that.
realize, wow, we lost that because they didn't expect it. And not a lot of people expected the result of these two teams at the M6 World Championship Swiss stages. When Boxy, the current roamer of CFU, who wasn't playing at that time, was asked about it, he did mention that maybe it was just a little bit of stroke of luck that Innocent was able to pull off that play, that CFU was not the team to move on forward. So that is the question hanging over these two teams' heads. Was it luck or was it actually fated? As somehow, some way, it happened. What a lot of us wish for, CFU meet SRG at an elimination match.
That's the crazy part, right? Because some of the best plays we've seen in the world always starts off with your opponents making a mistake, and then the monikers start to roll in. Hicomania didn't come out of nowhere. It started with an initial mistake from their opponents before he got Hicomania. Same goes for Innocent. He's been doing it all of the regular season of 2024 and 2025. Coming into this, I don't know whether he can reproduce it, especially when this game is going to be so dependent on the side lanes.
Gold lane is in a weird position, I feel like, right now. Like there's still these heroes that we're so used to seeing. There's been some variations of that too, and it's just in a position where it's like they have to be not as babysit, but eventually they can pop off later on. But the problem is a lot of the playmaking we're used to seeing from gold laners just hasn't happened in MSC 2025.
Yeah, because even more so now, it feels like, as you mentioned, it's so risky. Like, you can expect it to pop off, but then if you get that one death as a gold laner, it messes you up incredibly so, and your team as well. If you want to play like all-stars, similar to what SRG and CFU have, then hop on your game right now. Oh, Dino Planet is our All-Star 2025 event.
All day,
Sorry,
baby.
I did not expect that. Do the activities. It's going all the way up until August 5th. Get the Popple and Koopa skin, get the pass, and you can get the Jawhead skin, and so many other goodies available for All-Star 2025 Dino Planet. And there are also a bunch of events as well in-game right now, coinciding with MSC. You can go ahead and check that out as well. We are just about to head into the draft. And I think there's going to be one hero that will be hanging over the heads of these two. Looking specifically at Yums and Boxy, the Cho. Because we know how these two teams really love river control.
Absolutely. I think, you know, these pick-off style of compositions and more importantly, playmakers are going to be a very pivotal point, right? Let's expand on it a little bit more because not only the Cho, the Kalia has been a big question mark, something that, you know, Boxy has been known to perform on, Yums not as much. But even so, right? Then we go to the cornerstones of the playmakers. EXP lanes. Arlet has been a big... Ooh, I don't know. Is it too good? Is it too bad? It's they really are polar opposites. Wadu, he's with a lot of final slashes. same goes for Cram, and it feels like both of them are looking at each other as like, who's going to make more mistakes today?
It almost feels like, I mean, that seems to be the case for even, you know, our traditional sports out there. It's like what team has the less fouls or mistakes ends up winning, and this is now the case of where we are in the meta. And a lot of that responsibility, as unfortunate it is, has shifted to XP and roamers, because they're the ones really playing those kind of setup heroes, obviously. And, you know, we also have seen iterations of the XP lane where the Lapu Lapus have been coming out. And again, they're 1v1ing, they're 1v3ing. So there's still that impact, I feel like, for some of the teams to go ahead and bring out in the draft. But it's less mistakes is going to win here.
Yeah. Between these two teams, of course, SRG has had a lot more eyes on them, especially with their prolific win last year. But similar to how much focus will be put in the roam role, I think we have to adjust it to the other roam role, which is actually the EXP laners, Cram and Wadu. I feel like they actually play a similar play style. They both love spamming the stickers and the recalls in front of their opponents. So whatever hero they end up with needs to be someone who can front, but really enough at the same time can act as like an early game carry for the team.
I suppose, but it really depends, right? Because I feel like right now, based on what we're going to see in the draft, really is going to be a show of confidence for both of these EXP laners, right? Because if it does boil down to it, they might just say, you know what, let's get rid of the Arla in the first place, or we don't mind having the Arla. We want something that can like focus on the fights that drag out a little bit longer, forcing your opponents to be like, you have to execute pitch perfect if you want to win these fights. And I think it's a pretty good strategy coming in, but it does show a little bit of that ego dying down and saying, hey, it's not going to be up to me. I'm going to leave it to you guys making more mistakes rather than me just being more polished.
Yeah. I want to see the mid lane still shaking up. I'm so happy with yesterday because the Gord got picked up, but this is what we've also talked about in day 1, day 2 of the group stage. Just like, you know, mid lane is kind of constricted to this very small hero pool, and now we've seen a couple teams kind of test those limits again. And I think, again, like a hero like Gord is only going to fit certain compositions, certain team play styles. But I would like to see that too, because still we've seen in cases where it's like, all right, the Zetian has fallen off a little bit, and like quite a bit. I don't even know what the win rate is, but then of course you saw the Farses, and you still have, I mean, we saw a Kagura as well yesterday, brought out by Onyx.
Yeah, so hopefully, I'm glad you did decide to look at the mid lane here, because when you have two teams who can unexpectedly just flip a switch suddenly of like, all right, let's just go all out. We can throw macro out of the window and just see which one of us can do the better micro. Sometimes the mid lane picks come in as that big X factor. Team Flash yesterday, Curtisi on that Kimmy was playing it a little bit more like a Hayabusa with how much he was jetpacking forward. So with Hayabusa, Farsa, Juicin looking like the main trade right now, maybe, just maybe, surprising mid lane picks will be the turnaround. But a part of me is feeling these two teams are looking at each other like, hey, what if we pick something like the Gord? Okay, it's CFU. And then on the side of CFU, what if we pick something like the Gord? It's SRG. It's like, it'll be hard to pick a pick like that here.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it just really expands from the jungle side, right? Because again, the big question is the only reason you're allowed to kind of like expand upon like how big the mid lane pool could be is if you have mobility or you're playing an assassin, right? Because the only reason the Gord showed up in the first place was because Fredrin was on your side and you're able to kind of hold your opponents down against someone like a Boxia who, again, what are you going to do when you have true damage? Like, there's all these nuances that need to be taken into consideration. But one of the biggest ones, and also one of the biggest problems that we've seen here so far in the meta, here at MSC 2025, Lancelot. He has been devastating. I cannot get enough of this hero. I wish that I could play. Yeah, I really can't. I mean, it's Lance a lot, but it's too good. And I think there needs to be some level of respect given to this hero. 2 items alone, this hero is a menace.
Hey man, I'm on board with what LaFell mentioned. It's Lance too much, you know, because again, you said it, 2 items, and in a lot of the cases, there was times when I think he only had the War Axe a couple times, and he was still able to like do enough damage, survive literally multiple people chasing after him. And maybe that's too much. Maybe that's too much for one hero to have, and the fact that you can do those things with 1 or 2 items on a pretty hyper-scaling jungler as well, and it's kind of crazy because the only other hero that I can think that has that much value is like a Farsa, for example. She could be 0-5, and a Feathered Airstrike is still going to be valuable. Yeah. Something like that. And she has enough damage also just in her kit naturally that it's still going to be a threat once she drops a Feathered Airstrike. But yeah, Lancelot is a little bit too crazy. I think we have seen more teams opt to ban it though now than to let it go through.
Yeah, but then with that ban on Lancelot, it's like that. It's that good thing you did mention, like the link between the mid lane and the jungle. Lancelot gets banned, that opens up the field in the mid lane. That's when Kimmy, Farsa, Juicin aren't banned at all, because one committal on the Lancelot ban means that you gotta keep mid laners open now because you don't have to worry about the Lancelot anymore. So to contextualize things further, I actually looked back at the drafts from the M6 World Championship last year. Yes, I know the meta has changed considerably since then, but we're still on the topic of like potential surprise mid lane picks. There are 2 picks here that if I'm not mistaken, we've already seen at least twice or once each through the string of MSC wildcards and MWI and group stage. Zask and Veil. I want to look at the Zask a little bit more, because I feel like in a meta where it's just like so micro heavy, Zask can mess team fights up.
I agree that Zaz can mess team fights up, but it is just... It's pretty, how do I put this? It's pretty unplayable in certain scenarios, right? Let's say you play against a Kimmy, and then you're thinking like, okay, I could zone the Kimmy out, but as soon as Kimmy gets a good position in the lane, you basically lose 90% of your trades. Like, it's not even contestable. You turn into a 2v2. Again, that's why God Thought has been such like a high priority, even sometimes when there's no reason for it, only because it makes the 2v2 in the mid lane kind of obsolete, right? It doesn't matter how much damage you do, as long as I clear the wave, we walk away, we save a lot of that brass tax that we have to pay if we were playing any other matchup.
Yeah, I liked that Zask also had his moment in the meta, because I'm always, like I said, I'm always a proponent for some of these non-meta heroes popping up, and it's been great to see, but yeah, I just feel like he would have a hard time in the way that things are going right now. Who's the other hero you mentioned? Zask? Veil. Veil is... I almost expected this pop-up because we did see the Valir back in the earlier days for group stage, and it would have been great to see a Veil pop up, because I still think in a lot of these team fight centric choke points that we're seeing all these teams go for, Veil is a great option. Like you've got CC, you've got good burst damage, and you know, a lot of the times we've just been seeing teams fight it out, and whatever team has a better fighting power seems to win, because objectives are now like on the secondary, it almost feels like.
Counter argument.
Okay.
Most people are like, Veil. What's Veil reminiscent of? It's like a Eudora with more AoE. But let me take it one step further. Nana is probably their best option overall. It does basically what all these 2 heroes. It scales well, and most importantly, it has the AoE with an inbuilt kit that says, Assassins, try again later.
He's been fighting for the Nana. For a while.
I don't like the Nana. Don't get me wrong. I still don't like this hero, but you can see its relevance in the metagame currently.
You know what? I think I'm going to ride on that boat. I think I would want to see Nana, if not in this matchup, at least within this day. Because if you look at all the teams that we have remaining here at the group stage, it's like, I think I could see Nana fitting in like what? Virtus Pro. Sans might suddenly pick up the Nana too.
Yeah, that's also fair. I mean, to be fair, Stormy has played it in the regular season as well. It's one of those crazy picks that you don't expect to see, which he usually does during the grand finals. But even so, it really is a proponent of what the mid lane is being demanded of, right? Every role has now, with this current patch, has been kind of taxed to a certain degree. Because again, it really feels like if you have a winning lane, you want to be a proponent to pushing that lane as far as possible. If you're going to play through gold, you want to put all your resources into winning that mid so you can get into your gold lane faster. So that's why the mid trio is such a too big of a priority for most teams.
All right, folks, I want you to chime in the comment section wherever you're watching from on what potential picks we could see. We are waiting for the draft to begin. Of course, right now we've just been making sure that the playing field for these 2 teams are at their best condition and that everything is going to be okay. So thank you so much for your patience. But please, we'd love you to join on the comment section. Chime in on the heroes that you want to see. I'm pretty sure someone's already commenting Alucard. But as much as I love Alucard, no, I absolutely hate him. I don't think we'll be seeing him here today. But if he does, at least someone can clip this and be like, haha, that guy was wrong.
I think the fact that he kind of does this mini jump forward is too risky.
Yeah, hell yeah.
In our current setup, man. Because you could, I mean, how many times have we even seen just, in some cases, some of those heroes that have that, where they're attached to, the hitbox or whatever. That might be too bad, currently in our meta. I would love to see him too, but nonetheless, we're going to the draft.
All right, here we are. SRG is going to be on the blue side. And they start things off right away with a Baksha ban. So that's sort of them really also signaling what we've been echoing all throughout the pregame, is that hey, we do not want heroes that can mess up our potential rotations and flow around the center of the map.
But the question is, what is the trade-offs, right? And I think that's going to be the biggest problem. As much as we are talking about the relationship between jungles alongside the mids, flex picks have been just such a big proponent to the opening picks for a majority of teams. Even teams who have been taking like a majority of banned heroes within the game. A good example of that would have been Onyx. Was it Onyx Philippines? No. Oh, yeah. It was Onyx ID, if I remember correctly. Having a majority like Baxia, having all the power picks as well, and still dropping a game. It really just goes to show that synergy plays a larger part of the game rather than just having strong picks.
You know what's crazy? Very first match of these two teams seeing each other again. See if you just banned the Moskov right away. No hesitation at all. It's like, no, you're not getting that.
That's some trauma, right? Like, we don't want to go back down. We spent a year healing from that.
A lot of people expected CFU to like, you know, maybe try to find a way to play around it. No, they just set up, no. We don't want to see that again. Hell no.
They don't want none of that smoke. And I can definitely understand it, but will it cost them, will it cost their drafting phase, which is why I'm a little curious. Because again, there are better, stronger, arguably, picks out there. Kalia, for an example, has been one of the strongest openings that we've seen so far within MSC. Farsa as well, being a huge proponent. Lancelot, of course, we've seen teams even first pick Lancelot sometimes, especially when they have a user who just executes perfectly all the time.
Yeah, and banning out the Moskov red side sort of signals to the other team that you're looking to meet a lot of action in 5v5 scenarios. Because when you ban the Moskov, you're telling the other team, we're not looking to split open the map that much. Expect us to, our gold laner to go with us more often than not. That's something that SRG could lean on. Now they're thinking like, all right, if they're banning out Moskov, that means we need to draft around team fighting a little better.
Here's my prediction on the scenario, right? I think that right now CFU are trying to tell SRG, OG Esports that, hey, it's clear that your team fighting is not as top-notch as everyone thinks it is, right? We want to lean into that. We don't want to give you macro options to play for the side lanes, because that was the biggest strength of SRG, the fact that they had a very fine balance of, we play macro, we can generate advantages because of our tempo, and then we fight with an advantage, which is why they want EWC 2024 until teams started to try and grind against them early on to make sure the tempo is disrupted consistently.
And that's why I would say, like, if for a lot of the viewers out there, if the last time maybe they watched International was maybe even back to MSC, the meta was very different. The priorities there was very different, and even down to some of the decision-making of team fighting was different. And I feel like when you look at both these teams now specifically, they've showed us very different versions of their own strategies. Some work, some don't. But essentially, I think even when it comes down to it, I don't know if we see, let's just say, assume we see more gold lane bans, then that also brings the question, does CFU have that hero pool for them? Because we've already seen a glimpse of it, obviously, from Innocent. He was one that brought out the Roger, right?
Yeah.
Brought out the Roger back, which is a hero that he loves to play anyway. But I think even then, it's like, can you pick a gold lane if it's narrowed down quite a bit? Because we have seen some teams ban out multiple gold laners. Can you go ahead and narrow it down to a point where you still have that favorable matchup, not only in the lane, but later as the game turns into all these team fights?
Yeah, and so now if we're going to look at that, we look at the top priorities for gold right now. If you think about Sing and Innocent, you're looking at Granger, Harith, Irithel, the usual priorities. But then they have that shared custody of one hero that could come up. Claude was one of the reasons why CFU shocked in M6 World Championship last year. And we know SRG, in that one really funky draft that you saw like earlier in the group stages, they are ready to play Claude.
I know Innocent at least enough to say that he's got a deep enough hero pool to make this work. But coming back into the draft, I feel like there's two proprietary things that we need to worry about. Number one, does CFU want to force SRG in a position where they must team fight all the time? Or do they want to use this as a means of, hey, if we get Innocent behind, even just a little, it might force a reaction of SRG to start sacrificing other lanes to make sure that he gets into a carryable position. And that could mean a couple of things, right? Because who takes the damage, who takes the economical hit? Usually, I would say it's Skies, but if he's on Assassin, that means either Cram or even Stormy must take the economical hit.
All right. Dusin is a ban there for CFU. Yeah, they're leaning. CFU really are signaling to SRG. It's like, yo, we are going to be looking for 5v5 fights, man. We are looking for priority at the center of the map. And for Boxy to be able to do his thing. Arlot, though, was a ban for SRG. I mean, once you see those bans, you still have to float the idea of Badang is still out there, Gata Kacha as well.
Man, the Badang has been so crucial too. Like just like we saw yesterday alone from Ken and a lot of the players that are picking this Badang up, it works so well because of the fact like everything we've been discussing is around these team fights, around tempo. What hero disrupts tempo like one of the best, and that's Badang. Because when you go in for that, and you don't even need the flicker. That's what's so good about him. Because sometimes if you just catch people out at the right moment, you don't have to rely on a flicker to go ahead and set that up, and that is enough. Disruption to team fighting and little skirmishes that actually play a big part of that. So maybe we see him picked up here. I don't think it's priority. It's usually we see that in the second phase, but we're waiting for this last ban from CFU, and they go with CC. So this is a little, variety of bans that we see from both sides.
Yeah, no, I like this a lot because, again, it's not saying nobody is really doubling down on one particular lane. It's just a question answered by another question rather than having a direct answer to it, which I love the most, especially in these drafting phases, right? With Arla gone as well as Baxia, it just means that things like Farsa and Kimi come into play. Wan, that means Fredrin is also pretty good. Then we look on the opposite side. Jushin really doubling down on saying we don't want these fights to be sticky, right? We don't want these fights to extend super long. CC to give options for the EXP laner because knowing that SRG is on blue side, takes a power pick in either the Farsa, either the Kimi, even the Kalia, or the Yishin Shin in this case.
Yeah, and if CFU, there you go, YSS gets picked up. If CFU doesn't want things to be sticky in the back of their heads, they also have to think about glue a little bit later on. Because now with them getting priority here, they could honestly rush something, either the Phoveus or Badang at this point would just be great pickups for them. But then, if SRG just easily get a glue, now that they're going to be playing around the Yishin Shin in the jungle, then that means you have one solid EXP laner that you do not have to worry about.
Absolutely, right? And now the next question is, how does that really help out the team? Because glue is displacement, but then Phoveus is like a stopper, right? He is a door stopper. He makes sure that you can't slam it as hard. And Uranus, I totally forgot about that. Also still in play. Actually,
please not in the jungle.
I hope that I agree, and I hope that it's not in the jungle so far. But it's, again, this is a traditional synergy. This synergy of Uranus plus Farsa has been played since the beginning of the MLBB competitive space.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. If you go way back, even like the era of like M1, you would see Uranus and Farsa picked up a lot.
I was gonna say, even back in previous iterations of MSC, I feel like I was watching in the crowd, seeing this combination still coming through. But you can see the answer from SRG OG. They're gonna go ahead and pick up the Clea. This is the Kimi. This is already, man. These are power picks because not only do you have good vision, you have good setup potential, you have pickoff potential. And I think you're going to need that. But so this does go ahead and tell us that Uranus is not going in the jungle. Thank you. And it's going to be the Lancelot that goes instead.
Yeah, they have one really annoying pick in the Uranus, but then now majority of their crowd control leans in onto the Roamer for Boxy.
Yeah, no, I would say that right now, CFU, their composition is not too bad as a starting three. When you look on SRG side, it really is a telltale sign of we're going to play a pickoff comp of some sort. We've got somewhat of burst damage. We don't mind if the fight actually drags out as long as we'd like, but at the same time we need disruption because again, it's alt dependent. I'm going to assume CFU the next two picks is going to be extremely alt dependent as well. I would imagine that things like the Phoveus is going to get banned out. I do hope that CFU also takes into consideration of actually picking up the Cho for themselves, or maybe even getting a Gatot. We'll see whether SRG responds in the same way. Because again, we still don't know, right? I'm Kalia obviously going into the EXP. Well, sorry, not EXP, the roaming, but it can be switched over to the EXP if necessary.
Good block there by SRG. They take away the Cho. And because of how CFU have shown their power, their starting three, I think they also have an option for a Hilda a little bit later on, considering that there's not a lot of stoppers that can stop the Hilda from reaching the Farsa and whichever gold laner CFU will end up with.
Yeah, I think that's a big question, is what's going to be in the gold lane here for Sing, especially.
Esme.
Good ban.
They want Harith. They want
Harith. Do they get it? What if SRG just bans it out here?
They could ban it out. Is there anything else that they should be worried about? Because I feel like from SRG side, the damage department and scaling department is already enough. The question is, how do you get a winning lane against this Uranus, or like something that can at least clear the waves fast enough? Like Gatot is a really good idea. It could be banned, it can be picked up, but it seems more likely that CFU want it more for themselves.
Yeah, CFU. Once they get to the
Oh,
form,
there it is.
yeah, they had to block it, but then the remaining gold laners for SRG, I think the last one in the usual trio of marksmen, the Granger, now needs to go into the hands of CFU. Because if they give that to SRG, that's 3 carries that you now have to worry about. It's like a ticking time bomb for CFU that if they cannot finish it before the 14-minute mark, it's over for them in the late game.
Yeah, you got to take the Granger here. For CFU, good call, because that's the only plan. Like, if you don't take that, you kind of put yourself already on a back foot. They don't want to do that. So what does this leave open for Innocent? Does he actually just go? Do we possibly see him on the Roger again? Or maybe a Bruno? What else have we seen pop up?
Are there? Okay.
Wait, would they go fighter for Innocent, the gold lane?
They can go
Ruby?
fighter. They can go Ruby if they wanted to. I don't think it's a bad idea, only because their scaling is kind of like set in stone, right? Dairoth going to be a pick coming in from Cram, and Ruby as well. Really good call on the double fighters here.
Yeah.
Because, again, this is one of the counter picks to Uranus that we don't see very often because it's very risky. Because as soon as you start falling behind, it's pretty unplayable. But considering that at least now you have some form of disruption and ways to kind of threaten, even if the Feather Airstrike does come through, right now, it's a highly volatile composition for the side of SRG. Yes, it can go late, but if things don't go well early on, CFU are going to, slow compounding interest.
Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure on the Cram and Innocent. The side lanes really, the center of the map for SRG is solid. You know this works out very well for them. But if the side lanes fall off, if Dairoth can't get those early kills, as we mentioned, Badang does get picked up by CFU.
Really nice.
I figured.
Really nice stuff.
Yeah, I figured it'd pop up. Because also, they need an answer to deal with the amount of crowd control that can come from SRG OG here.
More importantly, it's not like one direct way to say, hey, if we go Gatot, there's only one disengage mechanic. Now we can slowly peel to see whether there's a reaction from SRG first.
Interesting drafts for the very first game here. Best of 3. Winner of the series goes to the knockouts.
Oh, this composition, I don't know. I think that CFU, I'm more comfortable with CFU's comp overall, right? It's slow compounding interest. It is good. It is reliable. While SRG, we need to see winning lanes here. We need to see whether Cram is able to unlock himself, win out, and maybe get a first blood within the first 2 minutes of the game, how the mid lane is going to be played, and whether they're going to, divide and conquer or really focus down on the winning lanes.
I think that's one of the main focal points to pay attention to in game 1. We did get word that they're going to have to wait a little bit while the players get things situated. Sounds like a possible audio thing for now, but the Dairoth and the Uranus, this has been, I feel like, because of this resurgence of Uranus back into the meta, a lot of people online have been saying, like, where is the Dairoth? Where's the Dairoth? Because they traditionally know it's a great counter into him, but part of this is like you said, Gideon, it's a risk because it's for a lot of players, it's easy to even dodge the ultimate, the Abysm Strike, but part of it might be just a compliment to the lineup that they have, and then you really have to rely on the rest of the team to follow through with whatever setup comes through. But I think now if you consider, okay, if we get a Tsunami Slam off, it's already usually almost a guaranteed kill. But if the Dairoth is there too, it makes it even easier because you can go ahead and shred down some of that armor. You can line up the Abysm Strike if you want to. So they might just be going for that game plan. Like, let's just get the numbers advantage in all these fights that CFU is most likely going to want to fight with us because that's what they've shown us already. And that could be the game plan in game 1.
I mean, the game plan really starts with, hey, win our lanes, and then we have these like really nasty small little combos that we can do with each other. Yes, you mentioned the armor shred, but think about Ruby's I'm Offended into the Abysm Strike, right? A flicker I'm Offended, catch specifically the Farsa, and you've basically got the game done for at that point. Not to mention that you already have the Yishin Shin, so you can even open up the map even further, right, to overextend those leads. But that's the thing, as soon as they miss one of those ults, they are an ult-dependent composition, and it's kind of like an Arlet where it's like, it's not long enough like a Zetian to care that much, but it's also a huge window that is very exploitable from CFU's side. So it really boils down to SRG trying to execute perfectly every time they collide or clash against CFU. In terms of the micro and as well as the macro, right? I feel like right now, the two core players on either side that will make the biggest difference, Boxy from the side of CFU, because that Badang, that disruption affects everybody on the team of SRG. But from SRG, surprisingly enough, I'm going to say it's innocent on this Ruby, right? Because his disruption is just as effective, if not game-changing for them.
So if CFU somehow stalls out even the jungle, for example, then they're probably going to have an advantage in the early game. I would say if they can get control, maybe if they can get a snowball going for CFU, this could be one of those games where we've seen them in the past. They get this lead early on, they go out of control, right? And if they don't do that, then it's more so of playing within those timings, those windows of all these ultimates that are being relied on from SRG to actually capitalize on the lineup that they brought. So it's actually an interesting dynamic between the two lineups that will be showcased here in game one, because of it's almost, you know, if this doesn't happen, then we'll make this happen for CFU, and they go from that point. It's us, by the way.
Don't worry, don't worry. We're just making sure that you guys know who's on the desk. Now, let's get right into the land of Dawn. The Midseason Cup 2025 has been an interesting story to tell. EWC continues to provide us with high-quality games here live in Riyadh. Oh, that's first blood!
That's first blood already. Going off, Boxy might be another kill. He gets stunned. He's going to have to go ahead and go back to base. Man, how many times through MSC groups have we had our split screen and then a first blood happens?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that OP died like that, right? I don't see any battle spells being used. I think maybe Yums actually... No, he didn't. He took his... He took the title strike. Interesting. All right, I think this is why we're going into that tech pause. It doesn't make any sense that OP would die in such a manner. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, very, again, I'll still stick with it if that is the case of what happened, because it looks like...
Oh, it looks like Detective is the one who's calling it. Yeah, it should be an audio tech issue.
Yeah.
It looks like it is an audio tech issue more than anything else.
Yeah. I know both sides have been kind of dealing with this, so hopefully we get things settled out here for our players, of course, in this very important match. You want to go ahead and get the best, start to this best of 3 as possible, but the fact that OP went down early on like that is... It's not, I still don't want to say it's too bad. Okay, we're jumping back into the game because I still stick to my stance of even if Farsa goes 0-3, we've seen it before. You can still top the damage meters. You can still be very valuable here. So hopefully they adjust quickly from that, because I do expect SRG OG now to go ahead and punish with the fact that they've been able to pick up an early kill.
I mean, talking about early punish, right? With that early kill, it's great for Stormy in particular, but Yums is the one who actually finds the first blood. So that's a huge gold injection for Yums, which is, I'm not gonna lie, a little sad, but hey, you know, Conceal is still a very powerful tool, and even if you're able to gain gold to speed that up, it's always a plus point for SRG OG, because they want to snowball, right? Every kill within the next 6 minutes of this game is so valuable.
Okay, early action still up here. Boxy's with Wadu, but how many people from SRG OG are up on top? They gotta watch out. Level 4s aren't completely online yet, but they'll go ahead and make their way to set up for this turtle.
And it doesn't look like they're gonna go for the level 5 rush this time around. In terms of the emblems, I'm seeing a lot of pull yourself togethers from both sides, right? Mainly coming in from CFU.
Ooh, they're going right for OP again, and the Mountain Shocker gonna be used. OP falls, but there's the response as Kai's goes down, and now CFU has control of this turtle. Can they actually secure the objective? We have some rotating up here to join the fight from Innocent. Wadu trying to buy some time, delay it out, and CFU's forced off of the turtle. They've bought enough time, though, to go ahead and contest for it. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down. They burn out a Flicker, and now still fighting for it. Innocent gets called up back to the gold lane as Kai's makes his way. So CFU, how do they approach the fight? Wadu up front, Boxy not level 4 yet. Cram will keep him at bay, and Detective is just going to patiently wait there, try to go in, but it's already secured. Turtle goes in the hands of SRG OG.
Yeah, Detective, he's not going to risk it right now because SRG can basically fight forever. Just Cram and Yums alone with the duo of Dairoth on top of this Kalia is making it tough.
Oh, Yums! Yums will be taken out by Zing!
What?
And OP Oh, he's actually going to be able to escape and live. He gets away just with the wings by wings.
No way, that could have been a double kill for sure. SRG really needed it, but this is a saving grace for CFU as they take that lead back. Again, every 50-50, if they trade equally, CFU Gaming is technically on the winning trade.
And I'm so surprised, even after that turtle take, they end up fighting it out in mid, but we're still at this pretty much even space, but Zhang getting a kill is great for him, especially, I don't think he has his Sky Piercer just yet, but maybe he rushes, what is it, Hunter Strike and then Sky Piercer for most Grangers?
Yep, for most Grangers is Hunter Strike and then into the Sky Piercer. The early damage from the the early damage and most importantly the passive coming in from that Hunter Strike really helps because it's so easy to proc for someone like Granger. With the Rhapsody, you already get like a bunch of shots off, you just need to land a couple of them and maybe even weave in an auto attack, depending on how many skill shots you hit, then you get the immediate movement speed.
How should this lane be anyway for Innocent? Isn't this a really difficult lane to be on a Ruby and going against a Granger who has obviously a range advantage against you?
No, because your sustain is so ridiculous, right? As long as there is a wave, Innocent can basically go from like 50% of his HP back to 100 in a single wave, and that's pretty annoying for Zing, but what is he really going to do about it, right?
Yep. I like this too. You see, with most Kalea games, they're forced to take 3 Purifies for CFU Gaming to deal with those setup potentials from either side, whether that's Yums or Innocent later on even. And down to the traction pull. So for this, the Turtle's going to be up second one of the game. Both teams getting a position for this one.
Hunter Strike already completed for Sakai's. This next Turtle is going to be interesting.
Oh, Wadu, will he survive this? He does have to jump on out. Pops the Concentrate. It's going to be fine, goes and regens up. Buff's going to be secured there, so CFU, they'll go for this turtle. It's going to be started up by SRG. They have complete control right now, but Yum's going to be jumping on into Boxy. They want to find Sakai's, and they do. They find the perfect mark, but Cram gets one as well, and Sing firing off of the back. Cram will get the turtle, and it looks like SRG will win this battle. It's a triple for Cram on the Dairoth.
Beautifully played by SRG OG and also CFU. Boxy as well as Wadu and Detective all have the same mindset. We take out Sakai's, there's a good chance we win this fight. Look at this engagement. Great coming from Boxy, locking them all down with Wadu to kind of slow and set this up indirectly, but Innocent makes a play of his own. With the I'm Offended and also the taunt catching 3 players. Oh, well done for both sides.
Hey, you said it earlier, Gideon, you know, the combination with that I'm Offended and then having the Dairoth there lines things up also perfectly just for him to go ahead and pop out this damage. So now that he's got 3-0, look at him. He's just 1v2 and completely fine. Rest of the team's going to now jump on in. There's the Tsunami Slam, setting things up for Cram, but Cram respects that OP is here, and they're forced off, but Zing goes down. It was a 2v1 in the bottom lane.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. Even I was falling for the smoke and mirrors. I was like, what the heck is Yums doing? Why is he trying to go for a Tsunami Slam? He just saw Cram use the Abysm Strike anyways, and then the attack down on bot side. So CFU's attention really pulled to the initial big ult and big resource utilized. So a very nice feint by Yums.
Yeah, great play there. That's going to get them that tier 1 in the bottom. This tier 1 in the mid basically is going to go down as well. It's 1 HP away. So CFU will shift things over to go ahead and grab these buff. We haven't seen Detective be able to do too much just yet. And maybe they're just at a position where it's like, we got to catch up here because, you know, nothing too crazy, but especially in the XP lane, like you said, with this Dairoth pick having a lead against the Uranus, I think this is just a difficult lane for Wadu to even be in. So once the Uranus is shut down like this, like where do you go from there?
Yeah, well, technically the Uranus isn't shut down. It's just not as fast as Cram, who currently is able to apply a lot of pressure, but he's ultra sustainable, right? When I say ultra sustainable, there just isn't enough burst damage from the side of CFU unless they bring OP into the mix. Without OP, it's tough.
Okay, we'll see. They're going to be forced off. That's going to be 3 for 3 for the Turtles here. So even as tanky as Wadu should be, look at the brunt of the damage he's just forced with. They'll throw a couple ultimates at him, and he has to pop the Consecrate to be okay. So they still hold on, but losing another objective, and all this leading to basically losing more grounds economically to SRG.
Right now, CFU, without all of their item power spikes, taking prolonged fights against SRG is really tough because their base damages are significantly better, right?
Yeah.
Cram in particular is ultra sustainable, especially if he's hitting multiple people with his third hit. Now we look at the items, right? Okay, so they skipped on T2 boots, which is probably why we're seeing Innocent survive so long in lane on top of the War Axe, on top of the Queen's Wings to make sure that he's really, really sustainable. But it's all about those flickers, right? How many I'm Offended can he actually land? And the longer this game actually drags out, the better it is for CFU Gaming, because then it kind of narrows down the approach of who should we attack, because Cram will start to fall off, and then Skies becomes a bigger priority.
We'll see them trying to hold on to this. Again, they're just going to clear things out, and buying time would be great. Zing does have that Sky Piercer now too. Detective picks up the Brute Force, so he's got the couple items we've talked about a lot about the Lancelots. For now, it just seems like he's going to go ahead and play the macro game, push some of these lanes in, see if he can get some extra damage on these turrets. But ultimately, he also doesn't want to get caught out because he could be in a tough situation against someone like a Dairoth if he has to go against it, or the amount of crowd control can be overlapped on each other to even catch a Lancelot. So he has to go ahead and respect that. You're 30 seconds away from this Lord. We haven't seen them really have a favorable fight for the Turtles, so I don't know, are we thinking CFU Gaming is in a position to actually contest the Lord?
Maybe. I think right now Sing is pretty strong. With that, with the Malefic Roar, he should be able to cut through anybody who has an Antique Cuirass. However, there's not a lot of armor being stacked up from the side of SRG. The only person he can really find value with that Malefic Roar is probably just Cram.
Yeah.
But even then, that's assuming Cram is by himself and he's not in melee range of CFU. I think right now, CFU Gaming need to make sure that both OP and as well as Zing are in favorable spots, because if they die out first and the fight goes longer than like closer to a minute, SRG will eventually overtake them.
Okay, a couple items picked up for them. They're going to be zoned here, though, too. They got to respect this crowd control.
Oh, it got canceled.
Already, yeah, got canceled. There's a Tsunami Slam again. They'll be able to find Boxy. Boxy in trouble. Survives a little bit longer, but the Lord already secured by SRG, and now it's a mega kill for Cram. They're looking for Wadu. The flicker forward. The cleanup from Stormy. Meanwhile, Detective's like, I want my purple buff. After everyone goes down, I don't know if he's going to get a chance to get it as Innocent jumps on in and pulls him in. Innocent's offended.
Oh my goodness, these games are nasty. Even our bystanders here, part of the team, they're all they're surprised. Innocent is like, man, this marksman player, what is up with his flicker? I'm offended. Now, this fight, you can see that Cram immediately is targeting that backline. This is the big problem I am seeing from CFU. Yes, you are getting Boxy to engage on these fronts, but you're not taking the neutral objectives anyway. So why don't you just peel? Just keep on peeling.
Yeah.
Keep your two cores who are able to apply a lot of damage against the front line of Selangor Red Giants, because in these prolonged fights, unless Selangor Red Giants are in your face, in melee range, that's how they sustain.
It's going to be, again, they still got the shields, but I think they're forced to fight anyway. Tsunami Slam's going to be able to find it. Wadu, Yums does go down. They're held off for now. It's a trade, though. The 1-for-1, they'll clear out the Lord. They lost the shield, but CFU Gaming will still stay in it. They find themselves 8,000 gold behind now. Do they have enough to bring it back into this? This is a big deficit. We've seen it before, though. And again, they're going to have to just find themselves a favorable pick-off, maybe fight, but they got a lot of grounds to cover here.
Right now, Opie, he's scaling. Once he gets that third item, he's going to be an absolute menace here. It's going to be such a problem. Same goes for Detective when he gets that endless battle, because then his burst is going to be just enough to take on the squishies from the side of SRG OG Esports. Now, if we take into consideration what happened into that last pickoff, right? We see Yums, he grabs over Wadu. Wadu ends up dying, but Opie is able to get major. Oh, no.
They're going to force it anyway. For the purple buff, does he actually commit to this? He jumps on in. Cram has the immortality. Does the team follow through? No, that's a big shutdown, though. Going in the hands here of Detective.
Big mistake, and now CFU is on the chase.
Oh, Innocent's in trouble, gets caught into the wall. Goes with I'm Offended, but has enough regen to stay alive amidst it all. A Tsunami Slam into the turret, and Detective, is he gonna burn on down? The Traceless to pick it up. A double for Stormy. And just when you thought CFU could turn things around, SRG says no.
Oh my goodness, really nicely played. Cram, yes, I agree, he made the initial mistake. Detective and Wadu tried their best to try to turn this around, but they forgot Yulm still has his, oh my god!
Oh, they're gonna force it anyway. They want to end the game if they can. Mid-turret gonna be worked on. Opie, 1 HP, but they got a Canyon Minion. They'll push in this bottom wave. Sing is back up. And SRG looks like they might just go ahead and disengage from this. They got the Lord coming up in 10.
Beautiful stuff coming out from SRG. Now they're setting up for that checkmate angle. They find the retort against CFU Gaming. They're back in this debate, and more importantly, with a 9K lead, it is obvious that Sakai's damage is through the roof, and CFU must take him out first. Cram is manageable now, but they must play with their poke. They need to poke. That's what their whole comp is all about. Yes, you have sustain, but you can only do it if there's a wave in front of you, if you are in melee range. There's a lot of conditions for SRG to check off the checklist to make it happen. But CFU, if they just, you know, tickle their toes a little bit, it will eventually cost a finger for SRG.
Man, still, I think after that last fight in the mid lane, you're almost like hesitant to even go forward and follow Boxy, because it's like, if Innocent's the target, he's just going to heal back up here. And so we see this conceal going to be used. They go for the target. Wadu in trouble, jumps on in, pops the consecrate, plays around the Lord. There's the setup though. Boxy could be in trouble now too. Detective trying to help, but Starmie already picks up the kill. Defensive flicker, still going forward. A slam on down on Detective as he falls. Wadu in trouble, but that's going to be game one already for SRG OG Esports.
Really amazing game coming in from SRG's side. Like, they understood their timers. They understood that this game must end on this particular push, because if not, it would have been over for them when they have to deal with the raw poke damage coming in from Farsa's from OP's Farsa. Remar, what do you think about the game?
Well, all the conditions we discussed for SRG, they were able to tick it, which is why they eventually ballooned into an 8,000 gold lead. Spell Vamp and burst damage up the Wadu. SRG, that play by Innocent, that was like the heat check. But the heat check was begun at the center of the map, a 34-second first blood by you.
Is that the fastest? Or do we have one faster than that?
I have to double check, because I know it should be somewhere around the 30s for the fastest.
30-something,
That's what I'm thinking as well, but we'll double check with Zipper later on, because again, there's just so many cool things that happen in this game, right? Especially for such a volatile comp. This is very similar to what we saw Homeboys making an attempt to do yesterday, but it comes down to, can you find those first bloods? And I think that with that initial first blood onto OP, things really snowballed out of control, because you can tell that SRG is okay. They are willing to trade 1-for-1 in the earlier stages, because Cram, he's not dying, right? He's actually extending his lead. So guys is like, if I die now, it's no big deal. I'm going to be back on the farming route, and by the time we hit 8 minutes, I will be level 15. There is forward thinking.
Yeah, and the crazy part about the composition of SRG is in this scenario where they were able to tick their early game conditions, it essentially became a 4-carry setup. You have the D-Roth, the Ruby, the YSS, and the Kimmy, that in all possible computations and scenarios, even if you take down 2 main damage dealers on the side of SRG, see if you had 2 more to deal with.
That's why I was saying, even if you follow Boxy into the fight, who's his best target? A lot of times he was catching Innocent, because Innocent knows, like, I can also tank this up, heal myself back up, and be fine. So, you know, really when you break down the draft and everything else, you look at this, like, you see the brilliance to how this comes together.
How disgusting is this? Innocent plays Ruby. He's like the most important playmaker for the side of SRG to like put that seal stamp at the end of saying we're going to win this game. He comes out 3-0-10.
Hey,
he didn't die once.
Lore-wise, man, if you know how to play the Roger, you got to know how to play the Ruby like this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's lore accurate.
It is. From being the Roger of the tournament last year, now he pops off with a really fantastic Ruby game here, 0 deaths, and he really made the most out of all of the tempo breaking abilities that Ruby has in her kit. But not just that, with the flickers too. No flicker was wasted by Innocent in this game.
No flicker was wasted. The I'm Offendeds were really, really good. And CFU had to adjust much, much earlier into the game. They need to recognize that Opyun as well as Zing are their main win conditions. But I think they've channeled a lot of their resources into Zing, which is not a bad idea, but they need the damage profiling to work out as well. You could tell that Zing was like, okay, I'm doing a decent amount of damage, and then wait a minute. Wait, hold on. The anti-heal is not working out. Nothing's happening.
Yeah. And speaking of anti-heal, a Sea Halberd pickup by the Ruby on Innocent, yeah, it essentially just became another carry. It's a gold lane carry. on this Ruby, going for the War Axe, the Wings, Hunter Strike. No wonder he was able to spell vamp like crazy.
Yeah, Zing, I think that he should have switched out that Malefic gun. It didn't get as much value as he wanted to. He should have gone for the Sea Halberd as his third item, recognizing that the raw sustain from the side of SRG, especially for the early game only, might have given them a chance to try and take a 50-50 trade back. But then we start looking at the other items, right? No anti-heal coming in from Boxy. I think he was really, really greedy with this. More importantly, the Radiant Armor, which I totally understand, right? You're up against that Kimmy, and the same can be said about Wadu. He doesn't even have any of the items to deal with the Kimmy in the first place, which ended up costing him down the road because he kept on getting engaged on.
And then I think it was really late when he did pick up the Dominance Ice, so it's like a lot of times when you think the Uranus should be the one helping be that kind of front line, that stalwart in the front line, he couldn't, because like even when he jumps on in and tries to, you know, be that front, he just keeps getting pulled back, you know, he keeps getting brought back to the fight. So even especially when that Purify was burnt. So it was a really good answer to a lot of what CFU had on their composition, but SRG answered it.
It feels like this is a bit of a learning moment about Uranus now in this current meta, where he shines against lineups that has maybe just 1 or 2 carry options.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't get bothered that much. He's like, all right, I'll just heal through all this damage eventually. But then when your lineup is already lacking an early game lead, you're already lacking a lot of crowd control, and the other team has multiple carries, Uranus might not be the pick to go for if you see an Isun Shin on the other side, because it's already expected now. YSS almost always will get paired up with Ruby in the gold lane.
Yes, usually though is what we're seeing now as the potential, you know, tournament meta continues to develop. But I've X'd about this. I've tweeted about this.
You've X'd.
I was like, what is X? Oh,
Hey,
right.
look, Uranus kind of sucks when you're behind.
Yeah.
Like, there's no scenario where he's actually good unless he's ahead. But I do think that this is quite a technical marvel from the side of SRG, because there's so many problems that need to be answered. As much as you adjust, and you kind of have to give up a large majority of the early game, which CFU refuse to do. And you can tell by their item list as well that there are a lot of broken buys in terms of what needs to be achieved. We need anti-heal, but we also need enough to deal with the Kimmy.
I'm also realizing that, you know, the traditional concept of a Kalea's across from us, let's all take multiple Purifies. Then if you have a Ruby in the mix too, it kind of gives you that other option where you don't always have to go and think, all right, I gotta burn these Purifies as the Kalea, because now you have even more crowd control. But also I think not just the Uranus, but man, even the Lancelot. Like this game, the Lancelot was actually, and now we saw this yesterday, we also now saw this today, where there's certain compositions or certain concepts of strategy here that actually stop this Lancelot, who has been a menace and we talked about should be banned and all this, needs 2 items. But here, Detective couldn't really do anything. I feel like he just had a struggle, and he was forced to just go and, you know, farm up, try to push them in the side lanes.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild experience here for Detective, because even though before the gold lead got completely out of hand, you'd see him bring down people maybe like 20% health. But then he's like, all right, guys, I did my job. Wait, you mean they're full health again? You see the D-Roth, the Ruby, and everyone else just spell vamp, raw spell vamp, all the damage the Detective gets to dish out.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the one time where he's like, okay, you can't spell vamp, we've got the items, we can do stuff, and Sakai's just like, what are you talking about? I now have the raw sustain to deal with it. I was down to a quarter of my health. I'm back to 50%. I'm still chunking you for 50% of your HP as well. So that's why Detective didn't really have any targets. I would have imagined that if Innocent was playing the regular marksman, then he has some options in the early game. But because Stormy was able to find First Blood onto OP, and again, Sakai's, it's a pretty difficult 1v1 in the early game unless Yishinshin makes a mistake. It's just, hey, pop that ult, what are you going to do about it?
All right, so quick question for the table here. It seems like after everything that we've discussed, game 1, did SRG just straight up outdraft CFU?
Oh, I don't think it's an outdraft. I definitely think it's more of an outplay in the first 6 minutes of the game. From that point onwards, I think that with the items that were coming through, they just needed to defend that Lord one more time. They would have been on even terms.
Yeah, because, you know, Gideon mentioned this when we got a glimpse of the items, and you saw it in the last highlights there, that Sea Halberd was picked up around the 12-minute mark, you know, and that was really all they had to deal with a lot of the sustainability from this lineup. So I think if the priority for items was built different and they were able to drag it out further, then yes, maybe we would have seen a different concept there happen. But yeah, first 6 minutes were devastating for CFU.
Yeah, as we talk about item priorities here as something that CFU could have fixed up, I know that for a lot of us, our true priority in MLBB is skins. And we have another awesome skin line coming up for you. It's Metro Zero. If you are, I'm glad, I will admit,
I lied a little bit yesterday about saying like I know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the skin line, but I'm glad that I was validated that it was cyberpunky theme, sort of like our old
Oh, so you
Exorcist
didn't know
skin
that?
line.
Or you did know that was cyberpunk?
I did not. I just based it
Oh.
off of the key visual, you know,
That's great.
the theme of it. But yeah, you confirmed it with me, right? Like
Yes.
it's a whole Exorcist X modern.
Yeah, I want to say what the heroes are, but I don't even know whether we have the green light to like let the audience know because
Oh, that's true.
a couple of my favorite heroes are going to be part of it. And I'm really excited for those, but well,
Yeah.
you know,
I really hope we get another Alucard skin.
don't you dare! I swear to God, it's another Claude skin.
Okay, let's head into the draft now. CFU still batting out the Moskov. CCSL gets taken out in SRG because they played it really well. It's like, you know what? We're not going to allow CFU, a team like CFU, to run Yi Sun-shin in the jungle and play double fighters.
Well, I mean, Yi Sun-shin right now in the patch, I think a lot of teams can definitely agree that he's disgusting, right? He has like a decent early game because of the changes to the Mountain Chakra to give him that turtle bow, which is ridiculous, like absolutely ridiculous the amount of damage he could pump out at level 4 itself. On one target, ideally. Because it's not like he's got strong AoE, but it's a good disruptor.
And not only that, but I just feel like if you get the vision advantage, that's why when we've seen teams like play, for example, the either the YSS or let's say the Selena to an extent, it's like vision it really helps you, but also just the layering of crowd control. From the cleanest games we've seen from throughout the tournament so far for MSC, it's teams that have a really good wombo combos, really good layering, and YSS I just feel like fits that role for a multitude of compositions.
Yeah, and I remember seeing this comment from our community before where one of the main differences between us normies in the pro scene is that the pro scene knows every single time what to do with vision. Like they know how to readjust to it, they know what to do with it, and I think, yeah, as you mentioned that nice, so game number 1 really was just like with SRG having all the vision and CFU having a mid laner who literally is blind in the lore. You know, SRG got the vision lead there.
They definitely
You are not prepared. No, I'm joking. That's a different game. I'm glad both of you are on the desk because you understand.
We get it. We get it. But now that the Boxy gets banned out, as well as the Arlet, we're seeing similar trends, right? Despite being on different sides, the only real difference is the Yi Sun-shin that gets banned out for the side of SRG. If not, everything else is pretty much exactly the same as game number 1 in terms of the bans.
Hey, let's see if CFU, I think they have to try to consider taking out a page of SRG's book. They need some multiple carries, and most importantly, moving forward, I would want to see Wadu end up with heroes such as like the Lapu Lapu, heroes with a lot of control, strong, engaged. As fantastic as Uranus is in the meta, I feel like in this specific matchup, we might have to forgo that hero.
Oh, interesting. It looks like CFU do not want to go for the Kalia knowing that the Zushin is open. And now I want to see whether SRG is going to change priority, right? Because again, we've seen a lot of the time that Zushin and as well as Fredrin make fights sticky. It's like trekking through mud in slippers. You're going to lose your footwear at some point of time the longer you fight. And I think that SRG also recognizes this too. If they go for the Kalia, they understand that if we execute, we need to make sure that we've got the right amount of damage. Oh, they go for the Lancelot. They don't have to go for their mid pick just yet.
I guess this is another chance. It's open. Might as well take it, you know, put it in the hands of Skies and let him go ahead and roll with it, because still I think the game plan from SRG specifically, because they have a Kalea, is they're still going to go ahead and complement this. A lot of the teams that have found success with that hero now, after, you know, some of the changes that it went through, is like you need to be able to go ahead and complement it and play into that. So CFU, with that in mind, they have a Jushin. Do they just go the Fredrin here? Like, do they pick this up? Is that, we've seen Fredrins fall behind the Lancelot, so looks like they'll go with an early gold lane pick. They pick up the Harith, and then they go the Phoveus.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
You know, I again, with CC out within first rotation bans, there's so many good picks in the EXP that suddenly just pop up, right? And at this point, with the Harith, I think the Harith is kind of interesting, right? Because it's kind of a hit or a miss.
Yeah.
You clearly, teams have been playing Harith for like years at a time. Whether you're a legacy player, whether you're a recent player within the next past 2 to 3 years, Harith has just been a dominant force within the metagame. So I'm assuming that he knows the mechanics of it. I'm just curious to see how SRG is going to answer. Wow, they omit taking mid picks, instead guaranteeing Cram a good time.
Yeah, you could really see where these two teams are at in terms of putting priority in the picks for their EXP laners. Because of the wide pool of Stormy as well, he has a plethora of options to go with. Even if CFU decide to just go ahead and ban out, say, the Kimmy and the
Farsa.
Farsa, you could still opt to go with Zetian since you are playing around the Lancelot in the jungle. Usually, we've come to the agreement that if you are a utility jungle, maybe Zetian might be lacking in terms of the early game presence and the damage that you can dish out. So they're done with that problem. So now SRG are looking to cover their bases with taking away strong crowd control from the hands of Boxy.
I think, yeah, getting rid of the crowd control is really important here, mainly because their composition right now lacks a lot of damage. I'm expecting that CFU is going to get rid of Farsa. That's number one. I am curious to see whether this is going to be a Roger game for the side of Innocent. That could be a possibility. Yee, really interesting ban here for the side of CFU. Are they hard reading into this?
I was one of the heroes in my head for SRG would have been Eve. Just because, again, it goes with the sense of, all right, let's go ahead and set things up. This would also complement the Kalea pretty well. And then typically, if you have that Harith across from you and you set things up in that real-world manipulation, it makes things a little bit easier to go and I feel like just fight against. But they could be reading into it too much, but this will still force us into a situation where it's like, okay, what is Stormy going to play? But he is one of those players that has a pretty deep hero pool, and that's the advantage for him. So is it worth the ban? Maybe not so much.
Yeah, because there's a chance we might already be seeing a potential last 2 picks Farsa Granger on the side of SRG with the Eve God. If Farsa doesn't get banned out by CFU, they took out the Hilda. Usually those are some of the telltale signs that you are leaning towards those two heroes.
Here's a different angle, right? I think they got rid of the Yve this time around. I mean, Farsa definitely was going to go no matter what. I think we all understood that. But the Yve in particular is a pretty decent matchup in a 1v1 when you're up against the Zushin. Those Void Blasts really start to stack up for you. You don't mind if the wave pushes in. Hey, fun fact, everybody. Ruby Gold Lane currently has a 100% win rate in 3 games at this year's MSC.
Bring it. Lock it into your rank games.
Yeah, more Ruby in the gold, but make sure you pair it up with the Juicing.
Please be playing into a 5-stack, so at least you have 4 other people to talk smack about you if you suck.
Yeah, because if you play Ruby in solo queue, it's not going to do well for you.
All right, here we go. We do see the Kimmy get locked in this time round. They're leaving this final pick up for grabs. Oh, dude, are they going to play another fighter? It doesn't make sense if they make it play another fighter at this point.
Yeah.
They need the burst damage, right? But where's it going to come from? They can use Lancelot as the cleaner. Roger has burst, but only when he gets 3 items, so you probably would rather have the Granger at the end of the day.
But what fighters have we seen in the gold lane? It's only been the CC, Ruby.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so still, no. I think they go for the double marksman. I think they are going to lean towards the Granger, or they might even want to consider carry. There's not a lot of things that carry needs to worry about here.
The Lucas is probably. I think this is Lucas jungle, bro.
No, but I mean he's paired up with the Kalea and the glue. Plus, you also have the pulse of the Kimmy.
I don't know, something about CFU, and every time I see that Lucas, it's like, it's dangerous. It's real dangerous.
Fair.
It's, as much as we would imagine that Lucas has kind of fallen off the metagame, keep in mind what his role is supposed to be. He just doesn't want to die to the Lancelot. If he gets picked up, he has anti-CC to try and look to counterplay this Kalea. Most importantly, he can almost guarantee a separation of the front to back line, which is something that CFU want.
Yeah, okay. SRG, their last 2 picks were very clear. It could have been Farsa Granger. Farsa was taken away, so they go for the double marksman with Kimmy and the Granger together, while CFU are going all in a very high aggro all dive lineup to see if they can push this into game number 3 against SRG.
I'm so excited to see the little flash step from Detective to unleash that beast this time round. Look, it's CFU on the blue side facing off against SRG, but it is match point. Keep in mind, elimination is on the board. CFU must bring this back to take it to a game number 3 against the defending EWC 24 champs.
So close for SRG right now after maybe not the best group stage performances that we've seen from them. They are 1 win away from getting to the knockouts, and they'll be able to breathe a little bit, I feel like. So this is a crucial game number 2 for them.
It's so important. Now, both of these squads are going to try and outplay each other at the highest level. CFU will be starting Detective on his orange buff. Sakai is going to be on his purple buff. So they're going to be starting on the same side of the map. I'm curious to see that whether or not they're going to end up towards EXP's side, because that's what it always seems to boil down to, right? SRG has prioritized so often playing through their jungle to make sure that Cram is going to have a decent time in the laning phase. Not sure if that's a technical pause, but I'm just going to hope that it is. Oh, no, back into the game.
Okay, I was going to say, It looks like they're still playing. There was almost a first blood, too. Down in that XP lane, so nothing to convert there. Yeah, catching up here.
Yeah, it looks like both sides. Wait, was it both sides? I'm not 100% sure. Either way, this is a big win coming in from Cram. He will start to develop a lead against Wadu, ever so slowly, of course, but we want to see how this continues to progress, right? As you can see, ever so slightly, just missing, Wadu just literally missed 1 minion, and that's it.
Yeah, okay. Catching up there, too. I guess Boxy burned the flicker down there, so they were going for that quick kind of play, quick advantage if they could. CFU didn't find it, but now they might look here in the mid lane. Stormy, he's going to be fine. He has Yums with him. So, yeah, I think just because that didn't happen in the early game, you're going to go ahead and just see them wait for that first objective to come up. Unless they decide to actually commit to this. Box going to be the focus. Cram roamed up the first blood for Stormy. Now Opie going to be in trouble. 4 members of SRG all here for the fight. And Detective will buy enough time. This turtle's up here, and SRG has control for now.
I don't get it. Why did Boxy walk up so far? You look at the minimap, you can see that Wadu doesn't have priority over that lane. You see 3 members, and the first thing in your mind is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just like try and poke him out. No, you back off. You don't have your flicker.
Yeah, and right now they want to go ahead and start up this turtle here. They're gonna fight for it. Cramp. Also on this other side, Detective forced off, but he can't escape this one. Gonna go in. Sakai's actually in trouble, quite low. Goes in. Sakai's falls, and Wadu will go in, but Stormy secures the turtle. Meanwhile, the fight's still gonna be breaking out, and it's Boxy that goes down. But CFU is winning this fight after the objective, and Cram, 1 hit away, will be able to escape under the turret. But Stormy will get some extra gold off of that as well. The turtle did go to SRG.
Oh, Innocent, where are you shooting? Okay, all right, he recovered. Good recovery, good recovery. No, nobody's sweating here. Nobody's sweating here. Because again, SRG technically in that turtle fight made a pretty big mistake. Wait, hold on. No, Opie shouldn't die here, right?
Yeah, he should be fine. He should be.
I think, but I don't know about Skies on the other end, because Sakai's, unfortunately, I don't know why he decided, you know what? I'm a Phantom Execution back into that fight. And Wadu's standing there like, okay.
With 1 HP, but
I don't get it. I don't get it.
The arms of Wadu, man.
Like, the arms of Wadu.
Hey, come on in, you know, and but still, good thing Stormy was able to go ahead and secure that for a second there. Thinking CFU could actually turn it around, but they do get a couple kills, goes in the hands of Wadu and Opie. And so I feel like now Zing is going to be, he's going to need some help from the team here to go ahead and help him, because it just seems like Innocent is kind of in that situation where he wants to go ahead and 1v1. We've seen that matchup so much with the Granger and the Harith. And now that the level 4s are in consideration here on both sides, I still think SRG has the better option to go for these pickoffs, especially because they have this Kalea. The flicker is going to be up in about 10 seconds. Cram will be the focus. But still, Detective forced off even with the beast form. Not sure if they do anything off of that.
No. Getting rid of the beast form is actually really, really good, because Detective right now can't get any energy just yet. He has to wait for the form to completely run out, because if he dies early, then whatever the bar was maintains. And this allows SRG to walk into enemy territory knowing that that ult is down, and it won't be up anytime soon unless they get into a fight here.
Oh, they might. Boxy jumping in with Wadu. They're going to be focusing Cram. Detective, though, is going to find Opie. Goes in with a Thorn Rose, will pick it up. They're going to be trading right now. Turtle for the taking. Cram is still alive. He's been this way this whole time. The team comes in, but Boxy will go ahead and stop them in with a fist crack, fist break. And now still jumping in. Wadu, tanky as hell, will force them off, so no one committing to the turtle. Does SRG go back to it? Sakai's fully healthy here. We have Detective grabbing the buff. They should be able to go ahead and secure the second turtle of the game here. Boxy doing his best alongside Wadu, trying to delay it, but it's going to be secured by Sakai's, the flicker from Wadu. Innocent now rotating all the way down. Opie takes the brunt of the damage, and they jump on in. Yums takes the face of it all, but he goes down now too as Detective joined the fight. A shockwave blast won't land, but they trade out bodies here.
Worth it. Very worth it for SRG. Wait. Technically, Cram should still have his ult available. Yeah, he got the reset. He's pulling them back.
It's going to pull him back. Wadu, he's tanky, but not tanky enough. A shot from Innocent will clean it on up. And now Box going to be the next one. Flickers on out. Does Innocent have one more? Goes in, gets punched on back, but will get a double. Another big pickup for SRG.
I was wondering why Stormy, despite being decently low, why he wanted to hover around, and then I realized Cram, he already got the reset off of his ultimate. He just needed to wait a little bit of time. Good thing that we have the... Oh my
meanwhile,
god.
They win also on that. I think they Tsunami Slam too, so Zing in trouble, still in the mid lane. OP trying to get away, but it's two bodies too much as Cram will pick up. There's fights everywhere happening on the map.
There's fights literally everywhere. SRG is keeping it scrappy, and now they're calling they can dive him. They know they can dive him. Look at the top side. Detective's in trouble.
Everywhere. There's a fight literally everywhere, and now Detective in trouble. He's going to get forced off the turret, and also Innocent gets a 1v1.
Good game IQ coming in from Detective's side. He immediately focused. Oh, wait, hold on. We saw everything that happened on the map. There's a good chance that they're trying to go for the top side and dive me. I got to clear up this wave to make sure that I can sustain and then get the hell out of there.
Oh, man, this is a lot of ground to cover now for CFU Gaming. Every single fight they've been in, it looks like, you know, there's a couple of moments where it's like, all right, they've got this, and then SRG responds to it with everything they're throwing at him. It's really hard for CFU to find that window like this. Even this, tanky as he is, he's going to deal with so much damage as Wadu falls. And now they're going to go ahead and go forward. Disengage here. Third turtle, the game is up, but they have the numbers advantage for SRG.
Yeah, they, like, for some reason, really badly want this top tier 1. They've been here for so long, trying to crack open this this turret and get the structure. This entire time, you see that the guy's actually farming on the opposite end of the map, right? Clearing his jungle path, making sure that right now, this 4 from SRG is too strong.
Cram again, he's right on Detective. Detective as a beast, he's trying to get away. They flicker forward. Boxy's gone as Innocent picks up another, and he'll get a double. Looking for more Bayooms to fall. Zing forced out. Wadu joining the fight now. Is this really the fight he wants? He's going for Stormy. Stormy gets the space as Innocent picks up another kill. Now OP in trouble. Innocent locked and loaded, shoots off one shot, gets a double again, looking for the cleanup. Zing jumps under the turret, and Cram wants to zone him out. And it's only Zing left after that. SRG is locked in.
They are locked in, and they said, Turtle, it's chill. We don't care. We don't care about this last turtle. We care about the fight. We care about the structures that we can get off of this. And they will continue to progress. Let's look at this fight one more time, right? Because Cram is doing so goddamn much. It's ridiculous, right? How is he getting away with this? So I'm not gonna lie. Boxy was doing the right thing, holding all 4 members of SRG back. But I think that CFU just had to give it up. They keep forcing this scenario, especially when they don't have anything involved.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this one too. Innocent grabs Wadu, looks for another, gets the double. Opie falls, Innocent gets the triple, going for the Maniac. He has to get space. He gets that, he gets the Savage! Innocent is not innocent no more. Picks up a Savage. This point in the game, a huge swing for Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports, and they'll get a tier 2 in the mid.
That's disgusting. Right now, SRG, OG are playing hot and Innocent. 14-0-1. What a KDA as they're looking to try and close out this game as soon as possible. This is some nasty stuff. I don't know. Maybe SRG figured out eat rice and some good stuff, and you're playing on a different level.
They got that from the interview, and right now, so far ahead. 14-0-1 on this Granger. Innocent has had all the space in the world, and he has a flicker. He's had a couple moments, close moments, where he's been very low health, but still, again, you got to give it up to the Beast here. His positioning, his micro is always so good, and it's really covered from the rest of the team.
Yeah, unfortunately for CFU, they just keep on fighting and fighting and fighting. I get why they have to fight for the Lord specifically, but other than that, the previous objectives, it was not necessary, especially on third turtle or even second turtle. Second turtle technically could have been outplayed from the side of Wadu, but again, very slim margins.
Okay. Even with this lead, they're still going to go ahead, get to the base.
No way.
Sakai's going to jump in. Oh, Detective goes with the blast, but doesn't have enough damage. Oh, Sing. Not close enough to catch Sakai's.
Yeah, if only Sing had Flicker. If only he had Flicker. I think that's the biggest problem that we're seeing, right? Because of the Kalia just taking that Purify, you're just so worried, but you get caught out in these positions where you can't force plays upon your opponents. Now, in this fight alone, we see the exact same problem, right? The lead, the gold lead, especially on the carries, are basically untouched. Stormy and as well as Innocent are having the time of their lives. And Sakai's, so far, he's not making too many mistakes, but Boxy has to worry about too many things at once. And you can see Innocent, he's having the time of his life.
Well, right now, the time of their life is in this base turret if they can get it, but the waves are cleared out so quickly from this lineup from CFU Gaming. Look at the difference here. Look at the gaps, especially in that gold lane.
This is too much. It is too much to handle. OP He's playing hyper aggressively, especially when the resources are down. This is what I was talking about, the overheats coming in from CFU. They want to win so bad, but they keep compromising their early game when honestly, they just needed to take a breath, wait for that first item to come through, and then look for these fights, because these chain fights have netted SRG such a whopping lead on the perfect time. That's why SRG didn't even bother taking the third turtle. It's all about those fights.
Yeah, let's prove that point too. They're going to find the Lord up here in a couple seconds. And so with this, I think CFU, I don't know, man. I think it's better that they stay in their base.
Oh my god, Innocent is already at full build.
Yeah, full build. Hey, 11 and a half minutes in, full build. That's what happens when you're 14-0-1.
Jeez, this is not a fun time for CFU. And the worst part is now they decide we can't even walk up. This is a 10K gold lead. This is the checkmate angle of a lifetime. And right now, they're unfortunately, the reason why they fought for the very first Lord in the first place was because their wave player isn't exactly good.
So as they get the Lord, they're going to get ready to go ahead and march in the base here. They've already worked on the shields, this half health on that mid turret, and they can force a fight. With this kind of lineup, CFU really just kind of has to buckle in and wait for that initiation. And maybe Boxy will be able to disrupt that when it does happen, but unless they decide to go on the front foot, I don't know if they're in fighting form to be able to turn things around, even as this approaches the base here.
No, this is the worst part. Just watching that Lord, you cannot walk out of your base. It feels like impending doom. CFU are preying on a miracle here. They're praying that SRG OG overextends and makes the first mistake. Right now, seeing, I don't even think he's strong enough just yet to deal with the major tanks on the side of SRG.
Base turret going to be worked on. Lord will push on in. Managing the top and bottom waves. Sakai's going to jump in. Opie has trouble already. He's gone. That's one down. A Tsunami Slam up top. Innocent will go off with the shots. Wadu won't survive that. And SRG already on the work. Detective jumping on in, but it's already a double. And the last ditch efforts of CFU as SRG will tell them it wasn't luck at all as they sweep the series.
SRG OG taking away 2, and oh, they really had Rice in something good this time, taking the words of Boxy, and honestly, feels bad that they're putting it right against the team who gave them the advice.
The Sharks will have to sleep with the fishes as the Giants will move on forward to the knockouts with a chance to defend their title that put Malaysia back on the map. SRG were just dominant. CFU overheated.
Honestly, as much as I am happy to see SRG move on, my heart breaks for CFU because honestly, it feels like they could have shown so much more in this particular series, right? I mean, just look at the highlights. You could tell that they did not want to give an inch of ground to SRG, but that stubbornness has costed them the early game 2 times in a row.
Yeah, it felt like they were missing out on a few respect calls on the side of SRG in terms of the damage and the crowd control they have available for their lineup. Once I saw OP deciding to use a Crimson Beacon forward multiple times, I was already thinking, yeah, that's already setting the tone for CFU. Overly aggressive. They took some fights early on that would have allowed them to turn things around, but the best quality of Cambodian teams and CFU that we've talked about in the past about how they would pull off surprising moves that might catch their opponents off guard. Emphasis on the might. SRG were not caught off guard.
They weren't, and I think that CFU had a really good idea with this composition, right? But to execute it, you need the target priorities. They needed to identify it, but they kept on tunnel visioning in the wrong spaces, which really hurts my heart. Shout outs to CFU. Love these guys.
Now that we have to talk with the victor here, Innocent is with Eterna for the interview.
Bole Savage, Bole! From the Beast himself, we get a Savage here in the group stages, just on the brink of elimination. Innocent, that performance, game number 1, people were already talking about that Ruby play, but then in game number 2, you pulled off an amazing, impeccable Granger play. How was that like for you?
Because we review a lot of games and we want to focus on our strength, more onto aggressive early game.
Okay, what changed today? Because this is such a different SRG that we saw today.
We just eat breakfast together.
You guys ate breakfast together. So you guys didn't eat breakfast together like yesterday and the day before that?
Yeah, that's why we don't have a lot of energy.
I see. So the key is to have breakfast together, guys. quote by Innocent there. Now, Boxy earlier on, well, it was yesterday in his interview, he mentioned that your win at M6 against CFU was based on luck. What do you have to say to Boxy now?
Because there's no luck in game, because imagine if I didn't go to that play. Because that was just like more onto decision making, not on luck.
So it wasn't luck.
Yeah, it was skill.
It was skill. Now, we didn't get to talk to you after you guys lost to Mythic Seals. That was like one of the biggest upsets we've seen here at the MSC group stages. How did you guys take that loss?
We just review a lot of things in our early game, and maybe when we're sieging on how we can end it early.
I see. And then after that, what was the biggest lesson that you could take?
Maybe more into like on how we can play our heroes properly.
Okay, so more about that. Now, you guys are heading over to the knockouts, 2-1, and you're aware that the 2-0 teams will be able to pick you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a little bit of talks here and there. TLPH OHEB mentioned that they do want to face you because they want to be able to take down the defending champions. Team Spirit also said they want to meet SRG because they want revenge from M6. So do you have a message for OHEB from TLPH as well as Team Spirit?
We can only fight one, so just choose who wants to fight us.
Who would you rather face, Innocent?
Any, because we don't have any choice, we cannot choose. They're the only one who can choose.
That's true. That's true. That's a fair point. But if you had to like be like, maybe not this team, would it be TS or would it be TLPH?
Maybe TLPH, because we want to get the revenge from our last tournament.
Oh, which tournament was that?
Can we say the term? Oh yeah, SPS.
Ah, revenge for SBS. You have to make sure there. Lucky. So once again, congratulations. Is there a message that you want to maybe tell your girlfriend? I heard she's on the way here. Is that true?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, she's not coming?
Yeah.
Okay, still, message for her then.
Can I just speak Tagalog?
Of course.
I'll just speak English then. Finally, we're at the playoffs. Don't think too much, because before this game, she's worrying because our game is kinda messy, and I just told her that we already fixed it yesterday. So, playoffs.
Okay, that's so sweet. No, I love you or something like that.
I love you. One more finals.
Oh, okay. Once again, congratulations and thank you so much, Innocent. We're gonna throw it over back to our casters to break that game down.
Who knew that the secret to SRG getting Savages winning would be bole makan semuanya? That's it.
They just have to eat breakfast, dude. Every time we see Innocent get another Savage, it feels like his hair just grows like an inch longer and like just way more fuller, even shinier. Some may say.
That's the beast form, man. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, I love it too because he's like, "Can I speak Tagalog?" But then he realized, wait, Turner's not going to be able to translate, or maybe she would.
Yeah,
maybe she could.
I think we've taught Turner enough Filipino that I think she could translate some Filipino now at this point.
I'm sure she's picked up something. But obviously, like, this game is looking so good for SRG OG Esports. I mean, this feels a little reminiscent of what happened last year. It's like, oh, guys, how did we drop like a couple of these games? We had a bad early game. We didn't know how to like close out games. All recurring problems from EWC 24.
Yeah. It's great to see the growth of SRG. I mean, even Innocent acknowledged the messy games that they've had, what they needed to work on. Even his girlfriend acknowledged the messy games that they've had. So to see SRG back on this form, I think it's great for the tournament overall. Because now you have the defending champion showing that, okay, we're ready, we're back on top. Stormy, man, 2 games as a Kimmy.
Yep.
It's not just Innocent you have to worry about. Yes, he got the Savage, but I feel like the Kimmy at the center of the map puts so much pressure onto CFU.
And that's why I said, like, when we saw those highlights there, the space that was provided, this is always what we see with the gold laners. When they get to shine, it's like the roams, the mids, like they provide them so much space to work with. And their positioning is so good that they're allowed to shine. And the Kimmy does that so well for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I think, you know, the biggest... man, I don't want to say it because I love this player, but OP definitely is going to feel the most hurt for this game because a lot of the mistakes that we saw and this inevitable snowball from SRG came from I couldn't finish off the kills. Should I have been chasing for those kills in the first place? I think he's got a lot to think about because, again, this is technically, well, a new role for him on the international stage, and I think this is going to be a very big learning experience for him.
All right, let's see who the match MVP is between SRG and CFU, and it is Innocent, the man who got the Savage 17-0. Did not die
I agree
in
with
that
this
game.
one.
I agree with this
100%.
one. Very great Sony match MVP.
God damn, 17-0-2, so ridiculous. Not to mention, like, despite having so many kills, his econ didn't even break 1,000. It's just 967.
Yeah. Was he fully stacked? He was.
He was.
Fully. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, the man was like like 80 plus, so
0 deaths.
Yeah,
he was good.
He was stacked up before. Was he stacked up before the Savage or after? Anyway, I think regardless, like, again, Innocent has that amazing game. And this is why Granger can be so good, because we've seen this a couple times now.
And that is it for our very first series. Congratulations again to all the Malaysians and to the supporters of Selangor Red Giants. OG Esports, you will be moving forward to the knockouts with a chance to defend your title. But coming up next is the Saudi National Bank match of the day between Onyx, the champions of Indonesia, against Virtus Pro, the champions of the wildcards, who still continue to go on their run. Who will move on to the knockout stages? Only one can. My name is Renmar. Gideon and Nice, who will be coming back with me for series number 2, so we'll see you in a bit.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
This land is calling.
On one side, you have the Sky Kings, who had a disappointing result in last year's MSC here at the Esports World Cup, who just got their throne and their crown back in Indonesia, now are on the brink of elimination. But against them are a bunch of dudes who look like they might just be able to pull out an upset, because Virtus.pro has been turning heads since their tournament at the MCC, and now here at MSC, coming from the wildcards, a lot of people are expecting VP to deliver a really good fight against Onyx Indonesia. Let's see if that will be the case, as Gideon, Naisu, and I will be joining you here for this series. And I honestly don't know what to expect, because as much as we have a lot of things to say about Virtus.pro, they are a team who tend to surprise.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to judge the power level of Virtus.pro, because generally speaking, right, there's a lot of factors which we would assume. What is Bopper holding there? Well, we'll see in a little bit. Hopefully he brings it up onto the stage. But yes, when you're up against Onyx Indonesia, the Yeb effect has been very apparent for the vibes of the team. They've been showing some really interesting takes onto the draft, which I don't know whether or not it's going to influence the decision-making for the drafting phase, especially for Virtus.pro.
My biggest question is, did they have breakfast? Because that seems to be the trend right now for group stages.
Yeah, it seems like that's the secret. A lot of players have said it. Like, they just eat breakfast together, and somehow they get savages. They win games. So that's going to be something that maybe we'll find out later in the interview, depending on who wins. But again, if you want to join us for the knockout stages, that'll be beginning on July 30th here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the Boulevard, at the Esports World Cup for MSC. Then get your tickets. WeBook.com. Look for them now. Now, for this matchup between Onyx and Virtus.pro, looking at it, and a lot of the community, I saw the beats, a lot of them don't see a lot of storyline links between the two, but it could be the beginning of a very good story, because you have on one side Kyrie, the Sky King of Onyx, in the jungle going up against fellow Filipino Andoryu. Again, a guy who did not expect he would reach this far at this stage.
And this is a little random kind of fun fact to throw out there for Andoryu, right? Over in MPL Philippines, he was known as, he had this moniker as the Nightmare.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going to be Kyrie's Nightmare in the jungle, or Indonesia's Nightmare in general.
He definitely was a nightmare during the wildcards, right? He would really just jungle gapping a lot of the teams that we saw down there, but now showing that he honestly is coming to the level, the power creep, some may call it, against some of the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
And I think here's a really good litmus test. I keep in mind, right, because Onyx Indonesia are coming back into that form. Based on the games that we have seen, they played some pretty good games, right? Especially their very first round of the groups itself. Sans, really big standout for me, showing not only the depth of his hero pool, but the fact that he is not in that carry position anymore. He's like, I can play for the team, but if you need me to carry, just give me the signal, coach.
Yeah, he can still definitely do it. Sans, Kyrie, and Keyboy have played incredibly well to supplement what Lutpi and Severo have done for Onyx, which is really step up. They are so dependable now. So the members of Virtus.pro have a lot to look at. There was something that you discussed with me backstage before the day started. Virtus.pro, bad COD. He's going to be the central focus for this team.
I think so as well. And there's a deeper conversation to that. I will get into it in just a little bit, because I think that, Badcourt, in his wildcard performance, it is clear he's got the mechanics, right? He knows he's got some really smart battle IQ in 5v5 team fights. But so far, based on what we've been hearing from the squad, it feels like they're having a different take on what the tournament meta is. And it is starting to affect them, right? They're letting Andoryu being the main shot caller, and obviously Pluto has translated everybody else naturally, right? It hasn't been a problem up until we've gotten to the international stage. To be fair, Pluto was a little bit sick. Hopefully he's feeling good today, and then we get to see their polished form.
Yeah, because he was very vocal about how it did affect their overall performance in the last time that we saw them. So, he's had a couple days of rest, and now hopefully they're all healthy and ready to play here. But yeah, I think, there's a couple of things that we can say, especially with Virtus.pro and their performances, is sometimes it is 50-50. And a lot of that has to hinge on specific roles as well. But I think even now, think about what they have been through as a wild card team and the opponents that they've had to face up to this point.
Yeah, they have had to go up against champion after champion. It hasn't always racked up wins, but they have been delivering in games. First against SRG, they could have won that series. They took a game, but then as we saw, SRG just qualified earlier. While going up against Corinthians, yeah, they suffered a devastating Game 1 loss where they almost got egged. No kills at all, but then VP were able to turn things around. So as the question of is this the end for them looms over them, I think I want to start the focus beyond the jungle, the mid lane.
All right.
Because you mentioned Sans. I think Bobear really needs to deliver Onyx to the Bob emergency room, man. Bring them to the Bob ER.
All right, let's look at the lanes individually, right? Hopefully, if we see Bobear bring him to the Bob ER, it's going to affect the draft. And I think it's clear that Super Igorka, when you're comparing him to the rest of the gold laners out there, we don't see him as a dominant force. He can hold lanes against some of the best, but he's not winning those lanes. So where else can we look for potential wins? Bober's lane in the mid lane, but that's a duo, arguably even a trio. And then finally, the one I'm most excited about, Lutpi versus Badcott. Because Lutpi, his best hero so far has been the CCs. Everything else has not been up to snuff. And I think Badcott has a more consistent performance on a majority of his hero pool.
Yeah, we'll be able to break down the matchups a little bit more later on and get Nice's takes in on this with these specific roles. But again, don't forget the MSC Pass is available in the in-game client right now. Don't forget to get that Nathan skin and all the goodies that come along with the pass. As we've done with multiple patches. Yeah, it's also 20% off. Don't forget about that. It's really good. Don't miss out on that, and don't forget to, do the guesses. I have been forgetting, and I have been regretting it. Now,
we saw Atlas yesterday, by the way.
Oh, and we saw Atlas. Yep. You can get the Atlas skin. So many things that you can get from the MSC Pass. Now, for Onyx and Virtus Pro, I think it's time to see what these two teams and the players within these two organizations feel heading into this matchup.
For us, it was very obvious that we'll win Corinthians. We actually made it too close to Comfort, but they actually showed a good fight for us.
Saya juga nggak expect bakal rata begitu cepat.
This might just be it as Team Liquid secured the win.
Mungkin ada kesalahan beberapa dan itu kita nggak expect bakal bisa langsung end itu. Gitu doang. Mental ya pasti harus dijaga karena kita masih ada match untuk lawan Virtus Pro, kita di statementnya harus ready, terus ya harus jaga mental juga.
It's Pluto that goes in, he's able to find multiple members with that setup!
I'm feeling very confident because I think our odds against Onyx are even. Of course, they are way more experienced than us, so it will be very hard. But I think we can manage.
Kalau menurut dari aku sendiri, yang pastinya aku sangat pede mau ketemu siapapun, aku pasti siap ketemu sama siapapun. Terus kalau emang insya Allah kita menang ya pasti kita bakal ready untuk di playoff.
I'm pretty sure all the pressure is on Onyx idea because for us, we just came here to play. Making it to the main stage is already a win, so we just want to face all these teams. We want to get experience, we want to have fun. It's no pressure for us.
Mungkin buat VP ya kasih permainan yang sangat seru. Kalian harus siap untuk kami dan kami siap untuk Anda.
Onyx, let's have a good fight.
Let's go!
I love how you saw the difference and contrast in mentality heading into this between Sans and Pluto. Pluto's like, we're just happy we made it to the main stage, no pressure for us. Well, even it was Sans, him mentioning that they're already thinking about playoffs.
I mean, everybody's thinking about playoffs at this point, right? Everybody's pointing to the fact that this is going to be a game that will not only look to change their lives, but put them on a spotlight. And hopefully, because considering that, Yeb is a very social guy. He likes to have pocket scrim partners here and there. I'm hoping that VP qualify for one of those spots.
I love how that was painted though in the interview because yeah, essentially Virtus Pro can be really happy with what they've accomplished from their entire journey. Now they're up here against Onyx, and because this is also our match of the day, like they know they are completely right. There is more pressure on Onyx Indonesia here for this matchup. Now, imagine if hopefully we get a chance to go 3 games for this one. But I think, yeah, we were talking about it a little bit earlier on as we get through this first phase. Virtus Pro, in order for them to get to Game 3 in this, I think they really had to refine what we saw from them in the previous matches, especially what we already talked about with the mid lane. But even so, like down to Badcott, a lot of the times we've seen him in positions, and this is why we started this whole day so far with like what XP laners are going through right now. I feel like XP laners are in a very precarious position where they have to find this balance between being a little aggressive and also making plays happen for the team.
Yeah, if there was a meta that demanded so much for the EXP lane, it is this particular meta. Not only do you have to like try and win your lane, you also have to have team fight impact. You still have to manage your waves, and the game gives you a couple of tools to try and do that, but it doesn't mean that like if you hesitate, that's when you see the big difference between a top tier polished EXP laner and, you know, what we like to call the regular public.
The normies, as some may say. But yeah, it's so demanding for the EXP lane. So Onyx start things off with the Baksha, flex pick, although could be leaning more towards the jungle and roam. Not a lot of EXP lane Bakshas in this tournament. While Virtus Pro, gonna be up to them to see how they're gonna be handling that, because Onyx have block pick a Uranus, something that you VP have done and used incredibly well with, especially in the hands of Andoryu in the jungle. So VP are locking in the Arlot and the Granger. They want to avoid a potential combo there, but with the Arlot, it's an easy pickup for a Phoveus for Onyx.
It is. I'm genuinely worried because Arlot has been one of those like 26
Flip a coin.
Yeah, exactly. It's so coin flippy. 26 times pick, 10 times ban, 20% win rate. That's abysmal.
Against all odds, basically. But what we have seen from Arlots, yes, the win rate's like that, but we have seen some really good final slashes. But what we haven't seen is follow through after that. And so this is the case with any team that does pick up the Arla. It's like, are we in a position, whether that's in the early game, the mid game, the late game, to actually follow through with the potential of amazing setup potential? Because you can do it defensively, offensively, and that is always an option here. And for Onyx, you see what they're going with. They're already so durable. They already have so many movement options across the map, but they also get their gold laner early on. They get the Aerothel here.
Yeah. I think Virtus Pro just want to lean in on picking up the Fredrin, combo it with the Arlot, and then pick a really strong pick for Bober. Oh, I thought they go Fredrin first and then Farsa later, but okay, they want to make sure that Bober has a chance to bring Onyx to the Bob ER.
Absolutely. I think that this... It's strange to see because, again, why would you let Boxia through, right? Especially when Bober's, like, some of his priority picks is going to be the Kimmy in the first place.
Yeah.
So they came in with the mindset of, okay, there's a good chance we're not going to be playing this Kimmy, but we also want to take the flex pick in this Arla. It can be played by both Badcott and as well as Pluto. Most likely, I think it's going to go into the hands of Pluto. And here's where I get a little bit worried, right? So now how do they play the mid lane? They're getting rid of the Kadita. I'm hoping they also get rid of the Kimmy too, but at the same time, with Arlot on top of the Farsa, if Kimmy takes the Purify instead of a Flicker, there's a good chance that Bober is going to find solo kills with the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, I think it's a couple risks here on both sides that they have to take coming through this. And I also would say, like, you've seen a lot of the talk online about, Sans specifically and how they like to measure him up against the other mid laners right now, and that's always something you have to consider because isn't he like, I would say he's the only one to play some of these more pocket picks for the mid lane, despite the Kaguras that we saw, but this is the most pace. It's just Sans and his ability. Okay, they actually banned it out as I mentioned it. Yeah. So he's one of those players that has this hero pool to pick up. I mean, there's some smiles happening over there too from Onyx, but so what does this mean for Sans to pick up?
Just go Kimmy, right?
Yeah, I mean, Kimmy is going to be a little hard, right? Because at the end of the day, it boils down to what the duo is going to look like. And right now, they're more than Onyx is more than happy to see what that first pick on the second phase is going to be for VP. But I think that VP has made some good reads. I think they've also figured out that maybe the Onyx are working together. It's like they have the same analyst or something.
Yeah, it's like Onyx is Onyx.
I wonder why Super Friends decided to go for Kagura. I'm pretty sure Sans could do the same.
Yeah,
it's time for the gourd.
I think the only thing separating the two Onyx teams is a distance of 8 inches.
hey, at least minimum 6 feet apart, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so Glue gets locked in. No surprises here overall, but that means that Onyx has a significant punish, right? do they go for the farmers? If they do go into the farmers, keep in mind that they can get swept and hit by the feathered airstrike. So really, how much trust do they have in Lutfi as well as Kyrie to kind of create that space?
Just take an Eve here.
I guess it's all right.
Yeah. And there is that old relationship I remember from season 14 about how Arlott and Eve, it can be sometimes, yes, easy backline access for the Arlott, but then once you get there, it's like, what can I do?
Yeah.
It's like, she's CC immune with her ultimate up. So they do decide to go for the Kimmy as expected. Kalea locked in there for Kiboy. So it's a very good lineup for Onyx, plays to their strengths, nothing too crazy. You have multiple carries. You can allow Sans to be the carry from the early to mid. Great draft by Onyx.
Yeah, really, really smart stuff coming from Onyx side. I mean, I'm looking at particularly the Fredrin ban because they also recognize that if VP decide to like show what their jungler is going to be, especially if it's going to be the Fredrin, there's a very high likelihood that they won't be able to get away with as much. So really narrowing down the pool for the side of VP. What do they lift with?
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, a Hanzo up against a lineup that can easily access your jungle. It's a huge gambit.
Hey, the Nightmare.
A Nightmare. Oh yeah, living up to his name.
Living up to his name.
I don't think it's as bad as we think. I think he needs to start on the right side of the map. He needs to start on the correct side, quickly take away that buff so that even if he does get invaded, it is not too awful. It's a bit of a gambit here, right?
Yeah.
It's a 50-50 at level 1.
Well, let's see how it works out here. Virtus.pro shocking Onyx and us with a last pick Hanzo. Game number 1 for this best of 3 series between the champions of Indonesia and Virtus.pro, the champions of the wild card, who are still going on.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting. The first time you're seeing Hanzo on the international stage, and I think Endoryu is making a huge gamble for the early game. Keep in mind that their win against SRG boiled down to, I stole away your buff at level 1 because he made a correct prediction. Can he do it one more time, knowing that Onyx is going to be well prepared for this match here at MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup live in Riyadh? Let's see what buffs they start on. It looks like Endoryu is on his orange, facing off against Kyrie on the blue side, starting off on his purple. Same side of the map.
Is this the right side then? Is this way? Oh, whoa, over. Okay, this is the early action that we're all used to seeing. Pluto could be in trouble, taking a couple shots. He does walk away, gets stunned. 1 HP. Sans won't be able to get it. I don't know if Keyboy was really thinking about it. He has the flicker, but they'll go ahead and just, that's a start for them. They at least get a little bit of priority here. You can see what's happening around the jungle, though.
This is the correct side of the jungle to start for Endoryu. He knows that with the mid lane pushing up, Kyrie can instantly invade. But it really boils down to, can you make the correct decisions, right? Endoryu also, he's not immediately starting the vertical jungle in the first place. He quickly is taking away the neutral camps. He knows that he can't take absolutely everything, but at this point, he will take what he can get. Oh no, he's also going to be denied the crab. Endoryu knows he's going to be down in levels, especially when you're up against Kyrie, considering that the mid lane doesn't have that sort of pressure. He's going to depend on Lethal Wanderers. He's going to depend on River Crabs, ideally the EXP River Crab, which I'm pretty sure Endoryu, after this invade, is going to look for.
And so he's going on that side right now. This might be a play for them to make. It wasn't there. So does hit the level 4 anyway. And, you know, that's the thing. It's interesting that the Hanzo does come through, because when we saw it a few times, well, Kyrie's going to just make his way on up here. They zone them out. But when the Hanzo is popped up, I'm not sure so much, you know, over in Malaysia, but when it did pop up in the Philippines, there was times where it was good, but it was good at just a specific thing. Putting pressure, getting a pickoffs, and being able to convert a kill here. Bluto does take some damage. I don't think he escapes this time as first blood goes in the hands of Kyrie. Bad Caught now in trouble, zoned out by Loopy. Dark Wave to bring him back. There's the slams down for the Infernal Pursuit. They got the job done, and now the Turtle will slowly go down here as they take more just for Kyrie here.
Oh my god, Kyrie, dude, Onyx is so smart. Kyrie understands exactly what Endoryu wants to do. That's why they're trying to deny as many of the neutral creeps alongside the river as possible. Why he's rotating so early on when he could have continued his invasion down on bot side.
Oh, good use of the Tsunami Slam. Gonna bring him back. And Hentoria has no choice but to go back.
Yeah, at least they know that Keyboy doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, preventing potential dives on the bottom side of the map. And I think right now, Pluto, he's going to have to take so much damage, right? Because they want Bad Caught to good time up in the EXP side of things. He's going to be a prime target for Onyx to continuously attack. So, if we're talking about all-timers... Oh god, that caught.
They want to fight for this final slash. Used on Keyboy, but they just disengage. All that for the Lithwander.
Yeah, because Onyx is like, no, we're not letting Endoryu get to play the game.
Yeah.
We're going to take away all the river, then we're going to slowly start encroaching on your territory, steal away your green camps. If we get a buff, that's always good, but we don't mind you having the buff because Kyrie has already developed a level lead 3 minutes into the game.
That's so going back to what I was saying earlier with the Hanzo specifically, that's sort of, you know, one of the things is like, even if he's down at some point, you can actually still convert kills, but I think that is going to be difficult in our current meta. Because it has shifted a little bit here. He's going to do some hits to Kyrie. Soul Snatch not going to do anything on a tanky hero like this Baksha.
He does negative damage to Kyrie. Negative until he gets the Trinity build done. And I think that's the big issue, right? Kyrie literally knows that his base damage and his base health, his base defenses, everything about this Baksha hero is so nasty that he does not care. Sure, take away your buff. I don't care. I'll take everything around it. And eventually this is going to compound into a 2-level lead, getting closer to the 7-minute mark. But we'll see, right? Because Virtus Pro, they need to be very intelligent about their fights. So far, Lutpi is putting on quite the performance, right? He is able to not only handle bad caught in the lane, but is getting first motion as well.
With this turtle coming up, though, it looks like they're going to go for this rotation. So VP wants to fight. Tsunami Slam going to be able to find the target. Pluto could be in trouble here. Quite low and already. And Doru jumping in, has to return already. But with the final slash, Lupi gets dragged into it, but we'll get him with the Infernal Pursuit anyway. The worst target you want to follow you back to your body if you're this Hanzo.
Mad respect to Lutpi. He's getting a lot of important Infernal Pursuits up, but that Dark Wave usage is looking better from the last time we've seen him play this Fovia. So far, so good for Onyx ID as they continue their routes. This is only going to get more difficult for Andoryu, because every time he uses his ult, he needs to get some kind of resources from Onyx side. Ideally a battle spell, but most likely the max he can get is the Tsunami Slam. Because now Onyx ID, they recognize, okay, Andoryu's at that point where he's probably already finished his first item. If he goes for that second item, doesn't really matter to Kyrie. It's only the third item that matters. The person that they can punish is whoever doesn't have a Purify. In this case, Pluto.
Tsunami Slam again. Pluto getting caught. This is going to be time and time again when this happens. Every time the Tsunami Slam is up, Keyboy doesn't need the flicker to make it happen. And this is why we were talking about in the draft with the Arlots. It has not been a very good hero to pick up, just with the case of this. Even Keyboy taking a lot of shots here. He's actually just zoning out Super Igorka. So it looks like they'll get at least a tier 1 there. Keyboy does go down. They still fight for this. I think buff was secured.
Buff was secured, yes. Very nicely done by Kyrie, but they're going to re-engage.
Oh, they're going to re-engage. Pluto goes in with the final slash. He's able to find Sands. Sands goes down. A good pickup for Bulmer. And now, breaking it out, Lupi will join the fight with Severo as Badcott falls. They're still on this side of the jungle, but VP does find something in the exchange.
Beautifully played, honestly. Very beautifully played by Pluto. He knew that he was going to get compromised unless he makes a play of his own. Uses that Fit Flicker final slash to catch out Sans. Because keep in mind, the big volatile point for the side of Onyx ID really is Sans. He could have taken a Purify to try and protect himself, but no. Instead, now some arrows fine, right?
Oh, I thought they would get him, man.
I was about to eat my words there.
Yeah, Severo also taking a breath. Pluto in trouble again. Won't they be able to escape that as the Dark Wave brings him back? So even this, I guess this is just going to be the experience for Pluto. He's going to have to deal with this. Bober and then that Feathered Airstrike. Onyx wanted to go for it. Keyboy does have the Tsunami Slam, so Turtles up. This is going to be a free one for Onyx to take. They'll be 3 for 3 for the Turtles.
And Kyrie, despite the level lead that he had on Andoryu, Andoryu is not wasting any time. He is literally trying to find any bits of farm. He knows he cannot contest these neutral objectives until that Trinity is done. So now he's heading back up, and you can tell that he's even calling for his teammates to actually try and get information on what is still available in his jungle before he moves. If not, I think he would have, tried to clear bottom side as soon as possible.
So he's just in that position where it's like, let me get to my Trinity as fast as possible so that I can be a threat to maybe Severo. Oh, hold on. Bulmer. Oh, again, Severo comes in, pops off with a heavy crossbow. We'll be able to pick up a kill. Now Andoru trying to hold on to this tier 1 in the mid. They would use the final slash. Andoru goes back quite low. Kyrie around the corner, but Pluto to follow. Now the mid turret goes down. Badcott in trouble as well as a full force of Onyx. is in the jungle. VP has nothing to gain here.
All right, we need to pull up the item list. Why are they so tanky? Is it because Virtus Pro is too far behind, or are they already completed their second items? And it looks like they've completed. Oh my goodness. Ludwig and Severo have a ridiculous lead.
Okay, Keyboard could be in trouble. Oh, they're trying to run him down, and Dora has to return back to his body. So getting close. At least there's some progress there. But as they fall further behind, you know, you're 5,000 goal behind, you can only do so much if you're Andoryu, so you have to start relying on where else can we focus on. Super Igorka, has he had enough time to farm up? Pluto has had one hell of a time this Arlot, but he's still going for those plays. He's still trying to set up the final slashes. And honestly, at a certain point, it could just take one. Andoryu now on Luffy, but that's not the target you want to go for. Kairi might go ahead and re-engage this fight. Does fight Badcott, but Pluto, I don't think you want to commit to this one.
Yeah, right now, Onyx, this mid-game is so powerful. It's too strong. Their frontliners are just too thick. Kairi's only job is to make sure that Andoryu and the rest of the members of Virtus Pro are going to feel depleted of resources, right? He is supposed to be a giant sandbag, as Luptian as well as Severo have continuously found small advantages to get further ahead.
Well, they're going to start up the Lord here, half health already. VP trying to get here in time, but they're going to be way too late. So they'll just have to defend. Loopy does jump in, but again, they'll just force VP off of the jungle. They'll have to pull something amazing out to go ahead and defend. Again, they still have the shields. They can still clear things out. But Onyx, you know, they'll definitely be knocking on the base turrets here.
Bobber, he needs a third item.
Yeah.
We're seeing that Super Igorka at least finally gets that Malefic Roar, right? He's got the 3 item he needs, but he needs the big chunkies. He needs somebody who's able to apply damage, whether it be Andoryu, but he can only do it on one person at a time. But most importantly, Bobber, who again only has the glowing wand. Like, he needs more than this. At least the Holy Crystal, at least the Divine Glaive, something to kind of cut through the members of Onyx.
It's crazy. Again, you know, at this point, you only got that one item on the Farsa. Yeah, you can still do some damage with the Feathered Airstrike, but you're losing that advantage. Pluto, okay, uses the final slash. He's going to get tossed in, slammed down into the jungle as Pluto is gone for the 6th time. Lord is still up. The shields are in the mid and top are up. They'll clear out the Lord for now. Andorra's going to jump in, get a little bit of shots off. Soul Snatch isn't enough on Severo. So Onyx playing this 10k gold lead will now set their sights on the mid turret. VP still waiting for Pluto up. They might have to force them to fight anyway. Badcott taking a ton of damage. And Doro jumping in after they bring Sands forward. He gets out of there though. Still going to be shooting off as Badcott is stuck onto him. But Badcott just trying to buy time as he falls next. Onyx wins that one.
Yeah, Onyx has played the draft extremely well. The fact that they got Kalia for themselves is making sure that even if glue is able to stick onto you, it really doesn't matter, right? You can top them up. You can make sure that they stay alive in a lot of these fights. And Luffy, he's so tanky. He's 2-0-6 at this point, and he even has a Twilight armor purchased for himself, knowing that if you try and burst me down, good luck. I have natural damage reduction.
Yeah, it's looking really grim here already. You know, we've seen teams turn things around before, so we can't say that for VP it's completely done. But they've had to funnel so much into, you know, Andoryu to go ahead and catch up. He has maintained his levels. Even itemization-wise, he's okay. But when you have to go and put yourself in a position where it's like, we need to be able to defend our base, but then even your biggest artillery mage, Bulber, doesn't have the items. Oh, damn, Andoryu's gone. Gets caught out. A great response and find from Kairi.
I think this is a checkmate angle for Onyx ID, right? They can siege very, very well. They can guarantee ults coming in from Virtus Pro as soon as they get close to those inhibitor turrets. And now with the Lord spawning, right, there's no reason for Onyx to try and push any further. They'll let that wave build up on that top side. There's no point taking it as well. They want Virtus Pro to actually walk out from the base, walk out and try and contest for this, which again, they're probably not going to do. 9.4k lead, 12-2, like there's no reason to do so. They have to freeze it in front of their turrets as well.
Yeah, you're just going to see them just wait there. Well, never mind. They're going to go towards the jungle, maybe just to get the orange buff. They don't want to get caught out here, so it looks like that's going to be the case, at least to secure them a buff. I don't know how much that's going to help them on this defense, though. Massively behind, they're going to lose the purple. So for VP, they're in a tough position. I don't think they've had enough time. I don't think they've had enough options to get back in fighting form in this game. And Onyx, definitely with this Lord pushing in, will want to end the game here.
How bad of a mistake would Onyx have to make at this point? They would need Keyboy to use the Tsunami Slam on either Badcott or maybe Endoryu in his ghostly form, right? Yeah. Kyrie would be out of position. No, he would still be in the front. It's very difficult for him to be out of position, but that means that Sans and as well Severo need to get caught by the final slash after the Tsunami Slam.
See if they can pull it off. Lord still up, takes down the mid turret. Top turret still standing, and right now VP just trying to clear this out. Onyx doesn't want to push it just yet. They're going to wait for those waves. They weren't exactly the way they wanted to go ahead and sync up. They could still start a fight with Keyboy, but as they wait for these waves to go ahead and push in to take this next base turret up top down, the wave down bot still quite a far away. There's the flicker forward. Go get the Tsunami Slam. Endoryu, the final slash was already used, but Endoryu trying to run back to heal up. Pluto's gone, Badcott's gone. The next target is the base as Onyx looks to end the game in a swift manner. Under the 14-minute mark, they'll clean things up and take game one.
Wow, this is a really scary Onyx. A good draft, but the tactical precision in this game was ridiculous. They were waiting for the right conditions, and it was all banking on the fact that Pluto is playing on an Arlet, but he's also using Flicker, and he's the main reason why they would either win or lose, and they wanted to guarantee that it was going to be a win.
Yeah, that pretty and as expected because of the draft picks, what Virtus.pro ended up with at the center of the map. Onyx, it was up to them to not drop the ball on this one, and as you mentioned, they were just so precise. No rotation, skill, and commitment wasted. They were looking for trades, they were looking for sure wins, and they got it every single time. There was not much Virtus.pro could do at the map.
Lutpi is playing today really hot. I gotta give it to him. You know, some of the past couple of days, people have been quite questioning whether he can get back into form, and I think that Lutpi is still looking very, very nice. But the tactical supremacy of Onyx, making sure that the river was an uncontestable point. The starting point for Endoryu was good, but the adaptation from Kyrie, foreseeing if he started on this side, what value can he take to generate a level lead early on? 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, again, you can, from these highlights, you see just how much of a struggle it was from the beginning, and towards the end there for VP, it was very one-sided for Onyx, and I think that's the best way to put it. It was just such a tactical execution from the lineup that they had. They layered things really well, and the fact that you have pretty much this innate tankiness in this lineup between Lutpi on the Phoveus and then Kyrie on the Baksha just gives you so many options to throw yourself at VP.
Yeah, they threw themselves in such a way that it was just, everything was so calculated that for Virtus.pro, again, it's when your roamer is losing and dying that frequently, it is difficult for all parts of the map, especially when your glue is your secondary roamer. Dare I say, in lineups like these, he sort of eventually evolves into the main roamer of the team. But with the Arlot so behind, that means the glue will just eventually get taken down as well, because the other team has already gotten so much farm, so much items, and this continues this trend of really great Kimi games for day number 5.
Yeah, no, I think that Sans and Keyboy played a strong game. It was on the onus of both Bobber as well as Badcott to really kind of hold out. And I think we didn't get to see much of that, right? Even Badcott was actually honestly, the fact that he was losing lane to the Phoveus was interesting enough, because he only started losing as soon as Lutpi got that first initial point. He found a good trade against Badcott, forced him into level 3, level 4 scenario, and then immediately Lutpi made impact on first turtle fight.
Yeah, a lot of this, even down to Bober struggling. Like he had, just at the end, he picked up the Divine Glaive, but he had that one item for the longest time. Like the Feathered Airstrikes weren't even doing anything to this composition from Onyx. So, you just lose so much of that firepower, and you're forced in these situations where you also have a very specific plan with the jungler that they brought up for the Hanzo. And even then, it's like, who does he go for? Because he's going on Kyrie, he's going on Lutpi. It's like you're not going to be able to, even with the Trinity, easily get those pickoffs that we usually see from Hanzos.
There needs to be a bit of a, at this point, desperate shift in priorities for Virtus.pro in terms of the draft. At first I get like, okay, pick up the Farsa earlier, but then they needed a much stronger pick for the side of Endoryu, knowing that they were already going up against Baksha at that point was most likely going to the jungle. So hopefully we get to see Virtus.pro recalibrate, because at this point there's not much to say for Onyx to fix. It's at this point it's just like, You're doing great, honey. Just keep it up. Like, there's nothing much that you need to change. You guys are doing great. Everything is going right for them.
I mean, I don't know if great is the word. I feel like VP, they need to pick their poison at this point, right? Because it's clear in the draft that they're most worried about Mr. Kyrie himself, you know? The handsome jungler himself, import of a lifetime, amazing pickup from Onyx ID from years ago, considered to be one of the best. But he is flexible. That's the problem. There's a lot of faith in the side laners, in Severa, in Lutfi, and I think that BP, if they're going to go for anything, trust that Endor you can go toe-to-toe in Kyrie mechanically because their side laners need to have a leg up on their opponents.
All right. I think we've already gotten to iron out the things that Virtus Pro need to work on. We're going to discuss it a little bit more here, but before we move on with the draft, we have a very special guest with Eterna right now. It's Delar.
Thank you, casters. We're here with General Delarski. He's in the building right now.
Hello, guys.
Hello, guys. Kumusta?
Okay lang.
Good. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say something complicated, and I was just about to say I don't speak Tagalog. I was just kidding. But anyway, it looks like both Onyx are now fighting for their tournament lives here, going through the lower brackets, 2-1, and they might not even come out of this alive. Right now, it's looking good for Onyx ID, but were you there for the preparations that they went through before MSC group stages?
Yeah, at that time I'm there, especially in their boot camp. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. That's
you don't want to explain anything else?
Kayaknya
help me.
Kaya biasa doang gitu. Preparation niya kaya di PH gitu.
Why are you speaking in Indo? Now I have to translate. He said it was normal training that went through when they were in Indonesia because they were there for like a couple weeks, right? So what was that like specifically? Like, did they do like synergy training, or was it just purely scrims?
I think in terms of in-game like strategy, I think they are almost same. But in terms of outside game, like mereka ganyaman banget gitu. Kayak ganyaman kalau makanan di Indo kayak gitu.
Oh, jadi, they weren't comfortable with the food.
Yeah.
So Onyx PH didn't like Indonesian food.
They also like, but it's different from if kalau kamu comfortable kan. Kaya lebih bagus performance na gitu.
Okay, but it's different food from the Philippines, and that's why they weren't performing as well because of the food. Lars, stop making, you're confusing me so much. We're gonna start speaking in Tagalog very, very soon. But what is your personal confidence level for both Onyx right now to make it to knockouts?
I think right now they are different and they are really prepared, especially game 1. Their lineup is really good. It's so hard to beat that lineup.
What about for Onyx PH? Do you think that they're gonna make it to knockouts too?
Yeah, kayaknya kemarin ako lihat mereka mukanya kaya langsung mahumain gitu. Jadi kayaknya mereka mau balas dendam gitu.
So he's quite confident for Onyx PH because looking at the expressions, they seemed like they were really ready to do their next matchup. Yeah. So that will be against Homeboys.
Yeah.
So you think it will be Onyx PH moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's an easy game.
Oh, easy game. You think it's going to be an easy game? Do you think it's good for them that they had to go through this lower bracket run?
Yeah, for kalau dari ako, yeah. Bagus kalau ada kaya moment gitu biar lebih panas gitu.
Okay, so he thinks that it's good that they went to the lower bracket so they're more heated, they're warmed up for their next upcoming battles, perhaps in the knockouts if they do make it through. Now, which team do you think would pick Onyx from the 2-0 bracket? You're aware of how things are going to go in the knockouts, right? So 2-0 teams will be able to pick from the 2-1 pool. Do you think that there's a particular team that stands out to pick out Onyx?
Kayaknya nggak ada suaranya. Onyx itu ngeri banget, especially kalau di playoffs gitu.
Oh, okay. So he thinks none of the teams will actually choose to pick either Onyx because there's specialties when it comes down to
playoffs.
See, you understand English. He's making me work, man, Dlarsky. So, do you have a message for Onyx ID right now who is still fighting for their tournament lives?
Semangat aja, soalnya mereka udah tahu ngapain apa gitu. Jadi semangat dan I will always support you.
So just keep fighting because they already know what to do anyway. So he just wants to share good luck towards them. But what about Onyx PH?
Onyx PH, semangat, especially Kelra. Soalnya dia sekarang lagi ada sakit kan. Jadi semangat dan cepat sembuh. Yes.
But you're giving an Indonesian... You don't.
Itu dia bisa ngerti. Kellernya
Okay,
bisa
Keller
ngerti.
can speak Indo now.
Yeah, dia
So
bisa.
technically, what he was saying was. Good luck to everyone, especially Kellera, because right now he's not feeling very, very well. So hopefully he can bounce back in the next upcoming match. You really like ngerjain me ya? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll kerjain you.
Harus.
Okay, I'll ask you one more thing before we go. Why do you think that in this meta, it's so easy to go for comebacks?
Indo meta.
Right now in this meta.
Yeah, in this
It's so
meta.
easy for comebacks.
Soalnya rata-rata tim kayak mainnya kayak brawl gitu.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's because of the brawl style meta
Yeah.
that is happening right now.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Larsky, for making me work. I appreciate you. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters to see who will be able to head to the knockouts.
Let me just explain what happened. That was a Filipino who spoke more Indonesian in that interview than our Indonesian reporter in the English broadcast. If that isn't proof of we have totally become a global game, I don't know what is. Fantastic interview by Eterna and Delar. They're always great to hear from Delar.
That's truly the ASEAN spirit here.
Yeah.
Not just Asian, this is ASEAN through and through. I don't know when he gave up his Filipino passport for the Indo one, but hey, that's just me. I'm just going to make an assumption.
I feel a little inadequate now because I can only speak a little bit. No, I'm fluent in Filipino.
You are? I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that to you on the English broadcast.
Champagne.
Yeah, I think we are actually a multilingual table.
Yeah,
We got
yeah.
English, Filipino, Bahasa.
Sana
What else?
all, dude.
I wish that was a sticker in game.
Yeah.
Just show your face. Sana all, dude. All right. So as we talk about and wish for the stickers that we had in game and those voice lines, I think it's now down to discussing the draft, because clearly after game number 1, heading into it, though there was a very specific window for that Hanzo to work out which side he would go for, Onyx responded to it very well. I think Virtus.pro cannot go for crazy ideas here. They really need to double down on some fundamental picks that gives them a bigger chance of being able to outplay Onyx.
I mean, starting with not having to ban so many of the junglers, to be fair, and or you can play these types of junglers too, it is hurting them indirectly. That's what I personally feel. But again, Kyrie is such a big driving force as to, like, if we can narrow him down to just the utility, maybe we can give an option. But now they've adjusted, right? We're seeing that there is going to finally be that Boxia ban, which might open up some options for Bober. But here we go. First picks, 1-1 goes through.
Yikes. I think just say that now. Yikes.
I was going to say, wow. The 1-1, which we're usually seeing banned out, goes first pick over here for Onyx. So, and we know this is a power pick for them too. They can go ahead and play into. Now, VP, what do they do with this? Because there's also really good options for them to pick up here on this first swing. Yep. You still have the Phoveases. You still have the Kalea if they wanted to. I'd love to see them take the Kalea. I think they'd have a better time on that for Pluto. But they do take the Phoveas away from Lutby, and then they pick up the Kimmy as well, which is, again, there's so many good options.
Yeah.
Maybe those are the best two for them.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking into the 1-1, you really need a good balance of crowd control and damage, whether it's scaling or pokes initially. I think VP now are still having to decide whether or not they will go through with their tanky fighter junglers, or this might force Andorio to consider picking up an assassin. Because the 1-1 is such a high-profile target, you need down fast.
They're going to go with the Fredrin this time around alongside with the Kalea. Interesting to say the least that at least for Lutby, I thought they might want to consider getting the glue early on, but that would just close out the very first phase for Onyx side, right? So they want to make sure that they can dig a little deeper for Lutby. I don't think Arlet is going to get touched this game in particular, which begs the question, what does he play at this point for the EXP line? Is he looking to sandbag? I mean, Uranus is still on the table, and I think that's totally fine for a lineup like this. But they need a mid laner that has some form of damage. We're going to see, once again, it's going to be the Granger for the side of a Super Igorka. Now we go into the second phase. What does the bans look like? I'm guessing the Farsa is going to go. Yeah. Are there any other mid laners that they should be worried about?
Kadita.
What was it say?
Considering
Kadita?
that it's Onyx and it's Sands.
Maybe they do Farsa Kadita.
Farsa Kadita.
Won't that be leaning a little bit too much to the mid lane bans, though?
That's the thing.
I mean,
that's the
previously
thing.
they did Farsa Kagura.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I'm okay with Kadita in particular because at least then you don't get punished too hard by things like Phobias. You have ways to kind of like get in and out of the fights without, you know, getting jumped on by the Infernal Pursuit. Like, for an example, Kagura is like, yeah, I got hella mobility, but I'm just adding more charge to the Phobias passive anyways.
If VP suddenly show up with an unexpected mid lane ban similar to like a Valentina, we might be expecting a Tigreal pick down the line for them. But again, that's just a very specific scenario.
I don't think it's that bad. Oh, the Gatora's already banned out from Onyx side. It's going to hurt VP a lot. I want to see them play something like Cho. But the only problem is that like your key targets would be, usually most of the time it's going to be like the mid lane on top of the gold laner. But with Wanwan, it's pretty impossible to freely get a kick. Hilda gets banned. Are they going to do it again? Are they going to try and go for the Hanzo one more time?
A little bit too greedy, yeah.
I hope not.
Got Creamy Granger. No.
Yeah. Creamy Granger and then something like a Hanzo. Because even we saw that in the last game, like a lot of the resources they went to Andoryu because, you know, they were just so far behind and it made Bober have a really hard time building up on the Farsa. So I don't know, I would like to see them, I don't know if they want to do utility versus utility. We know that Andoryu is capable of that. You can see there is a Hayabusa being banned out though.
Yeah, it's like wolves in their ear or something. It's crazy. It's crazy how accurate these bans are. Very targeted against VP's side. And especially, it's a really good read when you see the Hilda come through. Almost immediately after the Farsa. So let's see now. How is this going to go? Because the mid and as well as gold is already predetermined by VP, right? So do you want to show off your jungler now and then wait until the very end to see what your support's going to be? Or do you just lock in your support now and tell Onyx, like, whatever, pick whatever you want? Because there's really not a lot of options in terms of the jungle at this point.
Yeah.
All of them are actually kind of bad. You go lane, you're going to get picked up. You go, what?
Wow.
What?
I mean, you did mention the Cho earlier for the crowd control. The other hero that does what Cho does in terms of getting vision is the Grok, but that's going to be tough against what the Onyx bringing to the table now. They go for the Lapu Lapu for loot B.
Are they going to play Uranus jungle or something?
For VP?
For VP.
Yeah, they might be leaning towards it.
Because this Grok is interesting. It's a bit of a hit or miss, right? Because if Kalia sticks on top of you, she literally waits for you to, you know, wait for your power of nature to time out, then just grab you. That's the big problem. It's a great disengage to, wow, Valentina from Onyx side.
They want the wild charge too, man.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's why I was thinking Virtus Pro would even want to consider a Valentina bad earlier. But, okay, Onyx.
I don't get it. Why would they compromise the mid lane like this? They could have gone for the Kadita anyways and it should have been fine.
I feel like that's also just a confidence pick. You get a second setter alongside that Kalea and the Lapu. You have 3 setters now, essentially, for the side of Onyx. I think this feels like Sans telling Coach, hey, I'm not bothered by the trading. I'll be okay.
I would have preferred like a Yeve or something. Create a box. Yep, there we go. The Uranus jungle at the very end. Oh, this one's really tough.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of VP's draft here, though. I think it's going to be hard to pull off. And like you said, there's a lot of crowd control options for Onyx to utilize.
If somehow, some way, Virtus Pro gets a much better early game compared to Onyx here, they get to punish them. If they get to lock down Sans, who might just be more susceptible to overstepping as he is a Valentina, this could be good for VP. A lot of possibilities to consider. So Gideon, Naisu, you guys have to take over.
Yeah, thank you, Remar. Oh, this is match point for Onyx Indonesia. VP. Really interesting draft. We could see the Uranus coming through eventually. I don't think they wanted to go for it, especially when you're up against that Fredrin. Sure, you're thinking about the Hanzo being that late game carry to get you through the end, but it's that mid game that's going to be a huge problem. Right now, the onus is on Onyx ID to try and close out this game a little earlier than we would have liked. The scaling is not bad from the side of Virtus Pro. Let's jump right into this game. Onyx Indonesia on the blue side facing off against Virtus Pro on the red side, fighting for tournament lives.
It's going to be, once again, a interesting showcase because so far, statistically, this Uranus in the jungle has not been too hot. Actually, just in general, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, struggled, and this is going to take some work for Virtus Pro to make this composition work. It's been a long time since we've seen the Grok come into play too, but Pluto maybe will have a more of a, I guess, a better time on the Grok if he can get the setups in comparison to the Arlot where you're just throwing yourself at them. But I think either way, with the Kalea across from you, you're going to have it's not going to be fun.
Wait, let's see who wins that retry battle. No, go back to the retry. Yeah. Let's keep our eyes on this. Who wins this one? This is so important for Andoryu. And it's Kyrie who wins it out.
Didn't win it out. Jump into Andoryu. He's pretty tanky. Gets cut off. Whoa, Sans. Oh, and hell, and Andoryu's gone too. Kyrie will pick up a kill. This is devastating for VP.
Yep, and even Bobber ended up dying. That's why this was so important for, oh my god, Keyboy nearly died there. This was so important for Andoryu to win out in that retry battle against Kyrie, because there's no leaving this, right? Battle spells are still available for both Sans and Keyboy, who again, were struggling to wrestle for control against Bobber and as well as Pluto, but knowing that they already used the battle spells early on, I think Sans, he's playing a mean Valentina game against Bobber.
Yeah, very tough to go down that early because, you know, as we were talking in the draft too, it's like, yeah, it's a Valentina, but Sans, the way he's playing, he doesn't care. He's willing to go for the trades. Does have a level 4, so he can go ahead and take one of these ultimate. He did take the wild charge. Fight for the first turtle, gonna break out. Sans getting a position. There's the jump throw from Loopy. He'll take out Bobber already. And still with the Infernal Pursuit, but Andoryu will get the turtle. But Embracer's Wrath will come down on multiple. Still going for it. Sans gets taken out. Now Keyboy and Kyrie also. Loopy goes down. This is a fight all for VP. A triple kill for Andoryu.
Beautifully played. That's what we want to see from Badcott. At a sliver of his health, he turns it around, and Pluto finally hitting the level 4 just in time for the big turnaround against Onyx Indonesia. You can see that right now, Andoryu, this is why Uranus is a big problem, especially when your opponents don't have the raw burst damage to 100 to 0 him. If he's able to linger around in these fights, now with the lead against Kyrie, 2 levels might I add, he will get right in front of his face.
So this is what we're going to see here. He's actually going to be a nightmare in the early game. So Kyrie does get his orange. It's going to be fine with that, but Andoryu will take more from Kyrie. And like we mentioned, you know, this is a different start for VP that they definitely needed in game 2.
Bobber sacrifices a little bit of his own life and even a death to make sure that Andoryu tries to get ahead, get the retry out of Kyrie early so they can start invading consistently. And now, winning that scenario and getting 3 kills, Andoryu is significantly ahead of Kyrie at this point of time. What helps is that Pluto, this is when Grok actually gets good. Most of the time, Groks from behind don't make a difference unless he times his wild charge to cancel out a majority of abilities in these 5v5s. But now he's able to walk up into enemy territory, force Kyrie to use that retribution, which works in Andoryu's favor.
He goes in with a flicker right into the wall for Sans. That wild charge used and a flicker down. So Sans has his own wild charge now. They know the timing on this for Pluto, so he's not going to have that for this next turtle coming up.
I hope Sans, he might want to reconsider taking, instead of the wild charge, but actually stealing away the traction pulse coming in from Bobber, because he also gets to steal the auto attacks plus that passive, which works in his favor.
Yeah, they could approach that fight this way. They're going to be the ones to start up the turtle here. So still no wild charge just yet for Pluto. They'll play into this anyway. A Tsunami Slam on Andoryu. He's so tanky, though. They have to commit so much. He does go down, and Kyrie gets the turtle. Crossbow of the Tang going to be popped off. Loopy will clean up the kill on Pluto. And now they have the advantage here, numbers-wise. Badcott jumps in, trying to keep them at a disengage. He's going to go in for more. Darkwave will catch Loopy, and Loopy, with the rest of the team, will be able to get away.
They couldn't chase any further. Really nicely played by Loopy, right? He jumps in with the bravest fighter. He's right on top of Pluto. He makes sure that Bobber has to respect the distance, but he throws the stun backwards onto Andoryu so he doesn't slip away, because Kyrie was locking him down. He was about to run out of CC. Keyboy already used his resources as well. So nicely played for the side of Onyx Indonesia as they punch back, but the gold lead is still not theirs just yet. It's very close, and it's a struggle between the two teams.
Yeah, they did take away that minor lead that VP was holding on to. 1.5k plus a conceal, and Pluto goes in with a wild charge. We'll see if they respond. A Tsunami Slam, not going to connect that Keyboy was looking for. Still, the double purifies are still up here too. Bulber still in the mid lane. They'll keep it together. They lose that turret up top by trying to make this play. I think they want to trade here for the macro. They want to take this tier 1 on the bottom side, and VP puts in the work. They'll get the objective.
They want to, but that was a bit of a mistake coming in from Keyboy. He could have timed his Tsunami Slam a little bit later because he ended up picking up Pluto, right? Super Igorka doesn't lose his Purify, and Pluto still had the anti-CC because he was close to the wall with the power of nature. So well played by Pluto, and I think that at this point, Onic Indonesia are recognizing, okay, Virtus Pro are here to play. We got to make sure that we win out these scenarios. We don't have as much of a lead that we did in game number 1, but if we're going to come back into this, we need to make sure that Severo is having a good time. His next item, Power Spike, is on the way. He's already got the Wind Talker. As soon as he gets 2 items, we might consider making a play of our own.
Okay, so with that turret going down, we'll see some changing of lanes here too. Severo just trying to get as much as gold as possible. We already saw it in the previous fight. Once he gets that crossbow tank airtime up, he is in a good position. Kyrie getting a little more defense, picks up the Antique Harass. Now this turtle is up. It's been 1-for-1 for both teams here. This will be the fight, the face-off for this third one.
They have to dance around for now, and Doryu is coming in. He's got a level lead on Kyrie.
Would be over here on the backside. There's a Tsunami Slam. Gonna go for Bad Cop. Bad Cop jumps on it. Severo's in trouble. Does get the crossbow of Tang off though. Turtle's already secured. Sans still alive, able to get Bad Cop. And now Andoryu on the run. I don't think they're gonna chase him. 2 fell for VP. Everyone's still alive for Onic. But the turtle did go to Virtus Pro.
Well played to both squads. Wow, that was almost a clean engagement coming in from Virtus Pro's side. You can see the idea, right? Backhawk gets yoinked. Bober, he's trying to like create a little bit of space, but Pluto, most importantly, seeing the opportunity, sees the intersection between the Tsunami Slam and more importantly, Severo walking up close to try and make it happen. The damage was there. They needed a little bit more damage from Badcoat to secure that kill, but now this is where it gets dangerous, right? The counter engagement from Lukby stopping the angles from not only Bober and actually finding a kill onto him, but denying Super Igorka the Death Sonata shots.
Yeah, Loopy's been doing work still on this Lapu Lapu, really finding the angles. And you know, at this point in the game, when you have this and you're waiting for that first lord to come up in a minute, you just kind of scrape up as much as you can for both sides here to be in a better position to fight for it. But it's been a lot of the decision-making for both sides. You can see this conceal is going to be used. I don't think they catch anyone. Keyboy's job might also just to be, if they can get some battle spells out before that objective take, that's going to be helpful for them. But good trade up here. They'll get another turret as Andoryu takes up the tier 1 on the top side. And that's good for VP. They need this. They need the space to work with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, and Doryu naturally trying to pull attention to himself. He is, well, unfortunately right now Onic is walking as a squadron, right? Nobody's kind of solo laning by themselves. They're making sure that they have the most amount of coverage while still having options to regroup in case things get bad, because they know Severo is pretty slippery naturally, right? They have to commit flickers if they want to guarantee CC onto Severo's side. However, Lukby, if he decides to go split up on its own, there's a good chance that Virtus Pro is not going to let that slide for free, right? They're probably going to time it to make sure that he doesn't have the bravest fighter or force him to use it early to initiate for another fight as this Lord spawns.
It's up now. Look at the information that they need, and you can expect Onic to go ahead and take position. And Doryu still working on his purple. He does secure it, so he'll make his way. I'm not sure if Kyrie's going to want to grab his. The conceal is going to be used. There's a Tsunami Slam, but the engage on Lutfi as well. Mid lane still going to be breaking out. Crossbow Tang isn't close enough to take down Andoryu, but still, Severo finally goes down, and Lupi was chasing Andoryu, but doesn't have enough to burn through this Uranus pick. And now he's in a bad position. He's going to get cut off from the team, and it's Onic that loses 2 in the fight.
Yeah, the execution from Onic, very close, but not enough. Super Igorka played that well. Same goes for Bobber. The fact that both of these two didn't die, and they were able to not only get the space, but find the counter engage against Onic ID. Sans got chunked out the entire time he was going into that wild charge form. Super Igorka was making sure that its damage was applied well.
Oof. And Doryu just showing he is the nightmare right now of Kyrie, taking more from the jungle. And Kyrie is still a couple levels behind here. Sans has been holding on to this wild charge throughout the game. We'll see how they go ahead with this defense. They've lost some turrets. Now they got to deal with this Lord pushing in, and VP finding themselves in a good position to start getting towards the base of Onic. Again, with this being the first Lord, most likely just gets close to the base. I think it's still going to be cleared out even before we get to the shields here, but VP fighting in the position, fighting with the fact that we have this tanky front line to handle things. And it's more so just keeping Super Igorka alive too. So he's done a great job with positioning in a lot of these fights.
It really, yeah, it really does come to whether or not you can take out the carries from inside of Virtus Pro.
Oh, Conceal just to take him off the tier 2. Keyboy has initiated a lot of the fights too. I think now you really have to consider who he grabs with the Tsunami Slam here.
It's too tough because he doesn't have an ideal target. The ideal target's already a Purify, which they can't force out, by the way. But like, you catch Bad Card, he's got that Vengeance, right? DR is one of the most powerful stats in the game already, and Pluto has natural anti-CC, so not a lot of value to find.
Again, Keyboy jumps on in. He's going to go for the Tsunami Slam anyway. Under the base turret, Badcott pops the Vengeance of the Winner's Crown. Loopy jumping in the fray of all. Badcott finally goes down to Loopy, looking for the target on Super Igorka, as Sands will clean it up. And now with the numbers advantage, they're going to force VP to disengage. Onyx on the defense, and they still hold on to the base turret.
Beautifully played here. Really good stuff. They saw that background was getting kind of like uncomfortably low, so that's when Keyboy takes advantage of the scenario. Even through the Vengeance, he just didn't have enough health currently at that point of time to survive. And I mean, to be fair, the Winter Crown was a really good call, but Severo, smartly enough, not just throwing everything at him, right? He didn't commit the crossbow Tang just yet. He waited it out, and that's when we see the big turnaround.
See if they still hold on to this mid turret too. So you gotta say, like, Virtus' pro lineup, though, what they have for this composition keeps them in a pretty good fighting form. It doesn't really matter that they lost that Gold Lead that they had. Onyx ID still has to be very peculiar in how they approach these fights, because once again, like we've seen, if you get that Tsunami Slam or these setups on the wrong targets and you're not able to get to Super Igorka, then you're gonna be at a disadvantage with just how tanky right now Virtus Pro seems to be.
Yeah, if Game 1 was about tactical supremacy, Game 2 is about team fight prowess. And I think it's hard, right? Because Virtus Pro have a much easier style of composition to play. And I think Pluto, you can tell by his mechanics on this Grok. Yes, Grok is simple, but the timings, his reaction time is so good, making sure that he doesn't get punished too hard, even though we've seen many, many times there's an overload of CC.
It's Crucial Lord here to take. They'll go ahead and back off of it. They know Endoryu is right around the corner, and this is not just a Lord that they can go ahead and start up, but they're going to start with a Tsunami Slam anyway on Pluto. Pluto gets terrified and knocked up. He's gone, but Loopy's going to be the follow, so the 1-for-1 for now. Keyboy on the run, and Kyrie. They don't want to force this fight. Sand's still holding on to the wild charge. They'll heal back up, and Doryu healthy as well with the rest of VP. So it's a 4v4, the XP for the Roam. How do they approach this fight here?
Suns could have a flank angle.
Oh, Keyboy.
He's lost his conceal, but he's got no Tsunami Slam. I don't see this happening.
Doryu so tanky. Sans going in with a wild charge. If he can pull it off, he's going to get stunned. He goes forward. Still pops it off, but Sans is gone. Not the window that he was looking for. You saw the idea there, but it failed drastically, and now Virtus Pro gets themselves the Lord.
The hell was that? He had multiple different lines to wild charge to almost guarantee hitting multiple people. I mean, he held it for like a decent amount of time, but he doesn't have the base health to tank as long as he would like to, and that just didn't make much sense. I mean, Kyrie even engaged for him to create that angle as well.
Yeah, the wild charges seem to be hit or miss on both sides. Pluto didn't even really get to set up the way that he wanted to. But ultimately, Virtus Pro comes out on top of it. They've got themselves this Lord to push in with now. This is going to go ahead and charge into the base. So we'll see how they approach this. Onyx ID on the back foot.
They're going to start the siege. I want to see where this wall placement is coming in from Pluto. Okay, it's not too bad. Still looking for an opportunity. So here comes the traction pulse, but no, I don't see the engagement angle just yet. And so far, Virtus Pro, very good at utilizing this lore, but they cannot guarantee more than one inhibitor, right? Because if they want to get a second one, they're going to have to engage pretty hard to force the fight against Onyx.
Well, they still have this wave now in the mid lane. Not sure if they'll force the situation from Onyx. There's a Tsunami Slam. They're going to choose the fight. They get the immortality to go ahead and pop. Actually, Endoryu is gone, and now back out of trouble too. Sans goes in with that wild charge. They get the double. They'll find him in the mid lane. Onyx looks to run him down. Super Gorka trying to win, pops the win of nature. Severe on the 1v1. He gets the triple and goes on through the wipeout Virtus Pro. And Onyx ID with plenty of time will now focus on this tier 2. You still have more than 10 seconds for Badcott to be up.
Oh my god.
Can they run it down mid?
They're going to try. The next wave is going to spawn. Their wave clear is okay. It's not the greatest, but Keyboy is taking on purpose and they're looking to close it out.
Onyx ID, after the fight, after the wipeout, will take the chances for Virtus Pro. They'll get the sweep.
What a game this has been. I wasn't expecting that was the fight to determine it all, but Keyboy is like, I'm not gonna let this minion die. I'm gonna put this final nail in the coffin and move on from the knockouts.
A heartbreak and a nightmare for the members of Virtus Pro as Onyx in one fight, in one moment, completely flipped the script and the story around. A valiant effort by the representatives from EECA, from MCC, but the veteran wiles of Onyx eventually give them the win over VP, punishing Virtus Pro a little bit too deep in that mid lane turret.
Very mature Super Gorka. I mean, it must be an emotional ride for Bobber Backcorn as Pluto and as well as Endoryu.
Yeah.
Again, deep heartbreak because there were so many moments in that game where they were in control, that they were executing better than Onyx Indonesia, which is a very big statement for a team like Virtus Pro. This is their first debut and they felt like they had hope.
If this went into a game number 3, I would have been shaking for Onyx because they look really good here, Virtus Pro. What we discussed and suggested them to do, to just focus on the fundamentals and the basics and see if you can outplay Onyx. And multiple times in this game number 2, they were outplaying them.
I gotta say it again, very intense match. I honestly thought we were going to a game 3, but you gotta give props to Virtus Pro. Their entire journey, like we've been saying, leading in this matchup, and then they do this. Game 2 against the champions from Indonesia. Fantastic performance, and it's unfortunate they have to bow out.
Now, though, we have to listen in from Gila Sans, from Onyx, the victors.
Thank you so much, casters. Another Indonesian representative here goes through from the MSC group stages into the knockouts. Congratulations, Sans. And he said that he will conduct this interview in English.
No, Indo.
No. Indo. Okay. I'll help you translate, okay? So, Sans, coming into this, it hasn't been a smooth journey for Onyx. It went, up and down. Even in game number 2, it felt like you were a little bit struggling there in the early stages. What happened with Onyx?
Yang sebenarnya nggak kenapa-kenapa sih, emang di game 2 kita ada emang kesalahan dikit juga, terus di turtle pertamanya emang kita ada kepleset sedikit, jadi dia membawa game ke mid game, ke late game kita bisa tahan, dan alhamdulillah dia ada bikin mistake juga dan kita bisa ngatasin itu, jadi bisa sampai menang.
Panjang ya? Okay, so he said everything is actually okay, but they did make a little bit of a mistake in the early game. But as soon as they went to Turtle, they were able to stave off the pressure coming in from VP into the mid game. And then what else did you say? Oh yeah, so basically that's what he said. So it's not that there's anything wrong with Onyx, it's just the journey that they had to undergo up until this point. Now, coming to the knockouts, are you aware of the format? Ngerti formatnya nggak? Jadi kan kamu 2-1, jadi nanti kamu akan dipilih sama 2-0.
Sebenarnya aku siap dengan siapapun itu, dan aku harap tim Liquid bakal pilih kita dan semoga dia pilih kita.
Okay, so he hopes that Team Liquid will be the ones to actually choose them coming to the knockouts. Sans, why? Kenapa?
Nggak kenapa, emang gamenya kemarin seru, jadi pengen lagi.
Oh, he said the game yesterday was really fun, so he wants to redo it again. Is there something that you want to redo better? Ada sesuatu yang mau mengulang dari game itu?
Sebenarnya nggak ada sih, emang pengen ketemu dia lagi aja. Yang tadi aku bilang emang gamenya seru sama kalau lawan tim Liquid.
Okay, so he just wants he thinks that the match was really fun, and so he wants to redo it just as a general scale. Now, earlier on, I got to interview Dlarsky, and he mentioned that Onyx PH will have an easy match. Do you agree with this?
Nggak tahu juga sih, soalnya aku lihat Om Boys juga lumayan, jadi ya aku lihat aja, aku pengen nonton juga.
Oh, he thinks that he doesn't really know what to expect because he does think that Homeboys will put up a really good fight. And he's actually really excited to watch it. So no predictions.
Kalau prediksi tetap Onyx.
Okay, so with predictions, it's still Onyx, but he knows that Homeboys will put up a good fight. Any message maybe to the 2-0s who might have to think about picking you later? Ada message nggak buat tim-tim yang akan menunggu untuk memilih nanti setelah group stage ini?
Apa sih? Nggak ada sih. Cuman aku berharap tim Liquid bakal pilih kita.
Okay, it's no message. He just wants TLPH. Please choose us. Yes. Do you have a message maybe for a special someone at home?
Ya buat mama aku juga yang selalu dukung nonton dari jauh. Terima kasih, dan buat pacar saya juga yang selalu setia nontonin saya juga. Terima kasih semuanya, dan teman-teman dekat saya juga. Thank you semuanya.
Alright, thank you so much. We're gonna throw it over back to our casters.
Terima kasih, Kak.
Always great hearing from Sans, and wow, that is one of the first times we've actually heard a team just go, Liquid, please pick us for knockouts.
They were having too much fun, and they want to continue that same energy. This is what I'm talking about, the Yeb effect, right? It's all about good vibes, good times.
Hey, did you hear the excitement at the end of the match, though, too? You know, that is good times.
Real quick, I just want to say, right now, the members of Virtus Pro are actually taking pictures with Kyrie and other members of Onyx. As we got to see, some of the members of Virtus Pro were heartbroken with their loss and were unable to fist bump with Onyx. But right now, it seems like Virtus Pro are in good spirits, and they are chatting and spending time with the members of Onyx. So it's great to see that. Can't see it on camera, but it is happening right now. Maybe you'll see the pictures go on.
It's all smiles,
social media.
dude.
Yeah, it's all smiles right now
side.
for Virtus Pro. Good to see that. Hopefully, we get to see more of them in their region in future tournaments. Now it's time to find out who the match MVP is. Honestly, a lot of potential candidates. Maybe it's Sans, though. Maybe, right? No? Severo. Okay, how are you feeling about this one?
I have to say I still give it to Sans, because like, well, but then the Tsunami slams too.
That's
like,
the
they
thing.
forced the fight into the base, so I don't know. I think I would have to. Yeah.
Oh, and
Keyboy.
also Severo did get that massive like triple kill there in the end.
Okay, look.
And then the chase down onto the Granger.
I would say that our Sony MVP Severo is to a degree justified, but I got to give love to the EXP out there. Lutpi was playing a strong game. I mean, when he was up against Liquid, there were moments where you're like, oh boy. But now it's like, wow, he's blocking shots. He's kind of doing everything in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, congratulations again to Onyx. They move on to the knockout stages. And if you want to look like a knockout in-game, well, watch out for our Metro Zero skin. It's a new skin line coming up. No spoilers just yet, but in a few days, hours or so, maybe you're actually going to find out more details from the skin line coming up, because we have trailers popping up soon, so watch out for that. That has been it for us. Once again, it's been an honor to share the desk with you. It's Height Disparate 3. That's our official name now. I need boxes, or at least like platform shoot every time I'm paired up with you guys. But it's always been great. Thank you so much. On behalf of Gideon Q and Naisu, we'll see you at the knockouts. But group stage isn't done yet, because Lafel, Brigida, and Miracle will be taking care of you for the second half of the day.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, and they feel it's my time, think it's my.
It's been a day full of 2-0s. We have 2 more matches for today. Will it continue? Or for our group here, it's going to be a 2-1. Welcome to the MSC here at the Esports World Cup. And we open with this trio, and now we're closing with this trio. It's me, Lafel, Brigida, as well as Mirko. Welcome to Gang Can Gather. How y'all feeling? Because don't ask me that.
Yeah. I think you're feeling good. I'm just going to assume. I'm not going to ask you. I am feeling pretty good myself after Onyx ID just got a 2-0 win earlier. Relieved. A whole lot of relief. Now it's up to her.
It's my turn. Yeah. It's my turn, right?
Are you
nervous?
No. I mean, look at how Onyx Philippines are looking right now.
Well, how are they looking?
This is something they've been mentioning even after they lost. Right after they lost, it didn't feel that much big of a deal to them. I mean, it is. It is. Of course.
A bit, you know?
But, you know, it was just mostly motivation for them to do better in the upcoming matches.
It's funny how you were talking about them back here because they're arriving just now.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. Wait, how does that work?
Dude, Brigida, like, wow.
What?
See, they just arriving. You know what? You are a phantom.
A phantom?
Execution.
You want to elaborate?
What?
Just call someone a phantom?
I'm still trying to figure out what that means.
Okay.
English is difficult, right? English is difficult, but now we're seeing both teams coming in. And again, this is elimination as well as qualifying for the knockout stage. So it's kind of like good news, bad news that this is a situation where you guys can qualify to the knockout stage. The kind of bad news is that you don't get to choose your opponents. Although I kind of feel like if Onyx Philippines goes through, they'll be like maybe the last 2 picks.
Yeah.
That's true. Maybe this and the other Onyx, like very high chances. I mean, SRG too, right? But
no, I think SRG first pick.
Okay, so
that's
you
my
just had to
assumption. What
say
about you?
I think so too. I mean, considering Onyx Philippines might be the ones to go through, Onyx ID have already gone through. The 2-1s are looking really, really stacked. And again, Onyx Philippines, even though they lost against Aurora, these are still the reigning M6 world champions.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good point. The 2-1 teams are actually quite scary. So it almost feels like no matter who you choose, it's kind of not the best matchup. But yeah, we're looking at Onyx Philippines here, and I feel like they have spoken about how, yes, in M6, they were dominant because people weren't able to really adapt to how they play. Now people are adapting. And after the loss, they feel more encouraged rather than discouraged because they're like, okay, the competition's getting real. Now it's time for us to start try-harding.
Yeah, try-harding.
Yeah, that's a word.
I think...
look it up.
Okay, I'll look it up later. So after that, more encouragement and determination, I feel, are the words to describe how Onyx PH's playstyle has evolved throughout the first few days here in the group stage of MSC. And I feel like we see that in the way there has just been a sudden jump in terms of performance. Not the cleanest of transitions yet to what we know of them in the previous tournament, similar to M6, but I think even the numbers speak for themselves, right? King Kong, already, after losing, the next moment we saw them fight again was able to snatch away the record for highest kills. But not now anymore, since someone else was already able to snatch that title away earlier this day. But that's just one of the examples of how we see Onyx continuously trying to adjust and improve along the way.
Yeah, so that's the super family. Now we got to look at the family coming in from Malaysia. We got to talk about the homeboys here, where, again, looking at their story is that they were all coming in from other teams that didn't want to accept them. And now they're here on the world stage. And even though it does look kind of bad, this is definitely an uphill battle because you're not just going up against any opponent. They are the current world champion. So, and we saw they made a lot of mistakes, especially yesterday. Within one day, have they had enough time to really recuperate? Especially mentally, because again, going up against world champions.
Yeah, that's a big question here coming for homeboys. Again, they have kind of defied all odds in their own region. In Malaysia, they were amazing. They defied expectations. A lot of them, the analysts, the people back at home who were watching as well. But once you get to the international stage, it's a different style. It's completely, right? Different stage. So much more pressure as well. And it does seem like homeboys just haven't been able to find that comfort within the group stage.
Yeah, although for like some of the teams, and particularly homeboys who've been through at least a couple of series already here in this tournament, hopefully the same problems we saw from the other teams who played for the first time don't resurface in this match, similar to jitters and hesitation. Because I think a point we've been trying to put across yesterday time and time again was that they need to be a little more firm in their decisions, a little more decisive and confident, because you definitely need to have that mindset, especially going going up against this kind of team because you can't feel pressured, you can't feel overwhelmed by the thought that you're going up against this team and that you're already in the lower brackets.
And for you guys at home, just to remind you guys, the MSC Pass is still available. It's 20% off, so make sure you guys grab it quick because this is a chance for you to grab previous skins that you guys didn't get before. Kind of like the Atlas skin, which we only saw once. I want to see more of it, but you know what? It is what is it.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the draft, right?
Yeah.
It is what is it. It could be another way for them to bring up here if they go for the Yisun Ruby. That's what we saw from Aurora, and we get to see them later on for our final match of the day as well. But I think for Homeboys, they might want to stick to the meta. I don't think they want to diverge out of the meta. Onyx Philippines, on the other hand, I don't know what they're going to do. They brought out a Kogura yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of feel like it's also a trap if you go for this meta picks because Super Friends so far, I feel like almost every single game, he's been changing those heroes. And I feel like the mid lane is one of those roles where you're able to counter a lot of a certain draft. So it's also something that you have to look out for because when people pick up meta drafts, something like the Farsa, all of a sudden, Farsa catching heroes like the Jawhead, and then you have heroes like the Kagura, which kind of just denies all of that. And now we're jumping straight into the draft. Homeboys first pick, Onyx is second pick, and they're banning out the Selena as well as the 1-1. Onyx Philippines banning out the Jushin.
I think that also one of the big concerns for me when I'm like rooting for the other guy against Onyx, it's just I don't know if they're still experimenting. I don't know if the last two matches where we saw them kind of like shake.
You're talking about Onyx
Philippines? I'm talking Onyx Philippines and Onyx ID, both the Onyx. Their first few matches in MSC 2025, it looked like obviously they were shaky in game, but the picks weren't really the picks that we expected. The Amon for Onyx ID, Onyx Philippines again, the Kagura, the no respect towards Selena against Aurora too. That now you're kind of put in a place where you're constantly thinking, are they going to go for meta? Are they going to go for their own vision of MLBB?
I agree.
Both are equally scary because you just can't prepare for that.
And they're the kind of team who, despite deciding to introduce those kinds of interesting picks, are still capable of showing the fundamentals, of still able to carry it out in its essence and what just is basically needed from that lineup to work. But now, interesting. Baksha's the last ban, so that leaves, I guess, all the Lancelots still out there for picking for both of these teams. But other than that,
I don't know. Like in terms of options here, like you said, Lancelot, the Kalia. I kind of feel like those two are the more safer ones. The other first picks are, I would say, counterable. Even looking at the Phovias, the Arlets, it's like you can pick it up, sure, but it's not without its risk.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be really tough for Homeboys now to decide. I thought the Yisun Shin would be left open by themselves, just forcing Onyx Philippines to deal with either the Baksha or the Yisun Shin, but now it places Homeboys to a pick where, again, can be countered. This isn't the Kalea of the past where that second skills range can outrange anyone and you can go for easy picks. Now, you kind of have to combo with Flicker.
Yeah, and I also feel like Onyx PH might just stick with the idea of saving Super Princess heroes for later in this game because that has been a trend. I think we mentioned it. It's not just the Kaguras, it's been the Faramises and all that. So
the good old.
There you go. Faramis or Faramis Lancelot because I should enter the Faramis.
Maybe she's predicting early. Yeah, we might see a Faramis later on. So
we did see it with this comp yesterday.
Now I want to see if they want to counter this with a CC pick because we saw yesterday that even against the Lancelot, the CC is kind of a good pick as long as you time that current call very, very well. And other than that, what is going to be the priority? Because in terms of mid, like I said, I'm just worried that they will eventually get countered. And Izanami is one of the main carries for Homeboys, although it does seem lately he's more of a support role more than anything else.
Yeah, it's just tough. I was thinking about the Farsa, but the Farsa just doesn't really seem like the best choice to go for here. If Homeboys want to continue to play the way that they've been playing the last two matches, like they've been very sporadic in the team fights. It hasn't been clean front to backs.
Although to be fair, you did say you want to see more meta. I kind of feel like this is kind of more meta. It's just that
from Homeboys,
it could get countered, but I kind of feel like going up against Onyx Philippines, you just have to have that bravery. Just try it out. If it doesn't work game number one, maybe they have plan B for game number two.
So maybe this is really them sticking to just what's familiar so they can focus more on the macro and just playing the game as a whole. But Onyx PH wrap up the first phase of their draft with the Granger. I'm liking it so far since it doesn't reveal much just yet, and it leaves a bit of room to adjust since you already see the CC, which you mentioned was a great answer not just to the Phovios, but I feel to any other frontliner they want to put alongside the Phovios in especially in terms of diving in. So they'll have a bit more room to think of whether or not they want to go for that. Oh, but they've banned the Fanny and the Fredrin. Oh.
Honestly, with this Granger pick, I'm kind of worried because we got to talk about this story as well. The Golden Goat, Kelra, the Golden Standard, going up against the ordinary marksman, Melcuti, where I would say in this tournament, he doesn't look too confident. And going up against Kelra on a pick like Granger, which is very lane dominant, it might put too much pressure to the point where Melcuti is really gonna feel stuck, gonna feel very much, I would say, suffocated to the point where he doesn't know what to do in the game.
I'm glad you brought that topic out because right now it does seem like that's what Onyx Philippines are trying to play into. They picked up the Granger, and usually you would expect the Irithel ban, the Moskov ban, taking away these mobile heroes in the gold lane just to enable the Granger. But yeah, the Golden Standard is feeling himself. The ordinary marksman maybe a bit too ordinary for Onyx Philippines now because they're saying, go ahead, pick up the counter matchup. We are confident that Kelra will still win that matchup either way, and they've gone for the Badang on Brusco too. They're now playing to what I was expecting from Onyx Philippines from day number one. Their strengths is the team fighting composition with massive sets.
They're picking the S tier heroes,
So probably the Irithel is a given, but the jungler...
Maybe not.
Or
could be a Moskov still.
Could be Moskov,
Oh, they still pick the Joy despite the Badang and the Phobius. I mean, it does seem like there's little to no options left for Amal. There's the Hayabusa and other assassins, I guess, but this is, again, sticking to the meta, but speaking of...
Talk about picking their best heroes on game one. I kind of feel like this is their mindset. They want to get a very good momentum going in and making sure that they have a very dominant game one, so that not only does Onyx Philippines have that confidence, but take away the little confidence that Homeboys has. So I kind of feel like for Homeboys, they have to make sure early and mid is good, because I kind of feel like losing in the mid game really screws if you're hit. If you lose late game, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever, they're the best team. But either way, this is, I would say, a very good draft coming in from both teams. We can definitely see the win condition. It really is about executing it. So now I'm going to give it over to Mirko as well as Brigida to start this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been seeing a whole lot of different variants of Onyx Philippines here in this tournament, MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. We've seen day 1 to day 4, crazy picks all around, but finally here for the qualifying matchup, they decide to go with what works best. It's Lo Yi, a signature pick on the man who immortalized himself in the game with this pick at the M6 World Championship. Only difference is it's been changed. Now you're visible. Welcome to Atlanta Dawn. Homeboys, can they deal with this?
And imagine these are also some of the picks which Super Friends introduced the entire idea of the Brave Smite emblems to as well. So we're seeing that as we bring up the emblem builds, a very tanky Lo Yi emblem build at that. So it's Tenacity, Brave Smite, and the same goes for Brusco. And it seems like they're banking on the idea of really spamming their skills or as much as they can with that additional cooldown reduction that they have.
Could be the case with the Tenacity on both. Yeah, they might just be looking for... Oh, that was pretty early from Brusco. Okay. Yeah, an interesting sight to behold here early on. Master Assassin on the other side for Melcuti in the gold lane, really still playing towards the strength of the Moskov again, up against the Granger. Still feels the confidence, even though we've been talking about it. He hasn't really been able to perform at the level we expected him, especially after watching MPL Malaysia. Everybody else seems pretty normal, nothing too crazy.
Except for that early flicker, I guess, that we really saw. But I probably it was just playing safe since he saw that Ivan was nearby, but King Kong tries to damage Vel just a bit, since it might not be an easy task to actually go for the early pickup on the CC at this point. So I like how Homeboys are actually being very careful of where they decide to position themselves, and not just careful, with just the right amount of aggression at that. It seems like they really want to attempt and contest this first objective.
Yeah, mid-prio already. You can see the damage from Frizz. Vel not level 4 yet. Guess level 4 late. This should be free, but Amal walks up.
Okay, Infernal Pursuit's coming in from Kirk, but so will the flicker because the curtain call was already committed, but that's already enough time for King Kong to secure the objective, and Homeboys will just play safe. There's a diversion. Where could they go? So I mean, if this is the case, you'll always have to be careful if you're Homeboys, right?
Yeah. This is the thing, you know, me and Midnight actually have spoken about a few things with the Lo Yi change. We thought,
that would make the Loyi obsolete in the meta. But the way that we saw Sans play it, that was the first time. That was the only time we've seen Loyi before this, by the way, guys, is Sans using it in a way where it just scares your opponents. He would just use the diversion to give vision to the opponents. Opponents see the Loyi diversioning and they're like, oh, where do we go? They're behind us. They overthink.
Oh, Ivan finds Brusco. They decide to burst him down. There's the fist crank already. Amal will have enough damage. They secure first blood in this game. So, yeah, when you mentioned that, I was worried about Homeboys and their capabilities of scouting out where Onyx PH might be, checking the brushes and all that. But it seems like the call is just Izanami, or Ivan rather, committing the crowd control skills. If there's a target, then so be it. They have the tools to burst him down.
Now it's Izanami who walks up. Amal. Wow. Early Purify. Yeah, Onyx Philippines are giving Homeboys so much respect in the early game. That flicker early from Brusco, now the instant Purify from Super Prince right as the skill 1 landed. And Kelra's doing a good job in lane right now. MelQT's got to be careful.
Yeah, the matchup and the laning phase might be quite the struggle here for MelQT, but what's important is really just holding on, being the Moskov here and doing other things across the map later on when needed from your team. But Homeboys, they're the ones holding the brush again. Get to find Brusco, targets him down. Better Air Strike already committed, but King Kong will be just right in time. But nonetheless, it's still Brusco who gets picked off first on the Badang.
Great punish. Homeboys are really just utilizing the pace of Onyx Philippines and slowing it way down. They are holding angles instead of opening up the map because they know Onyx are the ones who are going to do that. Kirk holding onto the turtle. It will just be a free one for King Kong. So yeah, Homeboys, it's all about reactions from them. They've just been reacting to the moves of Onyx Philippines and punishing them. Diversion up top.
Oh, MelQT used the Spear of Misery, also has the Flicker, but the Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose will catch up, will keep himself safe under the turret, and Amal might just catch up to King Kong. Electrifying Beats already committed. Oh, the SOT also lands, and MelQT decides to go in, but then there's just the right timing coming in from Kirk, but he gets punished, brought under the turret, while he still gets to commit the Dark Wave and the Infernal Pursuits, but he's up against 4, and he won't be able to survive that.
And again, Homeboys have just read Onyx Philippines out all the way from the early stages of the game. Yes, they haven't been able to get neutral objectives, but it goes to show how Onyx Philippines have been the ones proactively moving around the map. They've been proactively getting the position around neutral objectives, so they get the advantage there. But when it comes to just pure setup in team fights, Homeboys have had Onyx Philippines' number.
And it's not even being reactive in a bad way.
It's a good reaction,
It's a good reaction that we're seeing from Homeboys because they've been holding the brushes really well. I would expect the faster rotations to come in from them, but it seems like they're using that to their advantage in a different way to just outposition Onyx PH and find the right timings to go in and surprise them. But there's another diversion. Ivan spots where they're planning to go though, so him and MelQT will be able to keep themselves safe, while Onyx at this point, might be settling to work on the objectives for now.
Yeah. A lot of times teams just panic whenever they see Onyx Philippines, make these crazy moves, play with the pace that we have known them to play with. But Homeboys, again, have just stayed calm and composed, and that has that's been what Onyx Philippines have been struggling with. They just cannot seem to understand the tempo of Homeboys. They cannot seem to understand, like, why aren't Homeboys making mistakes when we're constantly rotating around the map, popping these diversions? So it comes down to the objective battle still, and when we're talking about that, it is still Onyx Philippines who hold the lead. And it's a big bounty on Amal that Onyx PH can claim. So comeback potential still on Onyx and even the lead.
Although the goal lead hasn't been growing that much between these two teams, this might be an opening for Homeboys to do just that. They are in full control of the turtle. Ivan too uses the conceal, but Brusco finds the target and somehow Kirk gets the last hit on the turtle. Now they're chasing after Homeboys. There goes the Phantom Execution. King Kong finds the kill onto Bell, and Kelra gets access to Ive. Is it Namineo? But MelQT goes in!
With the SOD, Amal cleans them up. What a steal by Onyx Philippines. Trying to adapt to this chess game that we've been having in Atlanta Dawn between Homeboys and Onyx Philippines. But right as they pull the trigger again, play aggressively, it's punished by Homeboys. So this game has literally just been about waiting for overextensions and punishing. You see that from Onyx Philippines, punishing Homeboys for making the proactive play on Turtle, and then it's Onyx with the chase and another punish from Homeboys. That's what we've been seeing in the Atlanta Dawn. It's a punish battle, and I don't know who's winning. Because again, kills, homeboys, but everything else seemed to be Onyx Philippines. So it's still a very even game.
And this is surprising to see for a team who you know is very well calculated in terms of their decisions. Onyx Philippines are the ones constantly being punished. King Kong versus Amal won't be proceeding with the fight just yet, but the feathered airstrike is already committed. It gets cancelled by the Dark Wave, and look at the damage from Kelra. Seems like he's getting some stacks in already with that Ranger. And this might be the change in tempo that they need because they're able to group up a bit more and just let King Kong do King Kong things on the Lancelot. I mean, the first few times he did use the Lancelot back then, it was always this kind of play. It's not just looking for the fights just yet. It's really working on other things and farming up until you feel confident enough to join the fight. Although that may not be entirely applicable for the Lancelot now.
And now they slow the game entirely. Onyx Philippines, I think they understood, what homeboys have been doing in the early game, just adapting to that fast pace. And Onyx Philippines slowed down their own tempo by a whole lot, utilizing the diversions to play with that overthinky Brusco.
Oh, finds the target onto Melcutie. Kelra doesn't get enough damage, doesn't land the right amount of bullets just yet though. Okay, somehow this is a good standing for Melcutie and a really good situation for him. 2-0-2 on that Moskov.
Yep, really good stuff. Ivan walks up, Tsunami Slam!
He decides to commit it onto Kirk, who still has the flicker to somehow get out. Curtain Call already committed by Vel as well. So those are 2 ultimates already used. Actually, maybe 3 even, because Izanami doesn't have his feathered airstrike as well.
Big resources burnt out. Onyx Philippines with a slowdown on the tempo. That could have been the read. Kirk jumps in again.
Oh, Ivan trying to look for the knock-up, and he finds it. King Kong, though, keeps himself alive long enough to also find the kill. SOT will not land onto anyone, and Onyx secures the objective. And there goes the shutdown kill onto Amal. They get damaged by the feathered airstrike, but will they catch up to Melcutie? No!
Wow. Well played, Mel. That was a really good spot to recall. Just a pixel away from being outside of the bush. Really played around with those small little margins to get away. Onyx Philippines, though, again, have slowed the game down to a point where they are comfortable. They've gone back to their previous style of when teams don't panic up against them, which is, I think this is like an old M3 style Onyx Philippines stats. It's the banana split. They've just been constantly splitting up the map, playing it slowly, utilizing the diversion to get back into contention of the big neutral objectives. And that's what the big lead is all about now for Onyx Philippines. It's about getting structures and objectives. Kills still behind, another diversion to get them closer to the big objective that they want to get, which is definitely that base turret up top as they siege down. And Kelra, he's only had 1 Sky Piercer, but 1 big fight could change everything.
Yep. It's nice to see Onyx adapting to the on the fly, introducing those very familiar play styles too, which definitely are working for them here in this kind of situation. They've got some of the most crucial kills, the shutdown gold on Amal as well, and if the gold lead was very small up until the, I'd say, 7 or 8 minute mark of this game, now it's ballooned to 5k in their hands. So it's looking to be a very difficult situation for Homeboys, but at least they have the tools to defend. They have the Farsa and the Moskov to somehow deal with the waves that are coming in. But now Onyx PH, they might find, or they might seem a lot more confident to just go in with those surprise setups from Brusco if he finds another key target, similar to how he has done it earlier.
But that's the point now for Onyx Philippines, right? Early game, they were still reaching for a lead. That's why we saw, again, that fast-paced combo from Onyx, constantly looking for something around the map. Ivan, Tsunami Slam, but that's what the Purify is for.
Yeah.
Great reaction again. Back to the point, Onyx don't need to look for those surprises anymore. They can constantly throw feints like this, diversions to open up the map, but the early game where there was a lot of desperate moves from Onyx Philippines won't be seen here because they already have a 5,600 gold lead and they'll just play for the next neutral objective.
Blade armor already picked up by Kirk as well. So Onyx BH definitely at this point have a lot more ways to deal with the surprises that can come in from Homeboys too if ever they're the ones who want to do that, because Ivan has been very consistent in looking for targets and looking for those setups. Even just by looking at Kelra and Melcutie. Kelra just needs one more item to complete his build on this Ranger. Oh, and King Kong might just find a kill down bottom. He's looking for the kill on Vel. SOD will land, but they might not commit this anymore unless Ivan wants to actually go for it. Doesn't find the knock-up onto King Kong. Somehow gets to immune himself though. But then Malcuti, he gets stunned by Kurt, so he won't be able to supply the damage. And that's 3 kills already for Onyx, making it 4 because Kelra, he finds a triple.
A forced engage from Homeboys. Very unnecessary and very weird to say because in this game it's been a calm and composed Homeboys. They suddenly make a desperate play and it might cost them the game. 1 second on Vel. 2 base turrets will fall. Onyx again. They want to end.
The damage from King Kong doesn't even allow the feathered airstrike to be casted. And just in a split second, that's game number 1 for Onyx.
Wow. The calm before the storm. We saw the storm and it was instant. How? That was setting up to be a longer game. It ended quick for Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this game is really a game of patience as well as discipline, where both teams are really talking about, okay, we know the strengths of each of us, but I kind of feel like maybe Homeboys just took that a little bit too far because I kind of feel like they have the right idea. But this is why we usually criticize this kind of gameplay, is that you don't look for those opportunities, right? So I kind of feel like it's a good idea to wait for those opportunities to present themselves, but once you have like a small enough lead, try to extend it. I feel like that's the only thing that they didn't do, is that they didn't extend it.
There has to be a switch. There has to be capitalization on top of the punishments. But I agree with you completely, Lafel. I think here for Homeboys, the game plan was just react to Onyx Philippines with one style. They expected Onyx Philippines to come in, guns blazing, and that's it. They didn't really prepare for a slower Onyx Philippines, a smarter Onyx Philippines, who, again, took the game by themselves, just by controlling the tempo.
Yeah, by the moment, King Kong just decided to not go for the fights anymore, just focus on the objectives, and when they wanted to do the same, just allow Kelra to maybe go for the double lanings and secure the farmings every now and then. It was a completely different story here for Homeboys because the rotations didn't come in as fast anymore from Onyx BH, so there weren't much room for them to anticipate where they could be coming from and just catch them by surprise.
I kind of feel like the thing about going up against Onyx Philippines where you're trying to stall out the game is that you figure that your late game is pretty strong with the Moscow as well as the Farsa, but again, one of the reasons why we talk about the Lance is that Lance kind of feels like a late game assassin now where he basically can one-shot you, so I kind of feel like they didn't really put that into consideration where they feel like they can outplay King Kong the moment he comes in, either with Ivan or Vel just punish that mistake. But again, the front line coming in, Kirk as well as Brusco, just opens up the team fight so much. There's a lot of opportunities for King Kong to go in without getting punished.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for Homeboys a couple of times when they were in the lead, but they really just didn't take it. They still wanted to play the reactive game. They still wanted to punish an overextending Onyx Philippines, and that's what you need to have, ladies and gentlemen. When one style of your play, one style gets countered, you have to change, you have to adapt.
And I kind of feel like this is the problem because we saw yesterday the exact opposite. They try to force everything, and now they're being very reactive, which kind of shows that maybe they're not entirely sure what's the best play style for them. And now they only have one game to really adapt going up against Onyx Philippines, where they, like Brigitte said, it just mid-game.
That's gonna be tough for Homeboys though. If that was already the idea for their overnight adjustment or probably meeting, that they might have to be the ones to be a little more reactive, considering that Onyx is indeed a very aggressive team. But definitely they could learn a thing or two from this game, that they too can pick up the pace whenever they want to and not get overhyped, because I feel like there were moments too for Homeboys that maybe they realized down the line that they actually have to be a little more decisive too. And I feel like that was most evident in that last sequence we saw down bottom, because it was right before an objective. Ivan seemed like he still wanted to force something even when Vel was already down.
With this conversation moving through, I kind of want to go back to the interview with Kelra. Well, Kelra said during M6, no one could figure out how to play. so they were able to stomp the competition. It looks like in MSC, people are starting to figure out how they play, and it does look like Homeboys, they've prepared going up against Onyx Philippines, where yes, they lost, yes, it was very passive, but at the same time, I feel like it was a very good effort.
Yeah, it was a great plan, great game plan by the coaching staff, but then when it came to the execution of adapting again into the later stage of the game, it got really difficult. So to go back to the point that Brigitte mentioned, the decisiveness, I actually thought that was indecisive by Homeboys, because yes, Ivan went in, but everybody were confused. Everybody's like, no, we don't want to go in, and that's why Ivan jumped in alone, gets a tsunami slam, and then the team's like, all right, he's already in, we have to go, we can't just leave him alone because that'll be a free lord. Then they went in. So you have to stay decisive, no hesitation, right? The team hesitated, but I also honestly feel like it was a bad call.
Yeah. Agreed. And now look at King Kong, because he understood, like, they're not going to go for a fight, so
just farm.
Might as well farm. And again, like I really feel like Lancelot has been transitioning into more of a mid-late game hero where you can literally just one-shot people. 901 gold per minute in 13 minutes. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's high.
Especially considering it's a 9-7 kill score. You know, it's not like they got like 30 kills and Homeboys only got 2.
Yeah.
The game started with Homeboys getting a lot more from Onyx BH2. So it's amazing to see how he balanced it out just by being very consistent in terms of farming. And so maybe that's another thing, consistency for both of these teams, but not in a way that should restrict you, because it felt like Homeboys wanted to be consistent with what they were doing all the way, and that's not how it should have worked for them if they wanted to win that game.
Yeah.
And now I have a bit of a hot take.
Okay.
All right?
Oh my hot take.
Presented by Al Habib Medical Group. Now, to be fair, it's not really a part of this matchup, but it's something that I've been holding in, which is, my hot take is, I want a meta, at least for 1 month, to be a lot about fighters. Because I kind of feel like all the fighters, the designs are so cool. Like we see the Leomar, the Tamos, the Ruby. Honestly, like even Argus.
Lapu.
Like I kind of feel like we're stuck into the maximum of one fighter. Maybe two, putting fighters inside the jungle. Because look at all the fighters. They're so cool, but we can't use them.
I mean, there are rubies now.
There are rubies now.
Yeah, but remember the draft where there's like 2-3 fighters.
The Tamas, back in the day, like the constant rotations and the team fighting.
Basically, just keep fighting all the time. Like I'm not saying like for a few years, maybe just like at least a month, you know, just to let gold laners, mid laners, junglers feel that fighter sensation, and then after that, all right, go back to standard. You know, maybe like an off season or something.
Yeah, I would actually love that. I would actually love to see a little bit more of a different meta here, because we have kind of been in the same meta roughly from M3 to now. M3 was the last time we actually saw a lot of fighters.
Yeah.
So after M3, it was just whoop, and we
still don't have the Yuzong. We still don't have the Yuzong, and I'm pretty sure the audience wants a Yuzong.
We did an MWI, but
as a mid laner, I don't want a Yuzong, but hey, we got to think about the audience here.
I agree. As a gold laner, I do not want a Yuzong either, but you know what? No, I'm just gonna say no now, because I want to save my KDA in the lane.
Okay, but hopefully we do get there, or maybe we're getting there. Earlier this day, there was a Dairoth.
Yeah,
but that's kind of what I want, you know, like more fighters, because now it's like it has to be a marksman.
At least there are less Uranus. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I don't like the Uranus.
Before this, there's 0 Uranus. Now, even when it's meta, it's very not picked.
That's true.
It's
right.
With the sustain heroes like this, like the Esme and Uranus, it's so hard to balance, because when you buff them too much, it becomes super prio. It conquers the game, but when you nerf them too much, it just
non-existent.
Completely
non-existent. Like the moment you pick it up, people will smash you for it.
Yeah, it's like, why are you trolling in my game?
Why are you trolling in my game? Like, guys, this guy is trolling. Report. And then they win. It's like, I got good teammates.
The switch up is crazy. They'll be like, oh my god, this guy, he's trolling in my draft, and then he wins, and you're like, that's my boy, that's my GOAT. He's always been my GOAT.
#1 Esme in the world.
#1.
Why is it so hard to balance fighters?
So that's my hot take. I hope you guys have a different hot take, because I'm pretty sure someone wants a lot more mages, a lot more assassins.
I want to see more Mias.
More.
No.
Okay.
No. More Mias.
It's like you know, like in those games where you either have the godly Mia, Or words that I can't even say on broadcast.
You've had a
Kinda
godly
Mia.
Mia in your game?
Oh, I have.
Oh,
No,
wow.
In Malaysia, we had this friendly agreement between ranked players for 1 week. It was just 1 week. But in that 1 week, there's a lot of Mia. After that, not so much.
Was
But yeah,
this
that was a fun 1 week.
when was that? Like right after the patch, or?
I mean, you don't know because you weren't playing rank in Malaysia. It's not a tournament thing. It's a rank thing.
It's a rank thing.
It's a rank
I
thing.
played ranked games in Malaysia. Trust me, everything is still meta there, especially when you're solo queuing, man. So if you guys want to try new picks,
that's why you boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
There's a lot of what ifs happening every single game. You're always prepared.
fast internet, good food, everything is
Crazy
good.
picks.
Everything is meta.
Just don't solo queue.
Or do solo queue.
So you can learn.
So you can learn. So you can be
Limit
better.
test.
If you play with your team, you're just gonna win all the time. What do you learn by winning?
You don't. You don't learn as much as the losers. Yes, but I think you would want to win. $1 million.
Okay.
Right now, I want to talk about the all-stars here because, hey, it's been crazy, it's been wild, and it's only going to be here up until the 5th of August. So make sure you guys play the game right now because you can still get the Popol and Koopa skin. But make sure you guys do all the tasks, again, up until August 5th. Going up into this matchup, I kind of feel like Homeboys have roughly the same idea.
Yep.
I'm just worried if they switch it up a little bit too much. Because I kind of feel like the foundation is there, just needs polishing. Maybe even waxing, maybe even pomading.
I agree, dude. I really agree with Homeboys here because I think the draft wasn't really that bad.
Yeah.
They actually had a proper draft and it showed in the game because they were able to outplay Onyx Philippines a couple of times through reacting. It's just now how the players execute the game plan a bit better. After reacting to those plays, punishing Onyx Philippines, we need to see a level of capitalization that we didn't see in game one that should be present here. And yes, they don't change anything so far. It's the same game plan coming into game two.
Yeah, so probably for Homeboys, in terms of draft, still sticking to these kinds of lineups, unlike those we saw yesterday, because yesterday might have been a bit too extreme in terms of what they wanted to try. This kind of approach feels a little more comfortable for them. It's just that the execution is what needs to be polished a bit, or whatever you said.
I'm not entirely sure how Ivan is comfortable with pick-off heroes because the thing in Malaysia, even Chiku said, one of the better play styles of Malaysia is pick-off heroes, and we saw the success with SRG picking up the Kalia. And even though Homeboys lost, I would say it does look good because you're able to punish your opponent's overextension. So I do want to see if Homeboys stick at least roughly the same idea. We need at least one catch hero. And then a hero that can punish by dealing just a lot of damage.
I just wonder why they keep banning the Eastern Shin, right? Because
They
their
could take it,
first pick now. I guess what that leads me to believe is the fact that I think Homeboys just don't play the Eastern Shin well, the composition.
Or they really want first pick Kalia. Right? Which if Onyx Philippines ban it now, then it's going to be a bit awkward.
Kimmy ban, whoa, all right.
It's the exact same.
Yeah. No changes at all. This is...
You know what they say? You pay it if you break it.
You what?
What?
You pay it if you
for
break
it if you break it.
You pay for it if you break it?
Yeah, that's what they say. I've been to a few.
If it ain't
shops.
broke, don't fix it? Is that what you were looking for?
That's the other one, which I guess can apply here, but you know.
Okay.
I just want to be different. Was I not different?
That was very different.
That was very different.
Very different.
I liked it. I liked it. So if it's... Killer Innocent and CW are the only players in this year who was ever scored.
Say correctly. Shut up and talk. Come on.
Okay, again. Killer Innocent and CW are the only players in this year's MSC who were able to secure a Savage.
Yes,
she went very fast that one. She play-by-play that one.
She play-by-played that one, and the Lancelot comes through, and Onyx Philippines responded instantly as well. So they play-by-played the draft here, Kalea and Fovia. So that's a whole lot of appeal, my friend. Onyx have used the Lancelot really well because they've taken away some of these counters, and now the fact that Onyx Philippines have taken away, again, the two good picks against the Lancelot, this means the Lance isn't really going to be as slippery as we saw in game one.
Yeah, I just wonder if they'll still feel like they want to pick up the Farsa. In game number one, they did that, even when the Lancelot was on the other side. Now it's in their side, so maybe they would, but they don't pick it up here. They actually plan to change things, except, or not the Farsa anymore. Okay, so Lancelot, Gatot, Harry.
I kind of feel like the Gatot is number one, a way to counter a lot of what Onyx Philippines could do, including if they pick up a Farsa or any kind of assassins. At least with the Unbreakable, you're able to counter it out. And I kind of feel like for Mel Cutie, he just wants something that has the possibility of actually winning the lane. Because I kind of feel like that's part of the not good thing about the previous draft was that he was not able to get out of lane. Like, you pick up the Moskov with the SOD trying to get there, but then you don't get it. And then now they pick up the Fanny.
Yeah.
And there's no catch.
There is
no point and click catch.
Yeah, no point and click catch. They have a taunt, yes, but that isn't really reliable when you're up against a Fanny. I think this is the first time where I'll say the Fanny actually looks good. The other times that we've been seeing the Fanny, it's been, I think, bad
It's
picks
still 0%.
into like,
Still 0%, yeah.
really good drafts against the Fanny that could just peel away for the carries. Now, 0%. Let's see if King Kong can actually turn the tides of that win rate. I'm personally hyped for this. They've set up perfectly for it. The Kalea, Phobius takeaway, now banning out the Badang too. Homeboys will respect the Beatrix. There you go.
Okay. That's funny though, because I think the most recent team who used the Fanny was Homeboys too. Like yesterday.
And it looked okay, honestly. Like, you know, Lancelot, the Fanny, they always have okay games. They just can't close it out. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, even the Kufa respect here.
They really want to enable this Fanny. So could they potentially be playing around this instead? What if Onyx PH... No. They need
No,
some...
just say your mind. Oh my God, I'm getting so
No,
annoyed.
I thought of it, but then I took it back because I realized they have no late game. But the fighter in the gold again.
Oh, like
so,
a
yeah.
Ruby?
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think that'll come out.
Yeah,
Again,
because
I think
they
that's a
don't
strat
have-
like when you have a marksman in the gold lane. Sorry, in the jungle. So you already have a
Or
bit of
mid.
siege there, range there. Yeah, so could make sense by just peeling for the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle. Valen ban from Homeboys. That means, are they looking to go for like a Faramis?
That makes me wonder.
Granger comes out for Onyx Philippines. A safe choice in the gold lane for Kelra.
What is the plan?
Yeah, they
can
want a big
catch?
ultimate. But what is it going to be? What is that big ultimate?
Bell has used a Choi XP before. It didn't really work out, so I don't know if they want to go to that extent.
For
What
Vel.
other catch heroes that is available right now?
There's the Edith.
Even the Edith is kind of like,
Yeah.
you have to get lucky-ish because you're not going up against any Fanny. It's King Kong's Fanny.
And like the Franco doesn't... You don't have a combo with the Franco yet, right? The Gata will then have to go XP
Unless
if
they're
you go
gonna...
Franco.
They go like Kadita and...
Unless it's a... It can't be a
But would
Lucas
you
XP,
really
right?
ban the Valen if you want to go Kadita? Like, is the rough wave stat
no,
scary to give away?
Because what other mid laners that can save themselves against a Fanny at this point? That's the only
Faramis.
thing. Yeah,
I'm just thinking Faramis, like right now. Yeah, Valen ban usually leads to like an Edith Faramis choice.
Okay, so if they pick up a Faramis, they still need, in my opinion, a secondary finisher. So you kind of need your EXP laner to be someone that can actually dive to the back.
Honestly, like it's been so way back, but the Valentina is usually banned if there's a Lucas, supposedly, right? But I
Yeah.
don't think it's gonna like... I don't think they're gonna consider
No.
that either. So it's either the Faramis or...
Because other mids like Farsa, Eve, and etc. just, volatile towards the Fanny. So that's not,
And I think right
even
now...
Odette.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. Right.
There's a lockup already for...
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm thinking of all these huge ults
Yeah.
that you would ban a Valentina, and now I'm drawing a bit of a blank.
Yeah, I think my guess would be
Akai?
like a Franco and a Kai, yeah, to like
Akai,
try
yeah.
to stop the Fanny. Those two big ults that could stop the Fanny for sure as a stopper. But for Onyx Philippines, now that they have a Granger, Fanny, Kalea, and Phobius, I think they have enough peel, they have enough distractions to distract Homeboy's backline and to distract the Lancelot to open up for a Farsa. Because imagine Farsa Granger here up against the Harith. Harith ain't even going to get close. Like, when you pop Zaman Force, you're already too low. And even then, you get punished by the Phobius constantly jumping.
Yeah, I was also thinking if Homeboys wanted to consider that, but since there's a Fanny, maybe not.
Yeah.
So it's being... It looks...
Oh, they pick up the Farsa as well as the Edith, so they're gonna try it out.
Okay, so it is
Which, you know what?
Edith.
Respect. This might be your final game. Just
Guns blazing.
Guns blazing,
Yep. Put all your marbles
in the marble cup.
Is that what's called?
Cup? That's a pretty big cup, man.
Everyone has a marble cup.
In Malaysia?
Some parts of the world, yeah, it's a big world. There's like 8 billion-ish people.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there seems to only be 2 picks in the mid lane so far in the series.
This is why I say I want more fighters.
Yeah, maybe we need the fighters in the mid lane to make it exciting, but for now, it'll be the same exact matchup, at least in the mid lane. Everything, oh, Granger, 2, okay.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the drafts here, I kind of feel like for both teams, they kind of got what they wanted. Doesn't seem like a lot of takeaways except for that Kalia. But now we really have to see, because Onyx Philippines looks like they learned a lot from game number 1 and took some crucial picks away from Homeboys. Now, Homeboys, this is their potential last hurrah. We got to see if Onyx Philippines can close this out 2-0, or Homeboys has a lot to say about that. I'm tossing it over to Brigida as well as Mirko.
Thank you so much, Lofel, for that toss. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Homeboys take on Onyx Philippines. Onyx Philippines currently 1-0, holding match point to qualify and to send Homeboys back home. Will Homeboys be able to equalize? We'll find out in the Land of Dawn as Natan flies over to bring us right here, Amal on the Lancelot, King Kong on a signature Fanny.
I feel like we have to put a bit more emphasis on the way Onyx PH did take away crucial heroes from Homeboys, but they're playing it very aggressively. 36 minutes. Or seconds. They secure first blood. Oh my goodness. Super Prince on this Louis does not disappoint so far.
King Kong 2 already punishing. Knows the mid prio is there for them, but this could be punished. No, they just get it straight up too. Wait, that was retreat by Amal. Did Amal get it? I didn't get to see the XPs. Oh, King Kong knows he already used retreat, so he wants to battle for this little camp. He's got to be careful though. He's wasting precious time.
He still has the retribution, but is he gonna use it there? He actually did. He just wanted to deny it so much from Amal.
He's so petty, man. He's like, okay, you steal that one, I'll take another one, huh? What you gonna do next, huh? You have no retreat. Oh, man. Well, it's a big lead for Onyx Philippines, like you said at the start of the game. You really need to respect the Kalea level 1, dude. I think this hero's been out for a while. I don't know why players still go and fight level 1 Kalea with, especially Lo Yi. This is like the worst comp to go up against level 1.
And it feels like it's always been the Farsas who get punished in the early game. Like, I know there's the wings by wings, so you get a chance to position yourself somewhere faster than your opponents, but that's something that's just read out by most teams by now. So clearly, Onyx PH have anticipated that rotation coming in from Homeboys so far, and now they're working on the EXP lane. Definitely would want to get some help from Kirk as they try or maybe attempt to go for this first objective, but that diversion was something visible though. Oh, they instead go for Amal, forces him to puncture out of it. Onward already committed now onto Kirk, and he might not be able to get away. That's an objective for Homeboys. Could they get another kill? Okay, that's a 2 for the turtle trade so far for Homeboys.
Yeah, King Kong gets the purple, and there's no punish by Mel. He pops in some on-force, but doesn't have the unlead dashes just yet. Onyx Philippines, that was strange from them. They went in knowing King Kong didn't even want to fight. He was already at the purple buff, didn't look like he was interested, and now goes into battle again for this green cap.
Yep, I had the same thoughts. I was wondering why they wanted to commit it so much, but Izanami, wings by wings out. And again, I wonder what the call was, because even Super Prince, the diversion was committed, but Homeboys was fully aware of where he was gonna come from. Now I think we can take a quick look at the emblem build so far. Still the same for Super Prince. I think it's pretty standard for most of the heroes so far. Even Vel just has a bit of the attack speed here.
The only thing not standard is the tenacity for Super Prince, but that's standard if we use game 1 as a reference. That was the same choice of emblems for Super Prince. Again, wanting to be in the front, just playing with the spacing, playing with the sustain of the Brave Smite too. Firmness, I guess, for the Kalea is a bit different. I think previous game it was pull yourself together and agility for Ivan. Rather airstrike coming down on Brusco. Good taunt too.
Oh, Tsunami Slam already committed now onto Ivan, but he gets to AOG himself out, but King Kong will chase after him. There are 3 members of Homeboys though whom he might go up against. Nearly got punished, but gets the flyaway.
This could be a rare case of, you know, a rusty Fanny. Onyx Philippines, yeah, they haven't really been able to get the value out of King Kong's Fanny. maybe a lack of practice because it just never gets left open. He's going to have to shake that rust real quick because Homeboys have a pretty amazing draft to take it to mid to late, right? Like, they all scale. They can play it slow in the early game, and they've already won Turtle 1.
The most action we've seen was when they were stealing away jungle creeps from each other in the early stages of the game, and that might have happened once again. King Kong's ahead by a level, though, up against Amal. So this time around, Onyx PH might have decided that they want to take on this fight, but Homeboys have enough resources. Oh, the Earth Shatter gets dodged, however. They might try to go and punish Vel. This time around, Primal Wrath gets committed, but Amal really gets his hands on the objective. It's Onyx PH wanting to fight back.
King Kong jumps in with a cutthroat. Only goes on Vel. Yeah, they lose Ivan for Brusco, 1-for-1, but obviously it's worth it for Homeboys who got the turtle. Clean take for Homeboys. Diversion over. They got to be careful here. They decide to go up top, and it'll just be capitalization. This time, it's already different. They've improved from what we saw in Game 1. After getting kills, after getting the punishes, they capitalize with objectives, with even stealing away camps in enemy jungle.
Oh. Amal could have been caught there, but no one else was near Brusco either way. But yeah, clearly improvements from Homeboys, and somehow a sort of similar situation to how Onyx encountered the early game in game number 1 as well. Or it's also probably just because, again, as you've mentioned, we haven't been seeing the value just yet come in from the Fanny. They haven't been able to maximize the early game presence from this Fanny, even despite that level lead that it's been able to establish so far earlier on. It's been evened out by now. It's already Amal catching up, only 100 gold behind King Kong.
For Onyx Philippines, the one hope that they still have, especially when we get to the later stage of the game, will be Kelra. 700 gold ahead, still in this game. Another diversion to send them into mid lane. Yeah, Onyx Philippines, at this point of the game, they just have to team fight better than Homeboys. The Homeboys are not making it easy. Good poke.
Yep. Duality.
Amazing poke.
They've been able to poke Ivan and Vel down really low. Could have broken out to a fight, but Homeboys decide to play it safe, and might just be a good call since there is only 8 seconds left before the next objective. So they could keep themselves alive before then, but it seems like they're planning to do something in the mid lane.
Battle for Turtle. Mid prio again. Mel in the mid lane. Different priorities for Onyx Philippines. They send Granger, Kelra, up top. So it's a 4v5 already. It'll be a trade for a turret.
Yep, they just let go of this turtle. King Kong passes through the members of Homeboys. Nearly gets caught there. Oh, but the diversion will be able to send Super Prince away. So, Onyx PH so far, they've just been mostly trading objectives for Homeboys. All 3 turtles, they did contest 1, but not entirely even. It wasn't a full commit onto trying to contest that turtle.
Yep. They're avoiding fights, Onyx Philippines now. I think because they have identified that Homeboys have the better brawling composition, at least early on, just because of the damage output, the CC potential as well of the Edith. I think this is really the game changer here for Homeboys. Even if you miss the Earth Shatter, that Primal Wrath does so much damage, and Onyx will have to kind of play around the window, which stays for quite a bit. And it's not just the Edith, it's Edith plus Harith and the Feather Air. There's so many one cycle of cooldown abilities that make it very difficult for Onyx Philippines to force out longer fights.
That's true. I think that's going to be the keyword for this game. Homeboys, it feels like they have the better comp in terms of the sustained team fights that could happen later on. They have not just the Edith with the Primal Wrath, but even the Harith. Whereas Onyx Philippines, mainly because they have the Fanny, they have to be able to look for those big plays that they get immediate value out of. Because if not, Homeboys could always find a way to turn things around. And that's exactly what they seem to be respecting, as you mentioned. So Onyx PH might be playing it a little more safe for now, not unless they go for a target. That's going to be Vel. Will they have enough damage to burst him down, though? They do. Doesn't get to cast the Primal Wrath, and on the other side of the map, King Kong just fights Izanami. There's the Zaman Force already coming in from Melcutie, but Quirk is doing a great job at trying to stop him in his tracks. And that's 2 members they find from Homeboys.
Onyx Philippines caught Homeboys before they could even react to it. And they panicked. They really did. Izanami popped in for the airstrike in a pretty non-optimal spot. And now it's the full punish from Onyx Philippines, capitalizing. Look at the timer. for Onyx Philippines. So clean in their decision as well. When they decide to go for a fight like that, it's always time to perfection towards the neutral objective spawning. They won't get it, but they have a slow push up top, so they've already built the setup for this fight.
Do they still want to commit? King Kong maybe will be able to catch up. Ivan already pretty low. Melcute, he tries to go for a kill. Phantom Execution already committed. Amal gets the last hit on the objective. Brusco gets punished, but King Kong flies in, looks for the target, and now Onyx PH just keep going at it. Vel is the only member left from the side of Homeboys, but they don't even care.
They want to end the game through top lane. Vel, can you defend without the Primal Wrath? I don't think Onyx can end right here, right? They have a cannon minion.
Oh, will they actually do this? Vel, what can he do to deny this? There's the duality, gets to knock up 3 members, forces out the flicker out of Super Frizz, but he gets taken down. And Onyx PH might try to go for it, but there's the feathered airstrike. They'll have to disengage. They have to run away.
A big gamble by Onyx Philippines. It doesn't pay off, but they don't get punished either. Like, they got a big base turret too, so in the end, it's so value for Onyx. And again, this has really just been the pattern of MSC 2025. Objectives sometimes are overrated when you can't really have a few of your members surviving after the objective, neutral ones, all right? And that's what we saw. Homeboys, they got the neutral objective, they used everything to get it, and Onyx Philippines really identified how they need to tackle these fights. They just have to attack from multiple different angles. They need to send one guy to bait out most of the resources, where in that case it was Kirk and Brusco that they sent forward, and then everybody can just come in and clean up.
Yeah, it also helped that Vel was kind of alone during that moment, so Onyx PH, it seemed like they did not hesitate to pour all of their resources, or most of their resources, on him, despite him being an Edith. And then, what? Was that an off-cam kill in the mid lane against Melcute? These kinds of errors cannot happen if you're Homeboys, because those are the heroes who can potentially extend and prolong the fights for your team. And that's what Onyx PH does not want. But so far, they only have a single Holy Shield left, and even that gets popped. Brusco, will he go in? Feathered airstrike just to clear the minion waves. Homeboys, who would have expected them to be this much behind after how they started things?
Great start by Homeboys, but a more amazing recovery from Onyx Philippines. It was just so clean by them. I don't know, it's the slowdown of the tempo into objective takes, into punishing the neutral objective setup of Homeboys, and the perfectly timed pickoffs. Gotta mention that too. King Kong also shaking the rust off. If you saw a game, early game Fanny, the way he was cabling, and the Fanny you see right now, you'd just expect, oh, that's 2 different players, right? Like, the early game Fanny was someone else, now it's King Kong. But yeah, that's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. When you don't play a certain hero for the longest time after it gets banned for, what, almost half a year, you'll need to shake off a bit of that rust when you get back onto it. I don't even think in scrims people want to deal with that. So Onyx Philippines, yeah, just had... They needed a bit more time to shake the rust off. Now they have everything. A slow push down below as well that Izanami will have to deal with. He will get sent down below. Conceal already from Ivan.
And was revealed by the Death Sonata too. So Onyx PH have full information on where majority of the members, at least, of Homeboys are. The taunt! Oh no! The onward catches King Kong for a moment though, but still Vel gets deleted. Not looking too good for Homeboys, but still they try to fight back. Kirk coming in from the sides! Gets to find the knock up onto Izanami, forces out the wings by wings, but Ivan holding so much for Onyx PH, but Kirk's doing other things on the other side of the map, and Keller finds the kill on Ivan.
Perfect execution by the reigning world champions. They know Homeboys need to utilize that cycle of skill. Once it's down, it's a big window of opportunity for Onyx Philippines to punish, and King Kong, without the purple buff, is looking for it.
Oh, somehow they get to cancel Amal. Death Sonata doesn't land, but it seems like they'll be able to take out all the remaining base turrets for Homeboys except the one down bottom. Discipline from Onyx PH. Diversion out, and they do not risk it.
No. Onyx Philippines go back to the calm and composed nature that they've been showing from game number 1. At least after they saw how Homeboys reacted to their plays. King Kong, yes! We saw the turret very low. King Kong will just dash in, no minions, no problem. Sieges it down all alone, and that makes it 3 base turrets down. Slow push built up forever in the bottom lane.
They just want all the super minions, I guess. Oh, but there's the flicker combo coming in from Vel, but the counter Tsunami Slam onto Melcutie gets him punished. King Kong finding a way to look for the targets on Onyx BH and uses the cutthroat to get through the wall. Now on a monster kill against Izanami. Amal trying his best to escape, uses the iframes, but Kelra's chasing after him. And it's only Amal left alone to defend.
We've seen miracles in the past, but Amal has to walk all the way back.
Phantom Execution tries to clear the way, but gets blasted by Kelra. And it seems like the day of sweeps will continue. Onyx Philippines proceeds to the knockouts.
And Homeboys are eliminated here. Another clean sweep, like Brigitte just said. Today has been the day of sweeps. And for Onyx Philippines, they're on the smiling side.
I gotta say, I kind of feel like Homeboys, they kind of figured it out a little bit too late in their run here in MSC Esports World Cup. I kind of feel like it really is just about showing like that lack of experience of playing on the stage, right? Because I kind of feel like it's definitely a different beast playing at home and now playing in a different country, in a different environment against different opponents, right? Either way, congratulations to Onyx Philippines for moving on through. Yes, we saw that.
A smack.
What do I say? What do we say about that?
Yeah. Man, LaFell, it's just unfortunate to see Homeboys because, again, like you said, they figured it out, but that lack of experience really hurt them.
Yeah.
Impatience towards the end as well. They needed to save at least a few of those big ultimates in that final fight after getting the pick on Brusco. But Melcutie popped in Zaman Force, Feather Airstrike, Primal Wrath, everyone just used it at the same time. That gave Onyx such an easy road to then just say, all right, we'll just wait for those to get off. Once it's on cooldown, boom, we'll just go, shoot them down, clean them up, proceed with the long team fights.
And it's the complete opposite for Onyx. They stayed composed all throughout, even despite, again, some of the rust showing, especially in the Fanny for King Kong. He just, I guess, needed some time to reset, you know, focus on taking the buffs and just probably trying to figure things out down the line. But yeah, I feel like Homeboys, this time around, they did what we mentioned in terms of being not too hesitant and going in at the same time. Like not leaving each other behind, but yeah, it kind of backfired.
I mean, like, we'll continue this conversation later on because right now we got to throw to an interview with Eterna as well as King Kong.
Thank you, boys and girls. Here we are with King Kong. What's up, King Kong?
Hello. Hello.
Feeling good?
Feeling blessed.
Feeling blessed. Perfect. All right. So earlier on in the group stages, obviously it was a little bit shaky for you guys. You had to go to the lower bracket, but then you went through back-to-back wins. What was the X factor there?
The X factor, I think it's the things we realized after our first match versus Aurora Turkey.
What was that? What did you realize?
Some lack in chemistry and decision makings inside the game.
Oh, lack of chemistry. That's interesting. That's never been a problem for Onyx PH. What's been going on? Anything happened behind the scenes?
Some lapses inside the game. That's it.
Lapses? Okay. It doesn't look like you want to elaborate on that. Do you want to elaborate? What lapses?
Secret.
Secret. Okay, that's fine. A lot of people have been wondering, maybe is it because of a challenging meta for you in particular? I mean, considering we are kind of vying into a situation where it's no longer just assassins in the jungle, but you have to be a little bit more flexible with the tanks and the fighters. Has that been difficult for you?
For the team, I think it's an exciting patch because the hero pool is so huge.
What about you?
Fun.
Fun. Not hard, not difficult, nothing?
Just a little.
Just a little. Because, I mean, considering in this particular game, you went back-to-back assassin, right? The Lancelot and the Fanny, is that something more comfortable for you?
Yes, of course. It's one of my favorite heroes, Lancelot and Fanny.
I see. Do you think other junglers have been struggling with this?
Let's see.
Let's see. A man of few words. A man of few words. Okay, that's fine. In that particular situation, then, do you think that there is a particular team that has really understood and figured out the meta?
I think it would be Onyx Indonesia and Team Liquid Philippines.
Okay, those two teams. And considering coming into the knockouts, there is a chance that TLPH picks you. Is that something that you might be looking forward to, or do you want some other team to pick you instead?
I think we are expecting Team Liquid to choose us because they know us how to. They know how we play.
Oh, so PH versus PH, first day of knockouts?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Yeah. 3 words. Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. So a lot of teams right now really want TLPH to pick them. Very peculiar, very peculiar. But to close things out, I heard that you lift. Is that true?
Secret.
Secret is, I mean, you're posting all, there we go! Because I heard Sanford said that he lifts more than you.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
We're gonna throw it over back to the casters.
If that's what they want.
If that's what he wants.
If that's what he wants. I mean, sure, you live more, man.
What happened to the Sigma King Kong, bro? He's so nonchalant now, man.
Hey.
Nonchalant.
This is nonchalant King Kong.
Dude,
Wait.
PR, man.
I
PR
thought-
ruins everything.
I thought he was gonna say people change.
No, dude, this is.
It is. What is it?
Why do people have to be professional?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh.
It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
Part of the game.
I did not expect that though. Like he used to be
Yeah.
a lot more animated and
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you have a lot of very vocal fans, they change you. Right?
Who are you talking about now?
yeah.
Mirko
King Kong,
doesn't
right?
change. He kind of just accepts it.
Yeah.
But
You
you
do?
know, like honestly, I understand. There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people. But speaking of which, we saw the matchup just now. Now, I'm just gonna call it Goat Lane. Let's see who's the match MVP is going to be. I would be so surprised if it's Goat Lane. Goat Lane. Ooh. Can I predict the next match MVP?
Hey, we'll all say it at the same time.
1, 2, 3.
Gold Lane.
There you
Wow.
go. Hey, because you want to win, you need the gold.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
That's about it for the breakdown on our Sony match MVP because, hey, Kelder did amazing that game.
Hey,
Yeah.
the golden goat.
Toy did amazing yesterday. The gold lane in the previous game did amazing.
And all the other gold
Gold
laners from
lanes.
before, they're like
Yeah.
so good.
I just love the gold lane right now, you know? I think there's a lot of love to be given over to the gold lane. Gold laners, you guys are amazing. Everyone else, do better.
Hey, and you guys, don't forget to support your teams. It only costs around 20 diamonds. So make sure you guys go on into the phone and then just support the teams that you guys are supporting for. And here's the thing. There's not too many teams left to support. There are going to be 8 right after the matchup coming up next, which is going to be Flash going up against Aurora. So that's going to be pretty exciting as well. We've had 3 2-0s. Will it be a 4th? I mean, we had one day full of 2-1, so why not?
Yeah, if we can have a 12-game day, we can also have an 8-game day.
Aurora versus
Flash.
Flash.
Yeah, predictions, Brig.
After this, we're gonna have the
Oh
draw,
my
by the way.
gosh, wait.
So in case, I'm just gonna tell you guys early. After the show ends, just wait for a bit. We're gonna have a draw where the teams are gonna select who they're going up against. And even though King Kong did say there's a chance that TL will pick them, and they say because TL knows how they play, the reverse is true. Right? Onyx knows how TL plays, so
Okay.
Mind games, King
games.
Kong.
King Kong is being
You
like,
sly
pick
mind
us.
game man.
You know how to fight us, right? I mean, you defeated us before.
Don't forget the wink.
You could do again.
Wink. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So predictions, Flash, Aurora?
Oh, I thought I escaped it.
You know what? How about like
He doesn't want to hear my prediction.
I think, you know what?
No, because like when we say something,
We're going
we
for a
shouldn't-
break. Bye-bye, guys. We're going for a break. See you guys later.
We be living in fantasy. I be living all my dreams. No worries, no worries. We be living everything. We be living in harmony. I feel it in my dreams. I got everything that I need. Got it all right here in me. I'm free to choose my destiny. I am ready, set me free. Disperse it all to me and go free.
Welcome back to the final matchup today, where we will figure out who will be the final team to advance to the knockout stage. Is it going to be Flash or Aurora from Turkey? Welcome back. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida. You guys are watching the English broadcast here at MSC EWC, and I'm having a very okay day.
Just an okay day.
It's like 3 words. Wait, what do you say again? Okay, and
Yes,
what?
of course.
3 words. Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
There you go.
Just okay.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, you know what?
Wow.
That's the story of MSC nowadays. You gotta be nonchalant. You gotta be man or woman of few words. Actually, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
I feel like some people should talk less.
Especially the casters, which just get to game, right,
Dude,
chat?
why you
right,
keep on
chat? To start the
talking?
game, casters, all the time. Hey, man.
Hey, casters, why are you pausing?
Exactly.
We're looking at you guys.
We're looking at y'all.
We're looking at y'all.
We're gonna start the game right now, and we can't.
We can't.
We have to.
We gotta wait for the teams to arrive, which
They're not
actually
here
this
yet.
time they haven't arrived.
See?
Right?
So how are we gonna start the game when they're not even there, huh, chat? Exactly. You gotta calm down, nonchalant, okay?
Why did you have to?
Why you have to what?
Squint your eyes. Nonchalant.
Because there's lights. Speaking of
light.
lights, let's talk about Aurora,
Oh.
right? You like that transition?
The Northern Lights.
Yeah, let's talk about Aurora here. First of all, I kind of feel like this is one of the teams that people are like, we think they're good, but then when they play, they're like, holy shields, they're good.
Holy shields.
Holy shields.
That was close. What I said during the Aurora versus Onyx Philippines matchup. Yes, I agree. You expect them to be good, but you don't expect them to be that good. Especially when the man you see on your screen gets Selena.
Ooh.
But that could be a weakness, yo.
That could be a weakness, because then be like, hey, guess what?
Hey,
guess what?
What's up?
Selena banned.
Exactly.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Well, at least that's how the Kings RQ did it. They were like, you know what? Nah. And game number 2 and game number 3, they were like, all right, we'll ban the Selena. And then Aurora really struggled after that. So now the big question is, are they just Selena OTP?
Yeah, I wonder how Rosa's feeling about that. Because even during times where, yes, RRQ forced both Tienzi and Rosa to adjust, it was mostly on Rosa, just Rosa. Like every now and then, they'll even let Tienzi get his hands on the assassin junglers, but it's just Rosa who they just cannot let the Selena.
So it's not that TNZ needs the assassin, it's Rosa. Rosa needs the assassin.
The Selena.
The Selena, hey, who knows, maybe the Amon, maybe the Gusion. Probably not, but hey, a man can dream.
Amon was actually Tienzi's pick back in the day. Like if you remember M4, he brought that up a couple of times at MSC as well, if I'm not mistaken, 2023, when they were still under the banner of Fireflux.
I mean, I don't know, like first of all, like looking at him, it was like a Flash. Speaking of Flash, let's look at Team Flash here, because they are actually the previous years.
Yeah.
One of those teams that you know they're good, but it's like, holy shields, you're good. They got top 4 last year. And this year, if you want to go top 4, this is what my uncle told me. You got to go top 8 first.
Whoa.
Oh, that's...
Dude, that's a nugget of wisdom.
You're lucky you got that uncle, man. Because
I don't like my uncle.
Why say that? Anyway, I mean, we put a lot of focus on... Anyway, we put a lot of focus on Rosa. But I feel like we also should talk about the man on the screen, which is
Vanix.
the
man previously.
Yeah, the forgotten TZ, what role he plays again?
Mid lane, I think. Oh, so it doesn't... Just gold lane. What do you mean? We're here to talk about the gold laners.
Well, I mean, because Kurt Teasy in the previous match that he fought was actually one of the most aggressive and one of the most one of the highlights for Team Flash. I mean, he was the one who tied the score in terms of highest kills, because previously it was at 13, and then with his Kimmy, he also did the same. And I wish I could just stop at saying his Kimmy, because he actually decided to bring out the likes of a Gord and all those heroes. So
Nice was happy.
Nice was happy, but you know...
If the man can bring out a Martis, a Fanny in last year, who's to say he can't bring out these local picks again this year? Like we've seen a lot of mid laners now. The only ones that in my mind right now we haven't seen is Chang'e,
Nana,
Eudora, Veil.
We haven't seen Veil. That's
true.
true.
We haven't seen Veil. We haven't seen Veil. Cyclops.
Ooh,
I mean, I don't
Cyclops.
think we will, but yeah.
Wait, what?
Maybe we won't, but yeah.
Hey.
We even saw Kagura.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
You know what my good friend used to say?
What? What did your good friend used to say?
I don't have a good friend.
Oh.
They're all pretty bad.
I thought you were going to say they're all pretty great, but you took the negative route, sure.
But yeah, there's still a lot of mid laners that we still have not seen, but at least this is more diverse than like a few months ago, right? We saw the Kadita. We even saw the Valir.
Yeah.
Brought by Onyx Philippines. Did they win? I kind of feel like
they lost that first game
yeah,
against Aurora, yeah. So I think a lot of the mid lane picks, when they do try to go for crazy picks, we haven't really seen too much success. Actually, never mind. The Kagura actually won.
And the Kadita, was it from Suns first?
So just the Valir.
Yeah. Just the Valir.
Zetian's out of the meta, by the way.
Gord got a W.
That's true.
I think for majority of the roles, we've seen a lot more options come in. No?
Except the jungle. Wait, I think except the EXP. I think the EXP is the least right now.
It's just been Arlet, CC, Lapu, Phoveus, Uranus sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Like we don't even see what you call it.
We saw a Dyroth earlier today.
Saw a Dyroth. We haven't seen anything else like a Hylos and etc.
No.
And
We actually have.
We have?
In the XP?
In the XP. It hasn't been good, but we saw it.
Maybe that's why I forgot. I got a lot of trauma. And now we got to look at re-streamers because while we're watching here, we got our friends all over the world.
Wow.
Look at this. Zcast is #1 alongside with Satyawanda, R7, Tatsumaki, Blank, as well as Fix. So a good representation here. 3 from YouTube, 1 from Facebook.
Dude.
Can't believe people still use that. And then
I agree.
YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah, I think it's just you guys.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, we use Facebook, but not like this.
Yeah.
Not for restreaming.
That's true, but...
Oh, same there?
I mean, we barely get to see the streams happen on Facebook nowadays, but that's a lot for a stream that's happening on Facebook. 4th, actually, for Blank. That's interesting. If you guys want to check out our streamers here, I feel like these are just 5 out of the many streamers we have.
These are the top 5. These are the top 5.
You see, top 5, of course. Correction, my bad. But there are a lot of compilations going on, circulating of the many reactions because there have been a lot of insane plays, to be fair, happening here in MSC. And it's fun to see how these guys react to it every now and then.
I think here, my competitive side, LaFell says,
nah,
we could get there.
You could do better.
We could do better.
Hey, imagine.
This is a call out to all. No,
just bring a laptop here, let us while casting, do the restreaming. He's like, oh my God, look at that play.
And then 5 minutes later,
chat.
there's a 5-minute delay, LaFell. So you're going to be like, oh my God, triple. And then 5 minutes later, you have to do it again for your restream.
Exactly.
That's so meta.
But yeah, congratulations and actually thank you to all our restreamers because again, like the audience not just want to see, they also want to feel this kind of connection, right? And restreamers are able to do that. Now let's talk about this matchup. Aurora going up against Flash. Flash with their unpredictability in the draft, even something with Leo More Gold. Do you guys feel like this will actually help them out, or it's gonna be bad for them going up against Aurora that has, like we all know, mastered the basics?
Oh man. For Flash, I think it is going to be tough for them because I think for them, they're still kind of struggling to decide what is their best meta, their best picks right now.
Kind of like Homeboys then.
Kind of like Homeboys, but also kind of like Aurora. That's why I think this is going to be an interesting matchup because even Aurora find themselves in that position. They don't know what to do without the Selena. Do they still go with that aggressive composition, aggressive style, or do they now take a step back and say, all right, without the Selena, let's play the classic Aurora style?
Yeah,
you know what I wish? What? I could just ask. I'd be like, hey,
you actually can.
Hey, y'all gonna use the Selena?
Hey, that's so cool though.
Yeah, we can ask them.
Because like bad guys have sitting
right there.
Right there.
Yep. Because they gave extra chairs. Shout out to EWC bringing in 6 chairs.
Dang.
I do think that in terms of like all the surprises though, like there's a slight advantage for. Why are you mimicking my? But there's a slight advantage for Aurora Turkey because. Like personally, I feel for Team Flash, like they're familiar with the picks that they bring out. Yes, they know how to play these picks, but like they don't fully get to consider the matchups and all that. But in Aurora's case, when they did bring out a very unique and interesting draft, there was the Atlas Ruby draft.
The Atlas is good.
It played so well into the enemy lineup, right? So those are things, or I feel like those are one of the differences between these two teams. But if there's anything, the draft between these two coaches are definitely going to be fun.
I mean, speaking of fun, right now, there's a lot of things going to be flashing on screen because we're going to go over for a quick break. We got some issues here, but we're going to solve it really quick. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere because we'll be back in Aurora.
play in this tournament.
Ingat po! Ingay niya, hoy! Kaya dito. Ako? Hindi ako. My best friend! Page stream Carter. Tagalog yan? It was fine. It was fine. Karga. Karga dyan.
Just a quick question. So, if you actually enter the playoff, who do you think will pick on it finish?
I'm not really sure. It depends on them. Pero but you can go ahead.
Over here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey guys.
What will you be doing later?
Just practicing again and eat a lot and rest. Don't forget to rest, everyone. That's the number one thing.
In a moment of mild hesitation, we have currently arrived at the situation where we are at right now, in the same location where we have been in the previous days. Name's Afel, alongside me is Mirko as well as Brigida.
Yeah.
You're good at holding it in.
Yep.
I'm trying to break you, but hey, you know what?
The short form of what LaFell just said,
We're
I'm
back.
fun to start. Welcome back. Yeah, we're still waiting for the players, I believe.
They're here.
No, they're not. Nope.
What?
No. Cover, because we got to do a rival theater. Yeah, there you go. They're not here yet.
Okay.
We're a man of few words.
It will be kind
Three
of funny
words.
to be like the players
Yes,
have
of course.
arrived.
I'm just doing a King Kong thing.
Yeah, you know what? We'll do all the King Kong things nowadays. And when interviewers come ask us, it'll be like, who do you think is going to win? One of them.
You just give him a non-answer every time.
Not gonna lie, at this point, I don't know how you do it. I don't want to give up predictions anymore because no matter what, you always lose.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
You always lose, folks.
I mean, you didn't want to hear my
meaning
prediction.
like even if the person you think is gonna win does win, you still lose.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
So
Gonna
maybe
be biased.
Okay, I won't. Let's all not. Do you
That's
want?
what?
Let's all not.
Let's not. I heard
Yeah.
she say let's shall.
Let's shall. What does that
I mean,
even
that
mean?
can be.
You see, you don't understand English. She does. She's from the Philippines. She knows English
That's
better
true.
than you.
That's true. That's true.
Let's shall not.
Actually, no, when you say it like that, it
Yeah.
doesn't- the players have arrived, by the way. You know, they're
There
just
you go.
there, you know, you see over here, got auroras,
wrong
we got the flashes. They're all the way over there, and again, they're playing for elimination as well as going for the knockout stage.
Yes.
This is the final match of the day. It is still going to be a best of 3 where after this matchup concludes, we will have all 2-0 teams as well as all 2-1 teams, which later on we'll be doing the knockout draws where the 2-0 teams will be selecting the 2-1 teams. Well, number 1, 2, and 3 gets to choose. Number 4.
Yeah, they get to just get
I'm
who's
writing
left.
down.
You know, it's kind of like in high school when you want to go first pick, you want to but here, the last pick is the scariest.
Yeah.
Unlike in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way, you don't want the last one.
You just really don't want, no one wants them, but you're kind of forced to. So right now.
But then that becomes the question, who will be the last one?
Whoa.
Right now, I believe it's
we got 2 Onyx.
TL number 1, Spirit.
No, as in like who's the last that's going to be picked? Because we got 2 Onyx
That's
there,
true.
and I kind of feel like no one really wants to go up against the 2 Onyx.
I think the
you
2
know-
Onyx will be last for
Because
sure.
you know what they say, hedgehogs are scary.
Depends on what kind of hedgehogs. Like real life, I don't think they're that scary. But in that
this
show,
hedgehog just took a lot of hot sauce, and recently got scolded by his or her boss, and they dropped their coffee.
What's the difference between a hedgehog and a porcupine again?
Question.
That's a good
That's a
question.
good question. I'm gonna Google that right now.
Yeah, we
Give me a
probably
sec.
got to check, but while he's checking, don't you worry, guys. We are about to start the match again. Please be patient with us. You know, we're still waiting for the players to get ready here. You can see JPL right behind me right here, getting ready, setting up. Vanix right there too. They are trying to strategize. They're trying to think about what to do here against Aurora, knowing that Aurora have only found success on Selena. But it could actually be countered by a Flash composition that is very aggressive team fighting oriented, right? With the Leo in the gold lane, Masha XP, it could actually really work against those pick-off heavy Selena type compositions.
And to be fair, a lot of teams have their eyes on Aurora Turkey now as the standout team, quote unquote. And this is interesting because last year we did mention that it was Team Flash, or then NIP Flash, who was the standout team, or as many considered them to be the standout team. So this is a matchup of where there's a bit of history too, I guess, because it's not just them being standouts at 2 different times in tournaments, but also them having a bit of history between each other. I believe there have been a couple of times where wasn't it that Team Flash beating then Fireflux, right? So there's been that sort of history.
Last year?
No, not last year. Like there was a
MSC.
time before, and then last year they beat them too.
Either ways, hedgehogs and porcupines, while both spiny mammals, differ significantly in size, quill, spine structure, and defensive mechanisms.
Did you just do that on a honor tablet?
Hedgehogs are smaller with short, non-detachable spines, and they curl into a ball when threatened.
I didn't hear anything, by the way, but there you go.
Porcupines are
That's the
larger.
difference. Porcupines are larger.
Oh, you can't hear me right now?
I can, but I zoned out, you know.
Aight. We can do this.
You can still hear me.
Oh, yeah. No, You're the one. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. He's the one that can't hear me. I can't hear him. Oh, my bad.
So
I was giving you a solution to a problem that I don't have.
Yeah, by trying to solve my problem, you created problems for yourself.
Oh my gosh.
So who do you think is going to win?
I thought we're not talking about that.
That is true. We are not talking about that. Heck, you know what? Let's talk about the draft because who knows when, right? But
So Selena will probably be banned here unless Zaze does a we can counter it move.
Whoa, with what?
A
The
little more
Lolita
gold.
again.
Dude, my hot take is that there are players that are so good you can't really counter.
Yeah.
Like me.
Like you. Why aren't you playing for Homeboys?
Yeah.
Why aren't you playing for Homeboys if you're that good?
Pay here is better.
What?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer,
Hey,
dude.
you know
Like, respect.
Hey,
you know,
hey.
game is game.
It could be better, but you know, maybe next year.
Translation.
You want to translate?
You want to translate?
No.
You speak Tagalog, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one. You speak Tagalog, right?
Yeah,
Tagalog.
so what should I translate?
Tagalog?
Yeah. So like when Kelra speaks.
Yeah,
Oh,
I want.
I know she's slow, but I didn't know it was that slow.
Hey. Speed is relative.
That's true.
That
Speed
could be
is
slow for
subjective.
you, but could be fast for a lot of people.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. I don't know what that was.
Welcome to Gank and Gather. yo.
This is Gank and
This
Gather.
is Gank and Gather, and this is the draft where Aurora first pick, Flash second pick. Oh, look, even the players like, why are they so excited with the draft? Oh, we love our job.
We do.
I've been waiting for this.
We've
For a
been
while.
waiting for this since 1 p.m.
Well, here it is, boys. Aurora blue side. So this does fit, you know, the
color scheme.
That, but also the play style and also the draft style that they've gone for most of their wins. You know, against Sonic Philippines, they won game 1, game 3 when they were on blue side, when they caught Yi Sun-shin early.
I like that you respect my colorblindness. If it was wicked, she would lay it all on me. By the way, Arlet 1-1 ban.
Are they really?
Not seeing Selena ban.
Exactly.
Not seeing Selena ban.
Hey, I think we need to whisper because like I don't know if they want to actually leave Selena open like this, bro.
Hey, break it down.
But would they actually first pick the Selena though?
Hey, as a auntie of mine once said, why not?
Why not leave Selena open or why not ban it?
Actually, as of Onyx Philippines coach once said, why not?
No, he doesn't say. That's just his name.
Sup, Tony. But yeah, Kalia gets banned out. So Flash, this is the last opportunity for them to ban out the Selena. So if they don't, hey, maybe you're right. Ziz has a way to counter it.
But is it really first pick? Because again, Flash might be able to deny it, right? Curtizi has been phenomenal in this tournament so far on the Kimmies, on the Gords. Maybe he can pull off a Selena too, and then it'll be Huh?
How hard can it be?
How hard can it be? You just need to land skills, press skills, and then win.
They're thinking about it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta think long and hard about this.
Yeah, around 15 seconds.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Ban of the box, yeah. So in terms of first pick here,
wow.
Still looking at the Phobias, looking at the what else is here? We don't
The
see a lot of Farsas,
Lancelot.
Lancelots, yes.
I think Lance. I would choose Lance in this position. No Arlet already, but then the Phobias
Yeah.
can come out on the other side, and then
Just fight
you know
back
what?
with CC.
You know what? I think maybe Phobias. Just so you set up the Lancelot, but they go Lancelot here. You go CC to counter the Phobias, but in team fights, Phobias can just jump around, man.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta think that you're better.
Maybe you can be better than one Lance.
If you don't
Dash.
pick up Selena here, then it 100% goes to Aurora, right?
Yeah.
It's
I think so.
Or Rosa has been hearing what RK has been saying. It's like, oh, you think
Yeah.
I'm a Selena one trick?
That's the
Good sir.
that's gonna be the statement if he does not actually pick the Selena, even though it's wide open. But Flash SG, I know their priorities
go.
have been very interesting, but they pick up the Phobias.
And Jujushin.
Lucian Selena matchup, if ever.
I feel like it's okay because for me, one of the ways that you deal with the Selena is that you need someone that doesn't care about walking through her traps. You know, at least deny her of vision, because everything else, you kind of just have to accept your fate. If you get hit by the stun, it's like, oh well, see y'all later.
Okay, so do Aurora go for the CC now to go up against the Phobias, or do they go for a different take on the counter towards Phobias? Like a Galakacha try to lock him down right as he jumps in, or an Edith like we saw earlier from Homeboys. It is a very different start to the draft for Aurora. We expected the Lancelot, but Uranus Moskov, huh?
And there is no Selena getting picked up.
I mean, not yet, but at this point, it really doesn't feel that bad to ban out the Selena later. And again, maybe Rosa's just be like, oh, you think I'm a Selena one trick? Let me show you guys my Cyclops.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, though. I'm not a fan of like proving people wrong here. If it's open, go ahead. But if it's bad, then sure, you can prove them wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but come on, let's be realistic. Is there any teams out there that do that like to prove people wrong? Come on, that doesn't happen in reality, Mirko.
Can't see it back at home, but I am in full agreement with LaFell. Yes, that is fiction.
Yeah, that is
pure fiction.
That's a peak fiction. But now Granger gets picked up here as a response towards the Moskov as well as the Uranus. So the situation right now for Flash is that they don't have a jungler as well as a roamer.
Yep.
Aurora, they don't have a mid as well as a roamer. So I kind of feel like the roamers are really going to be one of the focus here for both teams.
Yeah, although if we're talking...
Maybe like a Badang?
Yeah, if we're talking about JPL though, like the heroes he's been bringing out so far have been pretty unique too, in a sense, even using the Lolita one time. So...
Good ban on a Cho, one of his signatures, yeah.
Probably won't be
Because Cho
too
is his
worried.
middle name.
JP.
Really?
JP
Cho
Cho
L.
L. Wait, I think we have to change the order for that one.
J Cho PL.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Really?
Hey, ask the man himself.
Yeah, he's been here 6 MSCs, you know?
Yeah.
JHOPL. Okay, maybe I'll ask him later.
Yeah, just ask. Just ask. Nothing hurts in asking. So what is going to be the final ban here?
Selena?
It should be a Selena, right?
It should, but they
just respect.
Yeah, if they wanted to respect, I think they should. They would have done it already.
You don't need to prove yourself.
No.
there
There you go. So it is fiction. That you know, it was. It's this reality here. No way.
It's not like you would like pick up a 1-1 don't ban the Irithel, or ban the Irithel and then don't pick the 1-1.
I'm gonna pretend that didn't. Yeah.
I mean, Flash aren't red robots, so they should be fine. Aurora with the last ban here.
I think it's good to go for this idea of banning like catching heroes, because look at this, the Kali as well as the Chill, in a way, are
Pick
as
off
well.
heroes,
Yeah, they're looking at catch. The only catch that I'm thinking of right now is
Jawhead.
Jawhead, but I don't know if they want to go for it.
Yeah, they banned the Joy instead here. They do have only one stopper as of yet, so Flash SG. Now, is the composition just going to be...
Team fight all the way?
Yeah, I mean, so far they have the better 3 at the start, right? It really comes down to how they close it up. No more flex picks, no more cheese. At least I don't think so.
Badang still there?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Badang Gatot still up as well.
Yeah.
You really need something to punish this Lancelot.
So I need the droid you
Akai?
did mention earlier was open too, but if you just want to really disrupt, Aurora hasn't revealed much of their mid laners just yet. Whoa!
Don't be surprised. I've been doing this job for years.
So Aurora now, they need a roamer and a mage. No more Selena, no more Farsa. The Valentina could be up, could be a choice here. Take away the heavy spin, try to utilize it for yourself.
What if they want to try this, like, Angela again? I mean, it didn't work before, but, you know.
Hey.
You just got to keep trying until it works?
I don't think so.
All right.
It could come through. I just don't think it's the best choice to go for right now. That Guinevere, one time picked up, 100% win rate. There you go, Apex 47. And
Zetian,
who's been missing for a few days.
It's been all surprises for Aurora in terms of their draft pattern so far. Picking up the Guinevere.
But I think this is an interesting situation where Zetian opens up the alt, finds out where they are, and then potentially the Guinevere can go for an engage, right?
Yeah. Like, because of the heavy spin, I actually don't think you'll be able to walk up. This is a very... It's almost like they drafted...
Like counter towards their own selves?
Counterintuitive, yeah. This is a... I don't like it.
It's like one of those things where you try out in scrims and it works really good. So you just wanna use it here.
That's so good.
And now with the Matilda as well, so it looks like this Akai is going over into the jungle. And I thought that Aurora will be the more sustainable kind of draft. But then, looks like a Flash, they actually went for it. I kind of feel like Flash, they have a easier to execute draft compared to Aurora.
Yeah.
And again, just to remind everyone at home, this is elimination match as well as advancing to the knockout stage. Aurora is the favorites right now. The drafts look kind of good for Flash. And with that, I'm going to be throwing it over to Brigida as well as Mirko.
Hey, thank you so much, LaFell, for that analysis on the drafts. I have to agree with LaFell. Flash have the easier to execute composition. And, well, for me, the only concern would be the Granger's the only one with damage. Everybody else kind of have to support the Granger. Let's see if it will work out. Aurora, I would say a pretty greedy composition, but if they get snowballing from the start, oh, they're going to scale like monsters. Welcome to the Land of Dawn to find out who the final team to the knockouts will be. Will it be Aurora or Flash?
Yep, let's see if they get to do that snowball you did mention, especially up until before the level 4s come in for both of these sides, or especially for Team Flash, because I feel like that's where a lot of the pressure definitely can come in. The heavy spin, the Infernal Pursuits, they're gonna matter a lot when it comes to the team fights later on, but you can pretty much say the same for Aurora. Just so long as they coordinate their skills well enough, even despite the presence of these much disruptors from Team Flash, because the biggest concern definitely is gonna be that heavy spin we might see from Hades later on.
Yeah. Aurora, again, the reason we're skeptical about their composition would be their engage potential is kinda off. Tianzi did a poke over to Kurt just in the early... And pretty good spatial migration, but it's pretty easily countered. They have so many ways to disengage, two purifies, plus a heavy spin on Hades. So, again, how are they going to utilize this right now? Like, I would love to see the execution explain the composition.
Yep. And, I mean, even aside the purifies, right? Just now we saw a well-timed guiding wind can even potentially save you from those threats. And now it's clear that Team Flash are being the more aggressive ones, fully aware of their capabilities with their lineup so far in this game. And that's another thing, like for the first few objectives you will be seeing, or we will be seeing in this game, how do you fight up against the heavy spin? How do you go in knowing that there's a threat of the heavy spin, which could just make things so much easier for Team Flash to guarantee them the objective?
That's a whole lot of agility, by the way, in the emblems for Team Flash. 3 members chose agility, and I guess it's to rotate around a turtle. Again, for Aurora, it doesn't seem like they have a shot at contesting.
They won't be approaching the turtle anymore. It seems like Tianzi is gonna look for the trades on the jungle camps instead, but Team Flash, there's a quick response from them as well, so there's no clear trade whatsoever yet from Aurora Gaming. It's Team Flash currently in, despite a very minimal lead, still in the lead so far, and the pressure is just constant in the mid lane. This is interesting to see for a team with a surprise setup factor in the Guinevere.
Yeah, we have to see how it works out later, because for now, I think it is exactly as we expected. Team Flash will have all the control in Turtle 1. That's a Purify already. And all the engages Aura can go for, it isn't really relevant. There's no damage to follow it up either in the early game, right? You go and gank the gold lane. Moskov needs 3 items before you can actually really be a threat in the game. Lancelot can deal damage, but then I think even if Vanix takes the whole of the Violet Requiem earlier, the Guiding Wind would give him enough sustain. So yeah, no kill threat at all for Aurora.
Yeah, there are just too many ways to get out if you're Team Flash. The mere presence of a Mathilda changes up so many things here, but it seems like they're trying to go for the kill. Fortunately for Apex 47, he has the flicker, but that could have been a kill for Team Flash, and it's interesting if they're able to take that on the Guinevere instead of any other member.
There you go. At least we get to see Uranus in this game kind of get more pressure. I'm really confused right now because both these teams, I think they're really struggling before neutral objectives, but at least Team Flash have a goal, right? You can see they want to get neutral objectives. Aurora is the one where I'm really confused. We gotta see the brilliance of this draft. I guess mid to late?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Here down bottom, though. They're actually gonna start the fight. These are tanky members from Aurora Gaming, however. I feel like they won't be able to fully commit just yet. Poke Lunar down low enough, though, but he just regains his HP back. So it's just a constant trade of hits here and there, but none of these players are really going down, not unless they fully commit to this now. Fury of the Phoenix already committed. Ken doing a great job at zoning out the other members, and as we've expected, Hades, he'll freely get to secure the objective. Now potentially might just go for the pickup onto Lunar, but then again, it seems like there's still the damage that's lacking for Team Flash.
Well, I think they don't really care. They lack the damage, yes, but they can just play for the gold laner, especially when they're ahead like this, Kurt!
Oh, that's a very aggressive Crimson Beacon coming in from Kirk, and that's the first blood that Team Flash will finally get to secure. I think I'm gonna agree with you on that. There's just too many ways for Team Flash to guarantee that they can go in and escape and survive with the resources that they have, despite them not actually finding the kills.
Yeah, I guess for Aurora, this is just the composition that can hold early up until Moskov and Lancelot get their power spikes, because other than that, I don't really see the win con. I can see it if Moskov and Lancelot scales up and, you know, gets the damage items, but for now, yeah, it's just all Flash on the board. They're rotating everywhere. If they shut down Sigiboom, no, that's plan A for Aurora out of the game already.
Yep. Now they're working on the tier 1 up top. Hades pretty low, already below half HP, but has the Guiding Wind, so he'll just get to survive. To this point, it's only just been 1 kill across the board for both of our teams.
And surprisingly, both teams kind of like it. Team Flash are kind of non-confrontational. They want to play for the Granger. They have so much disengage, so much mobility. Aurora, on the other hand, as well, is like, yeah, you can go for the first turtles. I'm just going to farm up and wait for my carries. So for both teams, they're like, all right, we're happy with this. Sigibu, oh, man, has to flicker out. A bit too aggressive there with the skill 1 forward.
Yeah. The thing is, Aurora Gaming are holding this out pretty well, though. So if they do get to find their power spikes later on, which can come in a lot sooner than we expected, if Team Flash still is yet to find the conversions, then they might have a lot more confidence to dictate the tempo or look for a fight, but whether or not they're able to do that, let's see, because now Team Flash, they're the ones who start things off, already using the Guiding Wind. Gets to zone out some of the members, though. Ken also trying to do just the same.
Oh, solo!
And where are the trades gonna come in for Aurora Gaming? Vanix nearly taking down Rosa, but now it's a mess. Look at just how Ken keeps disrupting everyone, but the Violet Requiem gets casted on him. There's an additional layer of knockup, but he still survives. Buys enough time. Darkwave casted once again, but they still get to survive. Aurora Gaming, no casualties at all.
They traded the turtle for a turret. Yes, they weren't able to kill Ken earlier. But yeah, strangely enough, I feel like both teams are kind of like, all right with this.
Okay.
The Aurora are still scaling. They're still waiting for Sigiboom. I know it sounds like I'm a broken record, but that's literally what we've been seeing. Like, both teams just been okay doing their job right now. It's a 1,200 goal lead for Vanix, and that will be the big factor in the mid to late game here for Team Flash. If Vanix can get one I would say 3 to 4 stacks on the Skypiercer here in the mid game, then it should be Team Flash with an easy road to just winning this game, just because they have so much peel for the Granger. They can just play hyper carry Vanix.
That should change things up, right? Once they finally get the damage, once they finally get those stacks. But how many times have we seen these unsuccessful attempts? Apex 47 always trying to land that spatial migration on JPL, but always gets away even without the Purify.
It's impossible to get like a big set just because, again, there are 3 Purifies. Let's say you even catch them without Purify. There's a panda spinning around, right? There's too much peel. The only guy you can go for is Ken, and I don't think you want to go for Ken. That's a tier 2 for a tier 1 down below. These are like pretty bad trades across the board for Aurora. But I guess this is like the cope. We're scaling, yo.
Yeah.
I feel kind of Turkish saying that, you know? Like, yo, they're scaling. It's my boy.
Apex 47 is pretty much denied in this game. I feel like at most, maybe they can rely on other members to force out the Purifies or even the heavy spins. But again, that's too many things that you have to check. Those are too many things you have to force out away from Team Flash if you want to be confident enough that you're gonna find a successful setup. So they might want to look for other ways to work around the map, but the way that Team Flash is managing the waves, not even Sigibum could do much on the Moskov in terms of that. They'll try to go for Lunar, circling Eagle, already committed on him. There's the stacks from the Lantern Flare, but they're just gonna damage him just a bit.
Okay, just a bit of poke from both these teams again. Neutral objective control. TNZ's gonna have to pull off a miracle here to get through all of those members because the poke from Vanix is starting to really hurt!
Oh, TNZ had to use the Thorned Rose to dodge that flicker in, coming in from Ken. All eyes on TNZ. Spatial migration lands, however, but there's no follow-up from his team. That was just a way for him to protect his jungler, but nothing more than that.
Sigibum gets a turret up top. And that's about it, right? Like, that's a trade. Lord, he doesn't even get the turret. Can he get it? Oh, no, he has a recall now. Everybody's rotating up top. Yeah, he does get it in the end. Good news for Aurora is the Moscow's very close to being online. Just a bit more towards that DHS. That'll be the 3rd item. TNZ's online as well here with the Endless Battle. 3 out of power spike. All right, DHS already. So this should be the time where they can start to fight. But I will actually say maybe not, because Team Flash now have a winning nature on the Granger. So what that means is the power spike hit a bit too late, and now Flash have means to counter it.
Yep. They might need a bit more of damage in order to deal with that, but okay. Even though the spatial migration lands, they can't go for the full commit on Hades just yet. Their damage dealers aren't within range, and now they use the Circling Eagle onto Lunar once again. I feel like they're just okay with using all these resources onto members they don't necessarily get to take down. They'll try to finally take the base turret up top, though. Heavy spin already committed by Hades. Could this be go time for Aurora Gaming? Lunar tries to go for their other members, but gets taken back through the Lantern Flare. There's literally not much they can do, at least for now. It's always trading that Aurora's going for.
The thing is, when you want to play for trades, you need it to actually be somewhat equal. This has been one of the worst trade deals of all time for Aurora. Like, they just have been getting shafted in the trades. It's a turtle for nothing. Turtle for tier 1 and then a tier 2 for Team Flash. So it's always just been positive trades for Team Flash, and Aurora have just been forced to take the negatives. I am so confused.
Yeah. Okay, we need a bit more time to, I guess, process everything that is going on in the Land of Dawn. I feel like even the entire situation is a massive shock, because the expectations of many heading into this match were definitely favoring Aurora, but right now, that is not what we're seeing from Aurora Gaming, especially draft-wise. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness, coming in from Vanix. There's almost no one who could deal with him as he tries to take down the turret. Flicker already forced from Rosa. Even right under the base, Fury of the Phoenix and the spatial migration all committed, but the heavy spin just counters them all. They can't go for anything. Still want to use the conceal, however, Rosa gets very, very low just by the Lantern Flares from Curtizi.
We got 2 members taken down. Oh, sorry, 2 flickers in that fight. 3, 4 with Ken there. That's the action.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a Melpic Roar for TNZ. That should help him in getting through the front line, but then, like, we've been both saying like they should do it now, but I don't even know if they can, because again, Apex just jumps in and then the Panda spins and then there's nothing. Like, Team Flash's Purifies have kind of been like a suggestion so far. It's just like, hey.
They don't even press it.
Yeah, it's like MLBB just says, you have a battle spell, but they're like, nah. Ken walks up, gets the guiding win. That's a free newt.
Oh, already forced, or the... I mean, Ken's already half HP though. Lunar tries to close in. SOD already committed. Hades. Okay. Hades gets the Lord. That would have been such a surprise if the SOD got it again, but okay. Team Flash, secure the objective. 2-0 kills in this 13-minute game. And yes, these are not the best trades you can get, but that's what they've been doing. That's the only thing they've been doing so far, but could they still work on the waves that are coming in? Because if Team Flash, they get to use all their skills successfully, defensively, what more aggressively now, and that's what they're showing us. Phantom Execution already committed here by TNZ. Doesn't get the kill on JPL, however. And the Lord is slowly approaching the base.
They're just going to go for the siege, and this, again, comes down to Hades just opening up so that the Granger hits. Hades walks up.
Oh, he's already very low though. Aurora Gaming get to deal with the Lord Fury of the Phoenix. A very well-timed one at that. And could this be their opening to actually fight back? There goes the free hits coming in from Seafoam as well, trying to go for Ken, but the somehow is saved by JPL. I thought they could have already made something out of that, but...
We did it.
Okay.
We got to the power spike, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is the time for the Northern Alliance to shine.
Okay.
This is why, whenever you go over, right, it's like, it's rare that the Northern Alliance get to show themselves, and now we found that timing for Aurora. It's just, so the whole game they were banking on a overextension punish from Team Flash. Hades went in way too aggressively. I think, again, for Team Flash, the way they need to play this composition is we're non-confrontational, just like we said in the early game. Like, Hades just needs to use the ultimate to peel for Vanix, but there, he tried to zone Aurora, and that created an opening for Aurora to break the front to back, to put Vanix in a tough spot. Not just Vanix, everyone from Team Flash in a tough spot. So, for Team Flash, okay, this is 15 minutes in, but it's very simple for the win con. Team Flash, just don't heavy spin forward, and Aurora hope that Team Flash heavy spin forward.
It's funny how it feels like the game is just starting for Aurora. Like, they've just gotten themselves in the game.
But is it too late?
15 minutes in.
3 base turrets. You know, they don't have any turrets anymore, Brig. You know, this is a little kind of tough.
And that will be so disappointing for Team Flash if they actually lose this one, because they've been in control for majority of the game. But this is another heavy spin coming in from Hades. Is the right target. Is he the right target though? Oh, the spatial migration doesn't land. The guiding wind saved him just in time. Now they find Lunar, but from the sides, TNZ, will he try to make something happen? Okay, SOD does not land. Now Team Flash are just walking away. Oh my goodness. Slowly but surely, I feel like Team Flash are also starting to feel it, you know?
You know why?
Why?
Hades heavy spin forward. That's the win con for Aurora right there. Yes, because that's their only engage. And guess what? JPL circling Eagle forward to the 2 forms of engage went in, and Aurora punished. A 2,000 gold lead has just been built up for Aurora. Guiding win? No guiding win, just a circle eagle.
Oh, to the frontliners once again at that Dark Wave flicker. And also coming in from Ken, gets to zone out the other members of Aurora, but the Lord is very low and will actually be reset. Okay, you know what? I think, yeah, most of the time, the circling eagle onto the tanky heroes have been working. But maybe that is not the way to go right now unless they're isolated completely from the other members of Aurora. Fury of the Phoenix, though, already committed. Will TNZ find a way to actually steal away this objective? Lunar doing a great job. Look at the damage already coming in. Seeking Boom, meeting expectations, but the heavy spin and retribution combo still secures the objective for Team Flash, but they lost 2 members in the process.
Hey, neutral objectives are overrated. Aurora are showing what they've got here as they have completely turned the game around. A composition built to scale, built to just outlast Team Flash and punish on their mistakes. is working. 2 members down. It's just Hades, JPL, and Vanix against 5 members of Aurora with now a 4,000 gold lead.
Yup, and that's Hades without the heavy spin! Flicker Spatial Migration coming in, but doesn't land onto anyone. They get to keep themselves safe, but they lose their base turret. The damage coming in from Tianzi is already pretty decent enough. There's the heavy spin, makes it just in time. Tianzi gets caught, Immortality pop, but they'll do their best to save their jungler. They actually find a way to punish Hades instead. Fury of the Phoenix 2 landing on everyone. But Aurora Gaming, after 18 minutes, look at where we are.
How did we get here? How we got here was through heavy spin forward and circling eagle forward up top. Flash are now the ones. Welcome to game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Lanadon we go. This is where the game officially begins. What we saw the first 18 minutes, that was a trailer. Now we have the win conditions set for both these teams, right? For Aurora, they need to wait for a heavy spin forward.
That was the longest trailer of my life, by the way.
Hey, you know, like nowadays, trailers just give out the plot. So that's what we're seeing here, modern day trailers. So Wind of Nature, Rose Gold Meter, they've actually already sold boots too. They've gotten to a point of the game where they just don't need boots. They are fully built up. The Granger still has boots, interestingly enough. No BOD just yet. Maybe he doesn't want to be OD, wants to just stick to this. I think he needs it though. He needs a bit more damage. Like, again, Team Flash kind of don't have damage here. They need someone to deal. And he doesn't have, he only has 2 stacks in 19 minutes, man.
I do feel like they're trying to build a bit more of the anti-heal though. See, Halberd picked up by Vanix. Might be a last item dominance ice for Ken as well. But I feel like more than all these items and priorities, it's really the decisions that count. Like the way they start their engages, as you've mentioned, and I don't want to just say the heavy spin, I also want to point out the circling eagles coming in from JPL. I do think they're actually well coordinated, but it would have been better if they're also well timed. And the way we're seeing it now, Aurora Gaming, they're not afraid of anything anymore. I mean, I can't believe I'm seeing a 7k gold lead in their hands after losing majority of this game.
Again, they were just waiting for this moment. It was a training arc the entire time for Aurora, and they've managed to get through it. It was a very tough early to mid-game to weather the storm, but they did it. Again, Team Flash, this composition was kind of built for just one guy, and it's Vanix. I think at this point of the game, they wanted Vanix to have a bit more Skypiercer stack so that he could actually dish out more damage. Maybe even a bod, you know? It really seems like Flash are struggling with damage. Aurora have a ton of damage now, but they don't have base turrets, so it's kind of a stalemate. Again, Aurora also, with all the damage, they don't have engage. Flash have like a billion movement speed, abilities, a heavy spin, and 3 purifies, right? So it's a team who can't initiate with a lot of damage. It's a team who can't initiate with no damage.
Yeah.
And a Lord in the middle.
It's such a contrast between these two teams and what they're capable of doing, what the other is not capable of doing. But now I feel this is going to be a very important objective between both of these teams. We're already at the 21-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen.
I would love to see Vanix's stacks at this point of the game. He's been racking up those stacks, man.
How are they gonna fight and start things off? I feel like the call is just to really brute force their way in, I guess. They don't want to look for those materialist setups. JPL, though, already using the circling eagle onto just the lunar. So that's already one resource down for Team Flash. They try to work on the Lord. Sigibum just managing the waves. But they have the information. Rosa can see. Lunar can see. How are they gonna deal with this?
Let's see if they can. JPL just giving them HP. They go on to Ken, but he's still safe. Flash are still deciding to go for it. Tianzi rotating over.
Will Hades use the heavy spin now? Space Lord Migration lands onto Ken, but he has the Winter Crown though. Oh no, Hades, they're all very low with the Spatial Migrations keep coming in. Sigibum also from behind gets to find the targets, and now Aurora Gaming finally steals away the Lord. They're chasing after Team Flash. There's the Wind of Nature coming in from Vanix and the heavy spin just to protect their gold later. But Apex 47 still has the Spatial Migration. Tianzi going in, also finds the immortality from Vanix. It's only JPL alone, and it's a disaster. disaster for Team Flash!
Aurora! The whole game they've played from behind, but now they're the ones to crack the crystal open. Team Flash is in disbelief. Their coaching staff probably in the back, confused as well, but Aurora, they truly have mastered the basics.
We should have taken first shift. How do we start this conversation, Brigida? Because here's the thing, like, the viewers, they're not here yet.
Yeah, they're not.
I'm reading the comments and be like, guys, you're in for a game.
You know what's crazy, LaFell?
What is crazy, LaFell?
I think the Lord did more damage to the front line of Flash than Aurora in that last fight. It was like they were just, all right, in Evolved Lord, let's just sit here.
Not gonna lie, I was looking at the players' reaction when they won. Even Rosa was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's finally over.
What was... You know what, today, you know what, the world is healing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In the previous
In
match.
what way?
In the previous match, there's not a lot of fighting. In this match, there's also not a lot of fighting. And then when you do, you get punished. So maybe they just should not have been fighting.
Wait, I mean...
Hey, at least you know, at least Miracle gets to rest a bit.
Yeah,
play-by-play, you
I
know?
was so...
I wasn't play-by-play.
Oh, well, you get to rest for play-by-play then.
I mean, I don't know if I can rest my brain after that still, because like there are a lot of things not sinking in up to this point.
Yeah.
In the way that game turned out, or in the way we actually reached the 21-minute mark, just constantly pointing out things that need to be worked on, and like...
Shout out to both these guys for making that a very good match. You know, you guys...
thank you, man.
You guys earn your paychecks for today.
Thank you,
Oh,
man.
really?
Is that a bonus or something? You're giving out bonuses?
No.
No.
Hey, it's not within my power, and if it is, I'll... anyways, that, like, let's break it down. So we got a team that can engage, but the opponents have a lot of counter engage, and if they do engage, they don't have enough damage until they're full items. And then the opposing side, if they're full items, they don't have enough damage. That was. This is why I say I want more fighters in the game. Right?
Because if they had a lot more fighters...
And like my previous hot take was like, damage is kind of good. So this was yes.
Yeah.
Let's just do that, because as of right now, okay.
Okay.
Let's look at the damage here.
Damage dealt.
JPL did more damage than Hades. Cool. Phoenix did 120k.
Hey, neutral
Cool.
objectives, overrated. Again, chat, all right? You got to remember, in your games, when people go neutral objectives, just say, nah.
You think Lord is that good? Only when he's in the pit.
Only when he's evolved.
Hey, when he's outside the pit, he's just a glorified minion. A bit bigger than usual, but still a minion nonetheless. Kills is where it is, guys.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe
it's
it.
killing Brigida being a Filipino. Be like, yes, you need team fight.
No, because remember, I was like trying to lift the entire idea of Akai jungle, but this was not.
Welcome to Gankangar.
Well, to be fair, to give you credit, Akai was good. Like, look at the object. All that was because of the, not just the Akai, but the Akai played a big part in most of the neutral objective takes.
But the decisions by the 15 mark on, no, was that the 15 mark?
It should have been ending.
Yeah.
Like 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. So the way they let Aurora extend the game was very questionable for Team Flash.
I just want to give myself credit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I gave Aurora the benefit of the doubt for 20 minutes, and it paid off.
It paid off, man.
Because usually, I would just be like, what the heck, you know? But I was like, no, they are scaling. They're waiting for conditions.
Here's the thing. Usually when you lose, you feel bad. I feel like it's extra for this one.
Dude.
That's why I said they'd be super disappointed if they lost this.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I think they might just be tilted at this point.
Yeah,
like that
they should be tilted, yeah. Zays might be tilted, man.
How do you reset after that? Because, you know, like, you got all the answers, especially against the Guinevere already, which was one of their major early game conditions. And then they still find a way back. So, yeah, maybe.
So to meme it even more, LaFell, they have mastered the basics. This game, they deck starred.
Wait, what?
You know what? I feel like the way that you untilt yourself at this point, you know, drink water.
Okay.
Have some chocolates, maybe some fruits. spray your face with water.
Face mist.
Yeah, just
Yep. Stay hydrated.
And then here's the crazy one. Here's the crazy one. Draft damage. That's an untilter right now. No, because then you just go all out. You just go loco with it.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna be okay with the fighters now. Like Curtizi, I'm okay. Go on. Or
what about you, Mr.
Gold.
Man? We're gonna be looking at more highlights while we're thinking.
Yeah, we're thinking about like
Phoenix didn't go bod. I think he like in this game, especially being the only damage dealer. I think that would, but maybe it doesn't matter anymore. I don't know, dude. I'm so confused. Like legit, I'm just. This game has put me in a not so healthy spot.
It's a Sunday, man. Is it a Sunday?
It is a Sunday.
It is a Sunday. So you know, you just have one of those moments. And even looking at chat, people are like, "Hey, without Selena, they could have win. They won, but still." At this point, I want Rosa to pick up the Selena.
Yeah.
Just taking the first 3 picks.
It took them so much to win this game. Although, like,
But it also took Flash to forget everything their composition stands for. You know? This was a thing in Indonesia once as well, an MPLID, and I remember being just so tilted casting that game. It's just, they have an Akai, they would just play for a hyper carry. Then the Akai started spinning forward, like looking for picks instead of peeling for the hyper carry. And that's what we saw this game. I think the biggest example of that mistake was when they tried to go for a pick up top, when they still had such a big lead, and then the Akai got picked off, I think. They didn't have big heavy spin. 3 members were left to defend all alone.
I don't know, I think that's okay because I would throw a different way.
Okay.
BOD Akai.
Oh.
That's what I would do. We would lose, but I'll be having fun.
Yeah. Maybe Phobia should have also built damage, honestly, at that point.
Honestly, at that point, I didn't notice if he had a War Axe or not, but that would have been a good item.
Yeah.
Right? For a long team fight, just keep going,
Did he even have a Thunderbelt? It looked like he just had...
Probably not. He would get a lot of stacks.
Exactly.
Like Thunderbelt
I don't think he
War
did.
Axe. I don't think he did.
So,
in fact, I can reverse. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Okay,
While
and I'm
he's
looking
doing
at Team Flash while you're trying to reverse because hopefully they're okay after everything
Hold on,
that's
this game
happened.
is very long. Actually, we haven't even gotten to our analysis part.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while.
This is such a...
Oh no. Okay, no.
we gotta reset too.
We have to reset.
I think.
No. Like I kind of feel like this is to take the jitters away.
Jitters where?
An 18-minute trailer for Jitters.
Yep. Sometimes you know what they say. You gotta do what needs to be do, all right? And that's what they did.
Yeah.
Relax, Brigida. He's holding in. You should hold in as well. All right. Welcome again to Gank and Gather.
I don't know if that's him holding in or that's just him not being recovered after what happened yet.
I'm still processing that game.
Speaking of processing, we gotta think about what are gonna be the priorities for this one. Because imagine if they didn't have Guinevere and then they had Angela, it might be a longer game, but I think it would be easier for them as well. Because Guinevere, I can see it, but seeing an Akai, maybe not the best pick, you know? Because it kind of felt like in a way a 4v1. Not saying that Apex 47 didn't do his job, but he was kind of shafted a bit where he's not able to do his job, you know?
Let's just get into game 2. Let's hope for a different...
Yeah.
Okay,
I love game 2.
Breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, inhale, exhale. Flash
Inhaling
SG.
what?
Inhale, exhale.
Oh, inhale, exhale.
Yeah. Wait, weren't they first picked earlier too?
No,
it was Aurora.
First pick.
And then they banned the Lancelot.
That's
this is
the
good because that Lancelot was such a problem at mid 18.
Yeah. So this is gonna, I think, change things up a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Like, of course, the priorities are still gonna be a surprise.
I want catching heroes. I want someone to early pick up the Kalia if it's not banned out. Because I really feel like it can disrupt tempo. I kind of feel like that's the problem where both like, Guinevere as well as the Matilda, they can't really disrupt that much tempo unless you have like someone like a fighter that can just stick onto everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they had Phobius. Never mind.
Wait, that's still open too.
All right,
Up
so Flash
to
are just
now.
banning out Assassins now. They're taking away the picks from Tianzi. And then maybe they go for the same strat just without the Lancelot on the other side.
Are they actually gonna ban?
I mean, without it, like if you use the same strat, I kind of feel like you can still do it with the Hayabusa.
Yep.
May actually be even better with the Hayabusa because then it's going to be more harder for you to deal with the splits.
Okay. So far, majority of the Flex heroes are open. Like,
The box share
After
still
a
up for
while,
grabs
yeah.
for Team Flash, yes.
so even the Arlots, they'll be open if ever the trend continues in the bans so far. But the one one's already taken out. I feel like the Jushin might be an option as well.
I feel like it's a good idea
Why?
for Aurora to ban out the Jushin because that also kind of deters them from engaging into the fights.
The Uranus gets taken away from Flash. By Flash, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Is it gonna be Jushin here or hold on, what else is actually open? Unless they wanna give away the Kalea too.
Yeah, it should be the Juicin Prio or the Kalea Prio. Those are the two picks that...
Agreed. Agreed.
Or let's not ban any of them.
I mean, like, I think that's okay. Like, trade for trade, you know? Like, they pick up the Jushin, we pick up the Kalia. Is there anything that we really should be banning out right here? Boxia, Phoveus Arlet, Kimi?
Kimi. Oh!
Angela.
Why?
I think they're respecting the Boxer first pick from Flash. That's why they want to respect the Angela here. The combo Boxer Angela. So let's see. Even Juicin. Like, even if when you first pick Juicin and you go Boxer later with Angela, that's a ridiculous comp. So it is a Boxer good read by Aurora by banning out that Angela.
Yeah. There you go.
So either you want the Kalia or the Jushin here. I kind of don't like it when they're both in the same team. All right, so I feel like go either or, and then maybe either pick up the...
Moskov again.
They could, honestly.
I mean, to be fair, Sigimum is pretty good at the Moskov. It's just that their mid couldn't like get any kind of tempo, so he just had to farm.
Yep.
And this is actually just a setup for Curtizia to get Kimi too, right? MVP performance, at least my MVP performance.
Yeah.
With the Kimi. And the Gord back in... was it yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Hey, you're right.
There you go. Moskov and the Juicin. This is a Kimi should be for Team Flash. They could also go Kalea, which is a comfort, or...
Kimi Kalea, yeah, sounds good.
Or where do they go?
There's a Phoveus.
I'd say just go Kimi Kalea right now.
but-
Don't think the Phoveus is really warranted. They've already banned out Fanny and Lance.
Yeah. Unless they're considering other options or...
Honestly, I do prefer the Kalia as well as the Kimi. It kind of does open up your draft quite a lot, especially because you have a lot of forward momentum, right? Let the Boxia go in front.
Kimi Granger.
They pick up Kimi Granger here. I do like Kimi Granger, especially because you already know who your matchups are going to be. So now it's all about Aurora. I feel like if they don't pick up a jungler here, it is going to get banned out unless they have something spicy in their hand, something like an Amon.
But yeah, what jungle would you go for now, right?
I feel like in terms of assassins, it's just the Hayabusa, unless you want to go for something like the Ling, and then later on, what is it? Like, we've seen a Lucas. I don't think Lucas here, but yeah. Oh, they pick up the Lapu first. Honestly,
that's
respectable.
good. That's really good. I like it. They need a pick to dive in to get past the front line. And again, with the anti-CC, it's going to be very hard to peel for your carries here. I think Aurora might be building up to a pick that you mentioned, Lofel, a Ling. Maybe last pick here. Whenever you see Kimi Granger, it kind of opens the window for a Ling pick to show up.
Yeah. Although, I'm wondering what they'll be opting to go for in terms of battle spells, especially for these two marksmen. Flicker looks good, but if Aurora gets to pick up another great setup hero, then Purify might be an option as well, and that'll make things a lot more better for their lineup because there's such a dive heavy comp so far. So yeah, maybe the Flicker is gonna be the priority here for Team Flash. They banned out the Badang though, so I feel like they can limit a lot more of the assassin options. Wait, what's the left? The Ling or the Joy?
Oh yeah, Joy, yeah.
The Joy's there out too, but they banned the Badang. Maybe they want the Joy.
It's a good band there. Lolita taking a page out of their own book. They use the Lolita to counter the Kimi and the Granger.
But it also does show like they kind of are okay with most assassins in whatever comp they're going to finish after this.
Just there though. I feel like it's mostly really going to be the Joy or the Ling for Aurora.
Will Aurora ban out the Esmeralda? Will they have troubles there? Because if they really want to win out that XP and they want to enable Lunar, I think taking that out will be a solid choice because Esme has been a good way to just win out. Yeah, there you go. Esmeralda ban.
How to take that out. Flash, SG. Are they gonna double down on the roam heroes, or do they want to like get rid of at least an assassin or the assassin jungler options we've been mentioning? Because at least for Aurora, they don't have that much range just yet. They have backline dive. There's the Lapu. But other than that, it's just mostly him who'll be tanking the job.
I think should be Joy. Kalea, there you go, that's the Joy. This could be just the Kalea into Ling pick for Aurora.
I kind of feel like taking the Kalea here is okay. But I don't like the combination with Jushin. At least you take it away from Flash. Oh, but it pick up a Franco.
Ooh, so it is a pick-off.
It is
first time ever.
Yeah. But again, it really is about the micro because, although to be fair, as a Franco, you kind of only need that one godly hook to really turn things around.
But now I bring up the point that you've been saying a lot in MSC about the Kalea Jushin. This combo is, I think, worse. Because for the Franco, you want someone to burst.
Unless you have like a jungler that could legit one-shot, which I can't think of one right now.
Amon.
Yeah, but even that, you kind of need to scale a bit, right?
Yeah.
Like you even need to attack other things to get your stacks, to get all those shards, and then you go in. And then there's the Kalea, and then the glue. Looking at the damage profile here, not the best, but I kind of feel like Lapu is okay up against the glue, because then when your longs are there, at least you can heal up.
Yeah, but what does Tianzi pair up with the Franco though? If we're talking about like what or where the damage is gonna come from for the setups or for the iron hooks for Aurora.
You gotta understand that Aurora were in desperate need of a roamer that could actually get the mid prio. That's why I really expected them to go Kalea. Franco is not that. Like, you are more of a pick-off hero, and with this Kalea Kimi, that's instant mid prio for Flash, I think. Oh, dude, that is crazy.
Dude. Reverse the stream. I called it out.
You said Gushin Amon. Reverse. Yes.
Hey, you know what?
Oh my lord!
Hey,
Wait a minute.
I'm looking at them right now,
dude. I said that because I knew it was coming up today. Are you actually looking back?
I need to check the name.
All right, cool. But either way,
Incandescence.
Another Incandescence sports. But there's you know, you guys have it. I'm just throwing it through. I'm not even gonna set it down.
All right. Thank you, LaFell, for the setup. But ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in MSC, we're seeing a Franco and a Gushin. Oh my lord, it's been... I think M5 was the last time we saw the Gushin. It was Sans, was it? Yeah. Up against AP Bren at the time. Let's get into the line of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Will this send Aurora to the knockout stage? A Gushin and Franco debut as we encounter the two unknown picks. Or will Flash SG just take it with a meta draft? Whoa, early!
Okay, the crazier part is I did not expect it to come in from Aurora than Team Flash. But it is what is it, as LaFell would say. So now we're heading into game number 2. This is match point for Aurora, and it's not looking too good because they're able to chase after Rosa in the mid lane, granting them first blood.
Instant mid prio, Kalea and Kimi, you have to respect level 1. This is also what happened against RRQ, by the way, Brig. I'll just say, Aurora in the mid lane, a bit too comfortable, always looking for those brawls, getting punished by the Baksha.
Yeah, they might want to be a lot more careful with that because the conditions in which their lineup is going to work still remain a question, and they might not be able to show us that if they get too behind in the early stages of the game. Taking a quick look at the emblem build. Okay, I had to check the Bushin first because it hasn't been... Oh! Okay. But going back, it's just a pretty common emblem build. Magic emblem, mage emblem. And I think it's similar to the others we're seeing in the jungle.
So not the killing spree for the Gushin, it is actually the Impure Rage choice. Also, for the rest of them, pretty normal. Apex 47 has actually gone for Concussive Blast. I thought he would actually just go for more of a setup. Pull yourself, focusing mark, maybe. But yeah, he actually does go for Concussive Blast, wants to get a bit more mid-prio against Team Flash's composition, especially knowing it is a Kalea Kimi. But it is also just Aurora sticking to the agility, fast movement speed across the board. This time only 2, not 3.
The way it's looking right now, again, it's Team Flash in control of the early game, and they will be letting go of that first turtle TNZ will still have to secure his purple buff, and they don't necessarily get to trade anything out of it. So, yes, it's very similar to the away game number 1 played out, but this time around, Aurora, I feel like, have a lot more options to not wait too long or too late in the game to fight back against Team Flash.
This is what I was concerned about for Team Flash, though, because this time they actually have more damage. It isn't just Vanix, and the mid-prio, I would say, is even better than the previous one. So the lead should be bigger. They'll have proper setup. JPL!
Oh, it doesn't land on Rosa. And then they get to stun still this Jushin. However, but the Crimson Beacon was there, so... Oh, they go instead for Lunar, and there's the Incandescence already committed, but the bravest fighter from Lunar gets the last hit onto Curtizi. Onto the backlines, though, JPL and Hades get to find Rosa too. So it's a 2-for-1 trade so far.
It's back-to-back, no damage.
Oh,
see boom.
Okay, there was a flicker. Knock up from the title strike. They're still gonna commit it. However, Apex 47 lands the Iron Hook, and now it's JPL who they're actually gonna go after. The Spear of Misery kind of messed up the intentions there, especially from Hades, but okay, it's a much closer fight, I guess.
Yeah, Aurora, they just, I think, lack a whole lot of damage in the early game again with the Gushin and the Moskov. They can't control neutral objectives, but Team Flash had actually just been playing into Aurora's game. Aurora would want the game early to be messy because they have proper ways to team fight. It's just controlling neutral objectives will be very hard for them, right? Team Flash, this could be a factor of tilt from the previous game, or it could just be a miscalculation because they should always just have the better control over neutral objectives. Oh, now Aurora are setting up for a pick on Ken. Can they even do this?
Yep, they do use the Bloody Hunt and the Bravest Fighter and everything else, even the Incandescence, to take down this glue. So they take away the nuisance from Team Flash in terms of the team fights that can break out later on, but their ultimates, they have already been expended. JPL doesn't go in with a title strike, and Rosa's just trying to zone out Curtizi.
Yeah, they know there are no big resources. Bravest Fighter and the Bloody Hunt use JPL.
Yep, there's the Tsunami Slam already committed onto Lunar as well, but he still gets to cast the Bravest Fighter, gets a little bit more of sustain as well. Enough to take down JPL. Vanix finds the kill onto Lunar, however, but then Curtizi, he just finds a way to deal those free hits. They find the kill onto Chenzi, and now Ken is next. 2-for-2 trade by both of these teams.
But Team Flash get the neutral objective as expected, though, and Aurora are just making it messy again. We gotta think about the late game for Aurora, because that's their main win condition, with Siggy Boom and TNZ scaling up. Bloody Hunt!
Oh, for some reason. Oh, it's always them looking for the tanky heroes. And now they lack the damage to convert that into a pickoff.
That's unfortunate. Apex really wanted to give the kill over to Siggy Boom, but at this point of the game, not too much damage for him. Let's take a look at the replay here where, yeah, Flash SG were late to the contest because of the pick off to Ken, but still made it work. It just goes to show you how strong they are here. Tsunami Slam with the live cam view.
Yep, and they find another kill on TNZ. Not looking too good for the jungler of Aurora Gaming. You'd expect him to be following the setups from his teammates, but it seems like they always find a way to isolate him. And that might not be the best way to go. Siggy Boom goes in with the SOD, tries to get the kill onto JPL, will successfully secure it, but Ken also decides to join the fight on the glue, messing things up for Aurora Gaming. They get to punish Lunar as well, and that will be the disengage for both.
But the thing is, Aurora are still forcing Flash into these skirmishes, and it's actually been pretty equal. This, by all means, especially if you look at the composition, should have been a first 2 turtles, maybe 2 kills to Team Flash win in the early stage of the game with a 2,000 gold lead, but it's Aurora who are keeping it even, and this is playing into Aurora's win condition more than it is for Flash. Like, Flash are the ones that kind of need to push against this composition. Later on, the one-shots will be even scarier with Apex landing a hook, but now they are looking to capitalize. Rosa, caught in the shield unity.
Traction Pulse doesn't land onto anyone, but the Tsunami Slam is committed onto Lunar. Once again, gets the bravest fighter though, and Ken just trying to disrupt everyone else in the back lines. Will they have enough damage to deal with him though? Rosa gets separated from the other members of Aurora, and they're forced to retreat for now. Team Flash might actually gain access to this mid turret. Tienzi will do his best to defend it though. And that's gonna be it for now. Now it's another free objective for Team Flash.
Not too free. Aurora get a turret at least in the bottom lane, but also for Flash. They take a fight, they win it, they go over the neutral objective. That's what you want to do. But there, I think we saw an angle there they could have punished to nitpick a little bit here. Tienzi used the red tree on the cannon minion, the orange buff was up, but they decided, you know, to take the safe route, even though all the damage dealers were not present. SOD used as well. JPL.
If they find Tienzi one again, this is going to be horrible. And they do. Curtizi gets last hit. Raven's Fighter already committed by Lunar. Gets to punch JPL. But then the damage coming in from Team Flash. This double marksman lineup. It seems like it's been pretty overwhelming for Aurora whenever the team fights break out.
And there's just too much front line right now, and Aurora just have no damage to get through the front. Unless, obviously, they use 4 ultimates on one dude, but that's more of a pick-off scenario, not in the skirmish. Hades, now we're seeing the invades over to punish Tienzi on the Gusion.
Okay, they get to steal? No, Tienzi still actually gets the purple buff, but then they take down the tier 1 in mid. So, yeah, this is pretty interesting to see that the Goldie is only 150, but there's another Tsunami Slam. Winter Crown coming in, however, for Apex 47, but still, he will be the first to fall. Big move from Team Flash because there will be no one else to set up for Aurora if they get to take down Apex 47 first.
Yup. And for Team Flash, it's all about stacking up Sky Piercer stacks for Vanix. It's almost, I mean, very similar to game number 1, where Vanix needed the Sky Piercer stack. Now another shield unity.
Everyone used the conceal, and the Tidal Strike still gets it. Tienzi goes in incandescent, somehow finds the punish, and now Aurora Gaming, they're starting to fight back. Rosa looking for the Lantern Flare stacks. Ken isolated all alone, but still has a way to get out.
Such a messy team fight for both these teams. They have just kept on brawling. Team Flash have stayed in the jungle of Aurora a bit too long. Lord was spawning top. They had a lead earlier when it comes to members too, but they wanted more. They were so desperate to find more. And I don't really think they were, you know, calculating the timers of the Purifies at all. They went in, all in dove. Like, JPL used the flicker up front to get a Tsunami Slam without really putting into account the fact that Rosa has Purify. Now, he also has Sky Piercer, and the 3-item Power Spike has hit for Siggy Boom. Like, Aurora have actually gotten to a pretty comfortable spot in the game where they should be able to start fighting, or at least we're close if they don't go for it.
Yep. But positioning has been such a struggle for Tienzi. Now they don't even get to contest the objective and might lose a member. Fortunately, has the immune for Lunar, so he gets to survive. But I think that's another problem for Aurora Gaming. Tienzi, every now and then, does find some opportunities to finally cast the combo, use the incandescence, and take out some members from Team Flash. But whenever he does, it's almost as if he needs to accept the fact that he's gonna die when he does that. Because Team Flash are very consistent in finding ways to punish.
Yep. And the punish is what you saw on your screen. Vanix with the Sky Piercer stacks. Now he has damage to help him, which is the Kimmy in the mid lane, plus a lot of CC that could lock Aurora down so the shots keep landing. That's why the Lolita was banned out by Team Flash. They really know as well how this composition could really just fall on its own head. Let's take a look at the damage dealt rankings. As expected, it's Vanix up top leading the charge, but it's Lunar and Siggy Boom. All right, Lunar. Yeah, so Siggy Boom's been doing that much damage without 3-item Power Spike. Now it should be good. And the question is, like, Tienzi, how is he even gonna get to the back line?
Yeah, that's gonna be such a problem. Already used the Crimson Beacon for Rosa. Tsunami Slam doesn't get to land onto anyone, and there's an Iron Hook for Ken! A pickoff by Aurora Gaming. Bravest Fighter committed by Lunar, but was that the right choice? Rosa gets actually taken out. There's too much damage coming in from Vanix. Iron Hook doesn't land onto anyone too, but at least they somehow get to defend.
Yeah, again, messy skirmish, and Ken gets picked off by Apex 47, landing the hooks. So this changes a whole lot, dude, especially considering Kurt and Vanix are on Flicker. If Apex gets to thread the needle somehow, miraculously finding a backline carry, that could shift the whole game to like 6th gear for them. That's a Melfic gun for Siggy Boom, so even stronger now. Let's take a look at the entire in-game equipment. Siggy Boom, around that chaos, he actually utilized that chaos to clear up top, which got him closer to the gold lead that Vanix had earlier.
That's a Winter Crown and fleeting time, but hold on. Hades tries to go for something. Siggy Boom might just get targeted here. It's a shutdown for Vanix. Currently legendary on this Granger. Another Tsunami Slam committed onto Apex 47. In an instant, 2 members of Aurora Gaming went down. And those are not the situations you like if you're Aurora, because you don't get to set the tempo for yourselves. It's Team Flash who just goes in, catches you by surprise. And now they're looking to take away an inhibitor turret or 2.
Too many stacks, too much to deal with for Aurora Gaming. Vanix is a monster.
It seems like Team Flash want to change things up. They want to change the storylines, but hold on. Somehow Lunar decides to go in. Might get bursted down though. That's another kill going to the hands of Vanix. Currently legendary. There's just too much damage from the Rhapsodies and the Death Sonatas. Aurora Gaming, they have their base exposed. That did not land. The Iron Hook did not land. Ken tries to go in, captures Apex 47, but still has the flicker. They might get punished here if they stay a bit too longer, and that is the first step for Aurora Gaming.
Oh no. I mean, oh yes for Aurora, but this is looking a bit too deja vu to when Ken flickered forward on a Masha. You guys remember that? It was up against Homeboys, and now it's against Aurora, and without Ken, look at Aurora. They're rotating over to the Lord. They might just be looking for a 4v5. At this point, they have to take it. They have to try to get a win in the team fight while they have the advantage.
Traction Pulse catches Tianzi, but they won't be able to supply other sources of damage. Hades might get bursted down here. Look at Siggy Boom just targeting JPL. Tries to go in, but gets to purify. The Tsunami Slam does not land the SOD, but that was close for JPL.
Aurora were in desperate need for a win while they were in the lead man-wise. They had a man advantage, but they couldn't capitalize. Some of them were really hesitating. Apex still wanted to hold onto the Bloody Hunt. He needs to find a target, but it's going to be hard as Team Flash now have 5 members up. And actually, wait, the waves are pretty good for Aurora. They can go for round 2.
They can manage it somehow, but I think Apex 47 is going to be very crucial here. There are no Purify spells on Team Flash's side, so just one good Iron Hook could literally change the tempo and flow of this game. But Siggy Boom, he has to manage other things first. Can just go in with the SOD though, but wait, they actually land the stun onto Tianzi. He doesn't get to do anything and gets immediately bursted down. There's also the grab coming in from Ken, and they also kill Apex 47.
Massive fight for Team Flash. That should be it. 2 members down. A Lord spawning in 10 seconds. But Flash want to just go into the mid lane.
This can literally be their chance to change things up for the last day of the group stage. They just keep going in. Vanix, no one can stop nor deal with this man. And for the first time today, we're heading to a game number 3.
Skypiercer, too much to deal with. Vanix, a beast this game. So much stacks, and it came down to them just playing it clean towards the end.
And now, looks like we're going, like you said, Brigida, to game 3. Sorry, just had to check if my mic was hot or not. But yeah, I gotta say, Brigida, Mirko, I'm just gonna take this opportunity to be like, if people ask us like, oh, why don't you guys do predictions? And the real answer is because anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. The game is so subjective when it comes to players' behaviors, the draft, the weather, everything. You know, everything starts to collectively build up. And I gotta say, this series is, with the lack of a better word to describe it, this is a very interesting series.
Yeah, you know when a caster says that, you just have to read into the tone of how he says interesting. So say that again.
Interesting. But I kind of feel like game 3.
Yeah.
It'll be 180. Everyone keeps saying 360, but if you say 360, it means
brave man.
I'm a brave man.
Okay, okay.
I gotta be honest with you guys. Like, I really dislike the drafts coming in from Aurora, but for some reason, maybe I dislike Team Flash's execution a bit more. It was just not clean at all in the early game. They had a composition that should have stomped sort of 1-3, maybe 5k gold lead by the time Lord 1 spawns, but they kept on brawling for some reason, giving Aurora an actual chance at beating them.
But I think I know.
What?
I understand something that you guys don't. What? Because whoever wins this one, they'll be in the 2-1 bracket.
Okay.
So if they start confusing all the 2-0 teams, even the 2-0 teams will be like, wait, we want to pick them? Question mark? Because what if?
What if?
It's all smoke and mirrors. Ooh. And you know what they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And when there's mirrors, there's casters.
Yeah, that could actually be a legit strat. Now that we know that, it's going to be 2-0 teams choosing 2-1, maybe you do want to confuse your 2-0 counterparts later. You're like, hey, maybe you want to choose me. And then they come up and pick up Selena in the knockout, and they're like, oh no.
Oh no, oh no, my bad.
So you're saying that this is all part of a...
Hey, I'm trying to cope here. Just roll with it.
This is cope.
Oh,
just roll with it.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna be with you guys on that one because, like, I'm still finding it hard to find words to describe how I'm feeling in this entire series because, like, we had... I mean, our expectations were sort of met for the first 3, at least. Like,
for the first 3?
We didn't say anything. We didn't say anything,
like,
but...
I would say, like, most of it is closer than I thought.
Yeah, but... I mean, in terms of the results.
Okay.
But this one is literally...
You know what? Chat, try to predict the third game. I want to see how you guys do it. We're terrible at this.
No, the thing is, chat is privileged. They can just say, oh yeah, Aurora are going to lose. And then when they win, see, I told you they won. I told you they would win. They switch up, you know?
That's true. Like, they don't have people clipping
Imagine if we're not casting and we're just watch partying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine,
Oh,
right?
dude, if I was watch partying, oh man, the stuff I would be saying, wow. I just gotta say,
Hey,
we're in 2025, LaFell.
Yep.
A composition with 0 mid lane prio should really not be it, especially when you have a Gusion in the jungle. Like, if the plan was to go Gusion jungle, how is the mid prio gonna work with Jusin and Franco? This is like, we call it out very early in the draft too. We're like, Kalea and Kimi, this is instant prio, and like, you have a Baksha, and this is a freak turtle, man.
Munton is watching, and they're like, maybe we have to buff Gusion. Honestly, like, in terms of the buff, I think either lower the cooldowns or give what you call it, like a HP scaling so that he gets a bit tankier, because I think one of the problems that we saw just now was that people can say, oh, the Kalia catches you and then you die, but the thing is, even when the Kalia doesn't catch you, you die. Because I think he got like 2 tapped by the Granger.
Wait.
What? I'm waiting.
No, because I was thinking, if there was no other way to go, then the Ling might have even been a better option for Tianzi.
I agree.
Because he'd have more mobility. He'd get to at least find a way out of the Tsunami Slam with the Tempest of Blades, although that will be used defensively, but...
Not gonna lie, I would even be okay with the Alucard. Just force fights.
Oh man.
Franco
or Freya.
Franco doesn't even have to hook, just bite someone and just Alucard just cleans up. Either ways, I feel like we had this conversation where it does seem like people are using the group stage as a testing ground to roughly see like what can and cannot work.
Yeah,
and
both Onyx did it.
And I guess Aurora has the privilege of winning game number 1, so game number 2 they have a bit more leeway. Plus, it's still early, so you know. So they could add more time.
That's what they were saying the entire game 1 and game 2, by the way. It's still early.
Yeah.
We'll get delayed.
Yep. And let's face it, I kind of feel like a Flash SG, they got like a very good draft, but what are the chances they get this again? Because look at this. Granger, Kimi, Kalia, Baxia, Glue. Like almost all heroes that are bannable, they got it.
Wow. And look at that.
Vanix.
Vanix got a higher gold per minute compared to the King Kong game we had earlier.
This is 920 for Mr. Vanix. Now this is a well-deserved MVP if he gets it later.
okay,
Imagine
yeah.
the only time he deserves it is someone else.
Dude, like, Bannings or Sigibum, whoever wins this series, I don't mind.
Yeah, both of them, yeah.
They deserve it.
But imagine though, the only time the gold lane deserves it, they're like, Rosa.
Yeah. That would be such a troll.
Okay, I
That
think.
was, but nah, it has to be them. It has to be them because I feel like this is not a hot take to say like both gold laners, because we've been talking about the Moskov, and I kind of feel like Sigibum is one of those really good Moskov players,
Yeah.
right? Even from behind, he's still able to get a lot of farm as well as create pressure. So I really feel like I don't think the Moskov will be banned, but you always have to keep this in the back of your mind that it's gonna come out. So make sure that you have a proper counter for it, both in the draft as well as the macro.
Yeah, because even here, right? Like, for the majority of the game, Sigibum did not die on the Moskov. And he's been doing a lot of work for his team, and there are so many good SODs. Some crucial ones too, not landing though, but you get how Aurora definitely were just trying to play around him once again, because I feel like they clearly understood that it was hard for the Gushon to work in this game. Like, I feel like they realized that early on when they just couldn't make anything out of it. It feels like it relied too much on the setups that could come in for Apex 47 rather than being an assassin who can do something on his own and look for targets on his own. And that didn't work multiple times because Team Flash had answers towards Apex 47. They found ways to deal with Apex 47. So clearly a disconnect for Aurora Gaming in terms of what they wanted to do for this game.
I mean, personally for me, we always have to look at the bright side.
Okay.
Eterna has a lot of questions she can ask.
Oh, thank goodness.
Right? No matter what,
Yeah.
like, always look at the bright side. At least for her, it's just going to be easy to collect all those questions. Actually, the hard one is choosing which one to ask.
I actually thought we were going to throw into an interview right now. I thought that was what you were leading.
Oh, no. No.
That's why I looked back. I was like, wait, no, she's not there.
Just you know, when I shout her, you know, Eterna, you're doing a good job. Be proud of yourself.
Okay. I don't know what I want her to ask to. Like, is it the Gushon?
Hey, it's not our job.
Is it the Akka?
Let's let her do it.
Let's let her do
You
it.
make questions, ask.
She's good.
Well,
She's good.
just
She's good at asking questions.
She is. She's pretty
it's
good.
something that she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Let's ask some questions about the draft now.
Okay, Arlet ban. All right, that's an answer. I kind of feel like let's just throw away the Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna see that.
The ones.
Wang Wangs.
Wait.
Yeah, one should be banned, yeah.
The Yisunshin, the ones, the Kimmies, or unless.
Yeah, this is just game one repeated again. Arlet 1-1, that'll be Kalea next for Aurora. If they go for the same exact draft, Flash will just go for the Fanny and the Baxia. And then we'll have Lancelot first pick.
Ouch.
Do both really want to go for the same exact draft, though?
Yeah.
I think for it, there's more reward for Flash if they go for the same exact draft.
Wait. Oh, yeah. The second game one, right?
First game.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, but they banned the
banned the
Phobius that
Phobius.
time.
So they want dashes around. So they're looking to maybe first pick the Lancelot?
I'd prefer that over another Gushon game, so...
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, forget the Gushin for now.
I like that this game has made it so that Brigida is more forward.
Yeah, see, like
she's not so nice anymore. Like she's slowly.
No, I'm
peeling.
surprised even that look at the bright side thingies were coming from him.
Yeah,
it has made you positive, and it has made Brigida negative.
That's how impactful this game was.
Hey, people change. Hey, Brigida, time for you to be the bad guy.
Okay. Well, Lancelot gets banned out. The Fanny left open, and I think for Flash, yes, it makes sense, especially considering the way that they've been playing the game. Aurora, though, also have changed a few things. They have banned out the Phobias, let go of the Kalea, and
Maybe
first
not the
picked
Fanny,
it.
though.
No, but now with this Kalea, this Lina becomes a real threat.
Oh, yeah.
So it's something that Flash has to be comfortable with. Like, if you want to let it go, sure, I can see why you want to let it go, but you better have an answer. Which makes me think that they might eventually pick up the Akai, or the Akai will get banned because, again, you got Kalea and maybe eventually get a Selena. Akai is the annoying answer to this kind of problem.
Yeah, definitely not the Fanny. So...
oh, they take away the Moskov. That's good.
Denied for Sigibum. No 3-game Moskov for him. But... What does Aurora want to prio now?
Looking at their pattern, like LaFell said, I think Selena makes a lot of sense right now. But then what do you go for in the jungle?
Yeah.
Would you still be confident in the Fanny? Would you still want to try it? It just won today, King Kong.
I honestly wouldn't mind something like a Hayabusa because you need someone to match this Moskov.
There you go.
Yo,
Selena.
Here we go.
Comes in with a Granger for
The game
Aurora.
finally started.
Aurora's game has finally started. This is 100. Wait, not 100% actually. They lost game number 2 against Onyx Philippines, but out of the 4 games they've played, 3-1.
It's one of their best heroes.
Best heroes.
Yeah. Even like the first 3 picks now compared to the first 2 games make so much sense now for Aurora. They get to save a bit of what their plans are in the jungle though, but you could say the same for Flash unless they reveal it here. But that'll be too much. I feel like a flex option in Red 3 would be a start. Okay, yeah.
Brethren.
So
I'm just worried. Like, I feel like it's no secret that the desk, we like damage, and I'm just worried that they won't have enough damage.
Exactly.
And the thing is, this Brethren, it can easily be countered at this point, right? Either by the Kalia or by the Selena. And just by, either putting the traps or when the Fredrin overextends, just pull him over, put a trap, change demon form, and then just burst him out, right? So this Fredrin is a little bit questionable. We have to see what the other 2 picks that maybe could help him out.
I thought they would need a Cho there, right?
Yeah.
Because again, it's a juice in. They don't have mid-prio right now for Team Flash. They will be struggling on that part considering Aurora have already picked up the Kalea. That's almost instant mid-prio usually. And then you combo with anyone. Kimi comes in. It's great. The Farsa comes in. It's actually a great possibility here up against this kind of... wait, no, sorry. It's already Selena. So Selena, Kalea, instant mid-prio, whatever. Now jungle. Fanny Band. What else? Joy? With the Fredrin, I think you want to go up against Joy. You already have so much displacement, right? So Juicin, this is like a counter draft to Joy.
It's interesting how they picked it up. I feel so iffy about standing in front and trying to create space for my teammates if the first 3 picks of Aurora can already deal so much poke and crowd control. And that's exactly what we're seeing from the Kalea and the Selena so far. They ban out the Uranus though.
I'm hoping Flash SG has some kind of damage in EXP. Oh, that's why they banned the Masha, because they legit need damage. And who else is going to bring it other than EXP at this point? Unless they do something crazy by Jushin Rome or something. I don't know.
Ooh, probably not.
We say that, but then more Gord, Lolita.
That's true.
If it's damage on the EXP though.
CC is still up, Lapu Lapu.
If this were Diablo, I swear I have like a lot of...
like down jawhead?
Yeah. But, Ken. Okay. What does Ken like to use in the EXP lane? It's mostly the glues that he favors, so...
It's the glue. It will be the glue for Flash, Aurora. Let's see. Jungle and XP is what they are lacking right now. Against the glue and Fredrin, the easy choice, CC?
Even something like a X-Borg might not be bad in the jungle.
Pretty solid, actually, against this composition. You're right. They just need damage up against this composition. The Lapu is all right, too.
Yeah.
They go for the Gwyn and the CC. There you go. All right, but it is a Guinevere jungle.
Yeah, a lot of engage at this point.
This is a way better Guinevere game. Like, there's no heavy spins.
Hey, wait. don't say it yet.
But,
That's right. That's right.
Wait,
Don't count your eggs before they hatch.
seriously.
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Of course.
Oh, yeah. It can.
Dude. Okay, listen.
What?
This is a strat, all right? This is a strat.
Okay.
Flash SG has seen this before. They've played this before. Wait 18 minutes.
Hey, look at it.
Oh my
and then
goodness.
Estes. Actually, at this point, you don't even need damage. You just have to force things out. Right? Now this is interesting because the thing is, it not only heals but gives you hybrid defense, which may be enough to actually win mid and then force fight. So it's going to be much different, hopefully, compared to game number 1. And this is going to be the final game of today. I believe all the 2-0 teams are watching as well to see who will be qualifying to the knockout stage. Now I'm going to give it over to Brigitte and Mirko to cast the final game of the day.
Thank you so much, LaFell. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is the final game of the group stage. Aurora versus Team Flash with, again, another surprise towards the end. Estes finally making his debut into the Land of Dawn and MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup.
It feels weird seeing the Estes once again, but to make things weirder, it's used against this lineup. It's used against Aurora Gaming. And I feel like this is something we kind of attach to their name in terms of playstyle, like that entire sustained and ube-ish kind of approach to playing the game. But this time, Aurora Gaming are the ones who are with the more aggressive mid trios, Kalea, Selena, and Guinevere. So they'll have an easier time at locking down whoever they want. So which is why we're seeing a couple of Purifies again from Team Flash. And Kurt TZ already had to use his 1 minute into this game.
Purify is really, really good to have, but the thing is, Aurora's composition, they also punish immobility, right? Like, I mean, the Guinevere is going to just get in and dish out damage. The Granger will have easy targets to hit. Same goes for the Selena. So the Purifies, in a way, can get popped in quick, and we see it here in the mid lane. Cortese already forced to use the Purify very early, and now is very vulnerable to Abyssal Arrows. And yeah, as we saw in game number 1, yes, this is how Apex likes to go for the Kaleets. The Poison together and a Agility. So extra move speed. On the right side though, Team Flash doing the same now. Wilderness Blessing, Agility for XP and mid lane. The rest pretty normal.
JPL is really going for those tanky emblem combinations on the Estes. Has to keep himself alive just to provide the sustain that his team needs. They get to find Apex 47 though, Energy Eruption, but it's a 3-man knockup using the Tidal Strike. Ken might be the first to fall. Tienzi tries to chase after him, but at least he gets to flicker away.
Whoa.
Now Lunar going for Hades. He's making things so hard for the jungler of Team Flash and will actually get to secure first blood.
I don't know what the plan was there. Like, Hades wasn't even level 4, so did they really want to contest with a level 3 Fredrin? Now it's a steal. Purple buff taken away by Aurora Gaming.
They bring back Apex 47, but he still has the flicker. And that is gonna be one of the biggest questions, I guess, for this game. Like, what was the intention behind Team Flash positioning themselves that far? Hades going in once again, Energy Eruption, but then he gets to receive the Tsunami Slam and the Tidal Strike. Appraiser's Wrath landed onto Apex 47. JPL gets last hit, though.
Yeah, that was actually a miscoordination from Aurora. Tsunami Slam, and TNT was like, okay, I'm gonna spatial migration here, so bring him here, but he didn't. He actually spatial migration to the other side, and then they were kind of scattered. But still, I think that ambush around the tri-bush here was just like, what was the goal there? It's weird for Team Flash, and that has costed them a 1,500 gold deficit. It's in Aurora's hands.
I mean, if you think of it, JPL can't do much of tanking the front lines or standing in front, so maybe it's Hades that they really need, but Ken is there anyway to do that if that's what's needed of them.
But here, there's no damage. They can CC lock someone for a minute maybe with all the CC they have, but where's the damage gonna come through? Lunar gets brought back, has the Vengeance.
Okay, Tianzi tries to catch up, will provide some support. Apex 47 from behind, landing everything. Ken will go down, and Team Flash will just deal with the mid lane for now. It's okay, a 2k gold lead so far in favor of Aurora.
Okay, they're just gonna cut to give Vanix some turret gold up top, but it's responded over by Aurora doing the same thing with less resources burned. They will control the bottom side jungle, and this is also where, the purple buff will spawn. It's already a 2-level lead for Tienzi. He's gonna get even more.
At least he got his purple buff there, but he was forced, or he got to use his retribution. I wonder if Team Flash would like to capitalize on this idea, because even then they're still way behind. It seems like the plan is to trade top lane, looking for Sigiboom. Retribution committed. Energy Eruption will not necessarily make it, but they have enough damage to deal with him. But that's 3-man knockup once again coming in from Apex 47. Unfortunately, they get to keep themselves alive, though. They'll just work on the tier 1 up top. Blessing of the Moon God is already committed by JPL for the first time, but it won't be enough to actually keep Hades safe. Apex 47 still trying to chase after everyone.
TNZ walking up too. Spatial migration gonna land. JPL had already exhausted the Purify earlier. It's a free kill over. It might just be a turret take too. But Vanix and Kurt hold their ground. Another Abyssal Arrow landing. And I think it's safe to say it'll be an even bigger lead for TNZ. Now 3 levels.
I don't know if it was Team Flash who took that long up top, or it was just Aurora Gaming rotating too fast to make it there up top and to somehow respond against Team Flash, because the way we're seeing it right now, they're gonna be able to take away this tier 1 up top as well, but then they switch their attention to taking down Hades. They have enough damage, and the spatial migration will land onto JPL. Won't be able to walk away nor purify himself out of it. So those are 2 consecutive kills that Aurora Gaming found by just standing there.
Yeah. Team Flash literally just, like, they have been handing Aurora these kills on a silver platter. Curtizi held down on the Purify, and this should be a siege in the mid lane. Successful for Aurora. It's very tough because, like, the resources are getting taken away. Yeah, I mean, every one of these kills on Hades, the 3 kills so far, have just been kind of weird. Like, Hades, level 3 was standing in a bush instead of looking for level 4 with no damage in the lineup again.
Yeah.
Earlier was level 6 to level 9 of TNZ, still decided to walk up and look for a fight. Now Tsunami Slam on Ken.
Will they have enough damage to deal with him here? Violet Requiem already committed, but it seems like their side lanes aren't part of the fight just yet. That was enough time to distract them though, so they get to work on the other sides of the map all the while these are happening. Ken already splits. And this might be a free objective again towards Aurora Gaming, not unless they try to work their way towards it. There's the Blessing of the Moon Goddess once again coming in, but the knockups, they're too real. Tianzi gets taken down, however, Apex 47 still gets the objective for his team.
Purify out from JPL to avoid that Abyssal Arrow and a possible kill, but Aurora, this is, like, yes, they still got the win. It's actually not bad for Team Flash because they at least got something back. But now that I say it, Aurora capitalized even more. And it's still going to be very, very tough. They got a tier 1 up top too with Vanix. Split pushing earlier. There should be a tier 2 down below. Taking a look at the replay again. It just came down to Hades tanking up front and the rest of the team doing damage. But unfortunately, there's just no damage without Vanix. This is a full utility composition for Team Flash.
Somehow
I'm surprised they even got a kill.
Yeah, somehow I wonder how they got the kill on TNZ, because like the team fight was indeed a bit too messy. And the way it's looking right now, it's such a hard position for JPL, but wait, they find another Violet Requiem onto him just as I mentioned his name. Because it seems like he never gets to get a hold of his Purify when needed. It's always forced out of him. And when you need him the most, or whenever Aurora Gaming forces a fight, that's when you need him to be there. But Hades decides to go in. SOD lands. Vanix will try to pick a fight. They get to isolate Apex 47. So that's a kill for Team Flash.
Yep, but it's responded over with a turret down below, and it's only a kill on Rome. So value again for Aurora. Tienzi walks up, stunned up, Spear of Misery too.
At least they're somehow finding how to deal with it bit by bit. The minor overextensions from Aurora can get punished every now and then, because regardless of maybe how you look at it, there is some decent hold for Team Flash, especially towards 1 or 2 members of Aurora through Hades. Although there have been, yes, several questionable decisions and positionings coming in from Hades. That's just what you need from him, I guess.
Now it's, by the way, 2 games out of 3 for Team Flash, but they have drafted a similar composition. Only Vanix having damage. That was the case for game number 1. SOD lands. No steal. Free for Aurora again. And just like in game 1, Team Flash are forced to play for Vanix. Like they just have to wait for Vanix to get items. Unlike game 1, they don't have the lead. They don't have an Akai. They don't have mid-prio. So it's a comeback where you have to value, or you have to just play for Vanix.
Yeah, damage dealt ranking so far though. Vanix still has a lot of catching up to do. all members of Aurora Gaming are above him in terms of that and the damage department, and they'll have to work on defending the Lord. That is going to be another crucial problem for Team Flash because their wave clear also heavily relies on Vanix in this case. So I wonder how Team Flash are going to hold out long enough for Vanix to do that if Aurora Gaming with their constant chain CCs are just able to find a way to deal with these frontliners.
3-level lead for both XP and Jungle, by the way. Tianzi and Lunar holding this. Fleeting time done for Apex, so we can constantly just go in and it'll be way faster than the Purify. That means he can just, again, bait it out constantly. Lord already charging down. They're dealing with the Holy Shields.
And they get to pop the Holy Shields. None are left for Team Flash. Magic Sentry already used by Curtizi. At least they get to hold on their base turrets for now. But this has been a way faster development compared to the first few games. We're 10 minutes in, and it's a very clear, dominant game for Aurora Gaming. This isn't a situation where they have to play from behind. And if you look at the gold distribution right now between both of these junglers, surprisingly enough, it's quite close, but then the level gap, it's significant there. It's 2 levels between these 2 gold laners.
Yeah, Vanix has been... Oh, now this is the big one, dude.
Yeah.
The gold distribution. You can see jungle creeps 2 times for Tianzi in the jungle creeps department. Turtle, Lord, turrets as well, really winning in all that. Yeah, he even got, I think, 40 gold from the roaming item. That means he was, at one point of the game, the poorest one, which is definitely concerning. So, yeah, I'm really struggling to find ways for Team Flash because their composition... They can, man, like yes, they can get away from the CC, one of the CC abilities with Purify, but then they'll all just be easy targets for the Granger to land shots on, and they can't even initiate on Tianzi.
No.
Like people who walk up, like Tianzi and Rosso could open up the map, they're never going to be in a position where you can fully punish just because there's a clone for Tianzi. There's anti-CC with Violet Requiem. Rosa has traps, so he doesn't even need to walk up to open up the map.
Yeah, and they have so many dashes to just
there's
get
no
away.
like usually for Team Flash, they would have like a Tigreal, a Cho, Kalea, someone who can turn the tides with a pick. This is an Estes. You're kind of forced to wait to be engaged on.
There's only so much JPL can do, and I feel like he's struggled fairly enough so far, already dying thrice so far in this game. So Aurora Gaming definitely have their priorities set. They know who they should be targeting and who they should be going after if they do want to guarantee the win in terms of the team fight. And now Team Flash, they'll try to do something. They'll look for an angle here, but the first one who gets spotted out is very unfortunate. It's Hades. Blessing of the Moon Goddess doesn't even make it to keep him alive at least. And now they're still trying to gain some information, but will finally decide to retreat instead. Aurora Gaming, there's a high chance that they can capitalize on this Lord to get the win. That was close too. Okay.
Yeah. If they baited the Purify out from one of these members, that will be an easy pick for Apex 47 when they go and siege. And yeah, Aurora just played it clean. They just played it fundamentally good. They go in on Hades, the guy with no Purify, and they all in on him. Great combo with Tianzi too.
Yeah.
Gets the passive and then to the CC of the Violet Requiem, and now they have a Lord. But the wave is actually managed well.
Oh, okay. So Team Flash will get to at least work on one wave. For now, they've sent Sigiboom onto the opposite side, though doesn't even get to reach the inhibitor turret. They'll try to definitely take this one up top though, but then again, find another target. Not even Ken is tanky enough. Blessing of the Moon God is a bit too late. Hades trying to do so much just to tank the damage, but the damage coming in from Lunar and Sigiboom, it's too much as well. Fortunately, some bit of sustain is still there, but Vanix goes in! Takes the risk, has the Wind of Nature, takes down Rosa, and now somehow they're holding on. Hades also finds the kill onto Apex 47, but he has to trade his life, and this might just be it. Sigiboom finds JPL. It's only Vanix left alone, and there's the spatial migration. Violet Requiem. Triple kill for Sigiboom as they take the series and advance to the knockouts.
And with that, we have all 8 teams locked in and loaded for our knockout stage. Aurora reaching the knockout stage here with the company of the elite waiting up top.
And now, unfortunately, because of this, Team Flash will have to bow out from the competition from their previous MSC, reaching in top 4. Now, unfortunately, have to bow out before making it to the top 8. And I gotta say, we're not gonna go too deep into the analysis just yet. But honestly, watching back the game, now I'm starting to see the reason why the Selena is so strong. And the thing is, it's not even because of Rosa. It's actually for someone else, but. Yeah, definitely a good game. This is the real Aurora that we were anticipating, and definitely they do not disappoint. Team Flash, very risky in going for all your eggs in one basket. I kind of feel like we're all, how do I say this? Like being vocal throughout MSC that there shouldn't be just one damage dealer, right? I kind of feel like even 2 is a little bit too low. 3 is that sweet spot, but either ways, Aurora showing the true colors in game number 3. So we'll definitely see how the 2-0 teams react to this kind of match. And we'll see how they're going to choose it. For now, we're going to throw it over to an interview with Eterna.
Eterna here, and we are now with Rosa. Rosa, you've sent shockwaves around the world, especially in the professional MLBB community, considering that you were able to knock down one of the favorites here at MSC, Onyx PH. Now, the thing is, after that, it felt like RRQ was able to get the better of you. So what happened there? What do you think RRQ figured out that Onyx PH couldn't?
Herkes sizi konuşuyor çünkü Onyx PH'i yenmeyi başardınız. Ama daha sonra RRQ'ya karşı kaybettiniz. Sizce onlar size karşı neyi öğrendi de sizi yenmeyi başardılar?
Yani şöyle söyleyeyim, en başından beri planımız Selena banlatmaktı ve buna göre bir draft hazırlamaktı aslında. Ve bunu başardık ama ikinci maçın draftında bir takım sıkıntılar yaşadık. İkinci maçta yaşadığımız o gerilikten dolayı istediğimiz oyunu sergileyemedik. Kısacası kötü bir oyun geçirdik. Bu da bizi bayağı etkiledi ama hala onları yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum.
So on our first match, our plan was to ban Selena during the draft, and we managed to do that. But then we had some issues during the second match in the draft, and this was a setback for us. But now we still believe that we can win against them.
Oh, wait. Am I understanding this correctly? They were the ones to ban the Selena, or?
Selena'yı siz mi banladınız veya da banlamak istediniz?
Yani rakibin banlamasını istedik. Kendimiz ekstra bir boşluk, bir hero bırakmak istedik yani draftta.
Oh, they wanted the enemy team to they wanted to have them ban Selena so they can have like a space there for other heroes.
Interesting. Because in an interview, RRQ, EDOC as well as Rins mentioned that Rosa's only good at the Selena.
RRQ bir interview'unda EDOC ve Rins şöyle söylemişler. Rosa sadece Selena'yı iyi oynayabiliyor. Buna bir cevabın var mı?
Yani pek bir şey söylemeye gerek yok aslında. Onlarla tekrardan karşılaştığımız zaman yeterince görebileceğini düşünüyorum. Oynadığım çok fazla hero var. Hero pool'umun da çok geniş olduğunu düşünüyorum. Sadece bitirmeye göre yorum yapması sadece komik bence.
So they will get this answer when we play against them again. They will see that I have a very big hero pool, and it's funny that they just like limit me to one hero like this.
Oh, okay. I mean, Rosa was very famous for all the high ground heroes, so it does make sense where Rosa is coming from right now. So how were you able to bounce back from that loss against RRQ to perform this well today?
Peki RRQ'ya karşı aldığınız loss'tan sonra bugün kendinizi nasıl toparladınız? Nasıl bu win almayı başardınız?
Yani şöyle, RRQ'nun los'unu gerçekten aslında beklemiyorduk. Yani bizim için bir şaşırtıcı bir durum oldu. Bugün ise hep birlikte toplandık ve dünü tamamen unuttuk. Yepyeni bir günde, yepyeni bir şekilde oyuna girerek oynamaya çalıştık ve bunu başardık. Açıkçası mutluyum. Bugün de aslında tam olarak istediğimiz şeyi gerçekleştiremedik ama elinde sonunda yendik yani.
To be honest, we weren't expecting the loss against RRQ, but today, this morning, we just got together. We said this is a new day, this is a new match, and we are gonna win this match. And this is how it went. It wasn't exactly how we expected it to go, but we still came out on top.
I really like that. Is there anything that they feel that was an obstacle? Did you ever feel like there was a challenge, maybe that could be fixed for the next upcoming, because you are heading to the knockouts?
Peki yine bu maçta olabilir ya da RRQ'ya karşı olabilir. Herhangi bir engelle karşılaştığınızı hissettiniz mi ve şimdi knockout roundlarına giderken de bunu düzeltmek için hani bir taktiğiniz, stratejiniz var mı?
Yani aslında scrimlere göre baktığımız zaman istediğimiz şeyleri tam olarak hala burada yapamıyoruz. Mesela bir önceki maçta çalıştığımız çok iyi bir draft aslında ama o draft'a göre de gene tam bir şekilde oynayamadık. Yani buraya geldiğinde bir tık heyecan olduğu için istediğimiz şekilde oynayamıyoruz ama bunu bu kalan yani knockout stage'e kadar düzeltmeyi planlıyoruz yani. Daha iyi bir şekilde oynamayı planlıyoruz.
So during the scrims, we have really good draft and a really good strategy, but sometimes when you're on stage, you get a little bit nervous. But we know that we can fix these small mistakes and we're going to be strong in the knockouts.
Okay, amazing. I mean, I've been hearing similar things that you guys are very good at scrim, so we're excited to see your performance in the knockouts. Now, coming into the knockouts, do you have a feeling which team would want to face you?
Ben de eminim ve scrimlerde de çok iyi olduğunuzu duyuyorum herkesten diyor. Ve şimdi knockoutlara hazırlanırken sizce hangi takım sizinle karşı karşıya gelmek isteyecek? Sizi kim seçecek?
Yani bunu tam olarak kestiremiyorum ama yani benim oynamak istediğim takım kesinlikle RRQ şu anda. Sadece bunu söyleyebilirim.
I have no idea who would pick us, but I definitely want the rematch against RRQ.
Okay, Rosa wants a rematch with RRQ, and we'll see very soon if we're going to get that as one of our first matches heading to the knockout. So once again, thank you so much, Rosa. Thank you so much for that translation. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters to break that down.
Thank you very much, Eterna. Oh my God, I waited for that one. Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Rosa. And he's like, hey, I want to rematch with RRQ. So now the ball is in your court.
Yeah.
You choose. But I want to talk a bit about this Selena because rewatching the game, now I see it.
Okay.
This Selena is not good because of Rosa.
Okay.
It's good because of TNZ. Because when I look back into the game, minute 1, the moment the buff spawned, they immediately destroyed the buff, immediately gets level 2, and then the Fredin just started the buff. So now I'm starting to see that it's mostly just about that jungle pathing, giving the opportunity for TNZ, and then picking up heroes like the Guinevere, something that can go in, and in case something bad happens, you can go out so you don't get punished. So it really is about creating that tempo in the early game. So I kind of feel like if they get the Selena again, maybe don't pick a slow composition because you're going to get punished real hard.
Yeah, it's about the pace of the game. It allows the rest of Aurora to be enabled in the game. And I agree with you. It also was Apex 47, right? Because with so many openings, with basically the traps acting as wards, Apex 47 had such an easy way to go in with Conceal, find these good targets, and it's a good way to bait out Purifies. For the Granger to get easy shots, again, they went Purify, that's the gamble you play when you go Purify. You don't have Flicker, you don't have that mobility, you can't escape from these bullets. Bang, bang.
Yeah, and now we're going to be looking at the match MVP, so Sigibum.
Oh,
Sigibum.
Sigibum.
It should be Sigibum.
Wow!
Dude, we called it. We're getting so good at this.
You know what?
We're getting so good at this.
We're getting too good. It's scary.
Yeah, it's almost like every time we say the goal laner is going to get the match MVP, they do.
And they deserve it for this game. Like Sigibum, even in the previous games, making things turn around through the Moskov plays, through the macro plays, or if not through those early stacks on the Sky Piercer, which were something Team Flash found very difficult to deal with, especially in game number 2. So I have no other reactions whatsoever towards our match MVP. Well deserved, and finally, we get to complete our 2-1 team. So it makes you wonder, right, what the matchups are going to look like.
And I like that, I would say all 8 teams here, everyone is very strong, which I kind of feel like will make it very difficult for all the 2-0 teams to really choose the 2-1 opponents. This really isn't like picking a free game. It's more about choose your poison. Pick the lesser evil.
There's no free matchup. There's no free win here in MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. Everyone will have to battle because, like LaFell said, the level of competition has risen so much since we last were here. And here is the quick recap.
Yeah, this is today's schedule, seeing how mostly it is a 2-0, but only the final game, Aurora going up against Flash, it was a 2-1. SRG won 2-0 against CFU, so CFU got eliminated. Onyx PH. Onyx ID defeated VP, so VP is eliminated. Onyx PH defeated Homeboys. Homeboys eliminated, and the final team to get eliminated is Flash SG. So, and here's the thing, folks. We're not even done yet.
We're not even done.
We're not even done. We're not even done
What do we have?
because after this, we're just going to take some time to set things up because we're immediately going to be doing the draw where the 2-0 teams is going to decide today, and it's all going down live.
How many minutes do they have just to think about it?
Well,
I think they did think about it for some time.
Yeah, the
you know,
2-0 teams have had like a day, literally, to think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe some actually even more, because they got their match done day 3.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
With that being said, I want to say thank you very much to the both of you. You know what? You really worked hard today.
Hey, you too.
Thank you very much. You work hard as well. And now for you guys at home, we'll be showing Kadia Play of the Day, but don't go anywhere because after this, it will be the knockout draws. See you guys then.
gonna try to ride it out. Hold on, do we really fall back? While it's spinning all around. Oh God, I won't even make it out. I'm feeling much better now. I'm out here. You're all off my mind now. I can think clear. I'm feeling much better now. I'm out here. Does this really matter now? I'm thinking clear.
back to another segment that we have here today. We have a special podcast here for MSC at the Esports World Cup. This year, we've got two of the same organizations qualifying from different regions. Onyx from Indo, Onyx from Philippines, and I'm here with the Onyx boys. Firstly, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who brought Onyx ID from 9th to 1st place, Raja Yeba. That's what we call him, the king, Yeba. Hello, Yeba, how you doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
You're good? Yeah. Next up, we got a legend as well, and a world champion, by the way, M6. Look at this guy, the god in the gold lane, the gold standard, really doesn't need an introduction. It's Kelra. How you doing, Kelra?
I'm good.
Good? Not great, just good?
Good.
Good.
Not great. Good.
Good? Better than
good
great.
And great.
Good and great. All right, we'll put that in. Last but not least, definitely, we have a very special guest here as well. Where's the spicy boy? Where's the miracle boy? Because this is Key Boy. How you doing, Key Boy?
Yeah, I'm very good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Went from good and great to very good. I like that. We're getting better as we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, we've got a couple of questions here. I've got a lot of questions for you guys, Yeb, Kelra, and Key Boy. Let's start with Key Boy first. Key Boy, you're part of the Sky Kings era. How would you describe the difference in energy or play style between that era and the Kage era of 2019?
For me, Kage era just for 1 season, 2 season, but now we dominate all season.
Okay, so it's the difference in consistency.
The consistency.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what's the difference there? Is it just like, is it your coach that helped you? Is it what's the difference you get so consistent, or how are you so consistent now?
No, for sure because of the Yeba, the king,
Yeba
coach. Yeah, the best coach.
Best coach of all time
in the world.
Do you agree?
All time.
All time. Yeb.
That's not true.
That's not true?
Yeah.
All right, what would your answer be then? What's the difference between the Sky Kings era and the Kage era?
Well, at first, I think the Kage era, they don't have a coach. So maybe there's no one to help them to be consistent, how to adjust for the different meta, and yeah, how to be mature maybe.
Okay then. So, I mean, you joined Onyx when in season 10. You joined Onyx in season 10 together with Kyrie. So
Yeah.
talk us through the journey of you becoming the head coach in season 11 and then taking this roster, making them Sky Kings in 2023.
Well, actually, first I want to say I'm not the one who make them Sky Kings. It is the team. It is the effort of the whole team. So yeah, I'm really happy to work with them. Passionate, hardworking, and they really love the game. That's why it's fun to be working with them.
Clearly, they really love the game. But, you know, a lot of times we see players, especially in MLBB, after playing for a few years, they get burnt out really quick, right? In interviews after losses, they would always just say, yeah, we've just been going through so many tournaments. Now, how do you as a coach deal with that? Like, do you have any ways, specific ways from Onyx?
Actually, I've just recently learned that burnout is different. Burnout is when you don't want to play anymore. You don't want the game anymore. That's burnout.
Okay.
It's different from you're tired, you don't know what to do, you don't have the solution, the answer to be better. That's not burnout.
I see. Okay, so it just comes down to the different meaning of burnout. So the players were tired. They're not. They still wanted to play the game. They were just
Everyone's tired.
You're tired? Are you tired now, or are you hyped?
I'm hyped.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Well, let's move on then to Kelra from Onyx Philippines. Hey, Kelra, you've gone through, you know, a few years yourself in Onyx Philippines. There was the season you joined, you actually didn't qualify for MSC, unfortunately. So what makes the current roster stand out more than, you know, the previous rosters you've played with? There's no one helping you, Kelra. You gotta speak English.
For me, I think because of our discipline inside and outside the game, and also our team bonding, and also to our coach, because Coach Tony is very big impact to us, because he always say to us to be a consistent every day and improve inside and outside the game every single day. That's all.
So, okay, we've seen different iterations as well of Onyx Philippines, right? Like the Onyx Philippines we have now, the one again that you joined into, and right before that, when Yeb was still there, Onyx Philippines with Dlar, Marky, Kyrie. What would you say is the main difference between the M3 Onyx Philippines and the M6 Onyx Philippines?
I think because in our M6 form is very different because other teams cannot adapt our gameplay.
I see.
Like very aggressive in invading, like in King Kong is very aggressive jungle. He's the only one aggressive jungle that time.
Okay. So it's the proactive gameplay that is the difference between you and M3. All right. Well, Keyboy, you've been in so many finals. I can't count how many finals you've been to. MSC 2023 finals, MPL finals, a bunch of them as well. Which loss has hit you the hardest as a player? And how did you mentally bounce back from that loss?
For me, for sure, M5. Yeah. And then... Don't look at me, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Just look at the camera. After M5, I just realized like it's okay next time. But for next tournament, international tournament, I think I need to more work hard and learn everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that moment, the M5 Grand Final, something you still remember to this day, or is something you've already moved on? Like, is it something you've already forgotten about? Have you moved on from that, or is it something you still remember to keep yourself motivated?
Yeah, for M5, I think I just remember how the pain I lose. Oh. And then for my fire in my heart, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it motivates you as a player. What about you? Yeah, but from a coach perspective, what's the biggest challenge in preparing a team, not just to reach the finals, but to finish the job?
In M5?
In M5 and all the finals you've been to.
Actually, every series I treat it like a grand finals. So it doesn't matter if it's grand finals.
So there's no difference in the matches for you. Is that something that you also tell your players to implement? Like, you have to think of every match as a grand finals, every series as a grand finals.
Yeah, even in scrims, I'll tell them that we have to train like we're playing in a tournament.
Okay, so the grand finals technically doesn't matter because every single time they're already technically prepared for finals?
Yeah, actually, well, it matters because of the ambience, but while you're in stage, you cannot hear anything. I mean, you're just too focused.
You're just locked in.
Yeah.
Well, Kelra, you won M6, that's a massive finals.
Oh my God.
But you fell short on MPL Philippines this time around. Do you feel the pressure from the fans to constantly stay on top is too much? Or what happened in MPL Philippines?
What is the question again?
So you lost MPL Philippines. Is the pressure from the fans to constantly stay on top too much?
I'm just focusing the game. I don't mind the social media fans.
Okay, so you don't care about the fans. There's no pressure from the fans.
I care to my fans, but I don't care when I was playing.
Okay, yeah. So when you're in the game, you're locked in.
Lock in.
You said at M6, I remember this, that MPL Philippines is harder to win than the World Championship. So is it the same here for MSC? Is MPL Philippines harder, or is MSC 2025 going to be more difficult?
I think MSC will be harder too because we have Onyx Indo right now because
of
Indo is
Onyx
very
Indo.
strong, and also Team Liquid is here.
Yeah.
Sinungaling.
What is that?
Liar.
Liar.
Okay, so you're a liar, Kelra.
No, bro.
No? All right, we'll see later.
We'll see.
If they beat you, that means he's lying.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a liar.
Well, I'm gonna go back to Keyboy. What changed in the team's environment that helped Onyx ID bounce back this year after setbacks? Regular season, you were 9th place. What changed in Onyx to get you to become champions?
For sure, Babayeba.
Just Babayeba?
Yeah.
Babayeba.
Papa yun Papa.
You've constantly denied that you were the main man behind the comeback. So your perspective, the players seem to say, it's just Babayeba, it's Babayeba. But what about you? What changed when you came back from 9th to 1st?
Well, actually, I don't really feel it. It's just I tried to find solutions for the team problems, and the coaching staff, all of us helped to find solutions. So it's just not only me who worked for it. Yeah.
So what would you think was the biggest change during that time? Was it the change of Lutfi and Ryota? Was it the change of mindset?
Actually, I don't know because I'm not really with them back when I was not in the roster. But when I entered, I just do it my style.
All right. Well, Kelra, you certainly have a style yourself at M6, and I believe here too. What do you think just clicked during the M6 World Championship? What pushed you guys to become champions at M6? Since the emotional loss at MPL, do you think you've bounced back even stronger now as well? But first, let's M6. What pushed you?
Thinking again.
No worries. Take your time.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, I just want to win, and that time I already said earlier, the other team cannot adapt our gameplay. That's why we destroy all of the teams in M6.
So you're just very confident that time?
Confident, very.
Now, it's a bit different because you're coming in as the second seed from MPL Philippines. Have you bounced back from the loss in the grand finals?
Yes.
And now what motivates you for MSC? Is it just to complete, because you already have an MSC.
Money.
Okay, that's a great answer.
Money
is what pushes Mr. Kelra now.
Yes,
W
sir.
Mans, hey, he's a father. He needs the money.
Yes.
Real quick, man.
W Money.
All right, W Mans. All right, I'm back to you, Yeb. Walk us through, again, the journey of Onic ID becoming the best team in the region. Not just now, but I think of all time. In ID, I think we kind of have this consensus from the general masses that Onic ID is the best org to do it in MPL ID. I forgot how many MPLs you guys have. 7? Is it 7 MPLs?
Seven.
Season 3, season...
Oh,
Indo?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
7
Oh,
MPLs.
Yeah, 7.
So walk us through that journey.
Well, I'm very proud that I'm part of it. And it's also because of the back end of the organization, the management of Onic, how they treat us. I mean, how they respect my decision. And yeah, maybe we're just lucky.
the classic lucky line in Indo, man. All right then, Yeb. Because you're a VP. You're a VP and a coach. Now you're more of a coach because we're just, you're handling the team, but obviously you see the big picture goal for Onic as a VP. What is the big picture goal for Onic as an organization?
Well, hopefully we're slowly wants it to be global. I mean, not only in Indonesia or Southeast Asia. We're trying to make it global, and it's really fun. It's really fun doing it, helping other players to achieve their dreams, supporting them. Yeah.
So do you see Philippines and ID both making it to the top for MSC 2025?
Well, again, I have to be realistic. First, it depends on the bracket. Because there's no lower bracket here in MSC. And yeah, but I really hope that we can meet at grand finals.
Okay, boy. Do you think there's a future where Onic ID becomes the best in the world, not just ID?
For me, can. Because Coach Shep VP, right? Yeah, he can handle everything. Yeah.
For you as a player, seeing Onic, get massive success in the Philippines, massive success on other game titles as well, does it push you to be better as a player for Onic ID, or is that something that you just don't think about?
For me, I just get motivated because so many team Onic get a good result, champion or something. And then for me, the management Onic, I know already so long, they are so good to find the coach like Coach Shep, and then the good player. Right, I thinking.
That's it. Yeah, great answer. Well, final question to you, Kelra. What would you ever? Would you ever want to face Onic ID in the grand finals?
I want because our boss said if we win in grand finals, we will go to Japan.
Okay, so it's not. Is it about the rivalry you have, or is it just about Japan?
Japan and rivalry.
Japan and rivalry. Well, all right, there you go, guys. If they make it to the grand finals together, they're going to Japan. All of you, Onic ID and Onic Philippines. All right. Maybe you can get one more ticket from me.
It's okay. What? Yeah.
I will buy.
Well, that's it for us guys here. Thank you so much, Keyboy, Kelra, and Yeb. If both Onic ID and Onic PH end up in the grand finals of MSC 2025, would you, people back at home, consider Onic as the best organization in MLBB to have ever done it?
Amen.
Hello everyone, welcome to the part of the show you guys have been waiting for. We've just concluded the final day of the group stage. And now finally we're at the part of the show where the 2-0 teams get to choose their 2-1 opponents. Welcome to the knockout draws here with me, LaFell, as well as Brigida.
We all know you're so excited for this moment, especially as the first round matchups for our emphasis on single elimination knockout brackets are about to be revealed right here and right now.
It's definitely gonna be very interesting because this time around, they get to choose. So there's nothing in our control to influence the players to choose who their opponents will be. Now here's the thing. All throughout this, we were able to talk with the players to see their insights a bit on who they might want to face later on in the knockout stage. So let's check out the video to see what they are thinking.
They are the first team to go in the knockouts.
The Liquid Stampede is back.
Team Spirit shall advance to the knockout.
RQ will to the knockout stage.
Buat di knockout mungkin pengen lawan Onic ID. Kalau Onic mungkin kita pengen menang lawan Onic karena kemarin kan terakhir kalah kan sama mereka di grand final.
SRG, we're familiar against them. Any team is okay because they're all really strong.
I want to pick SRG because we face each other in M6. So now I want to do at least in BO3 or BO5.
I will choose SRG because last time I won exam on M6. So I wanna do revenge.
I think that Team Liquid is picking first, and they're gonna pick the winner of CFU versus SRG. Then RQ is picking second, right? So they're gonna take Aurora Turkey again. Then we're left with a choice between Onic Indonesia and Onic Philippines. So it's like pick your poison, you know. But I guess we would choose Onic Philippines.
Two teams will pick us. It's gonna be Team Spirit and RRQ, of course. We lost against RRQ and Team Spirit.
I think everyone will pick us if we reach the knockout stage because you don't really have a good choice, right? We are like the weakest on the choices.
I think RQ ko ada pilih kita orang. Tapi saya harapkan mungkin sila pilih kita orang.
We already got the momentum that we need for this tournament and whoever wants to choose us, so be it.
I think it's RQ. We beat them in last ESL and then Pile, so I think they're ready for the revenge.
Maybe Team Liquid Philippines because I think they know us very well.
Which team will choose us? I don't have any idea. But whoever it is, yeah, I think we're right.
So many predictions and so many preferred matchups. But you know what? Time is gonna matter in how everything unfolds and turns out. I believe for all those who might be wondering, it's a great time to recall how we made it to this point, LaFell.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the group stage has been happening for about 5 days, but now you guys are looking on screen. The knockout stages, it's gonna be single elimination. So choosing your opponents here will be very crucial. Either you choose in your mind the easier opponents so that you have a better time going all the way to the grand finals, or take out the toughest competition early to make sure your later portions of the tournament is going to be much more smoother. We're going to be having first pick all the way to the fourth pick, where first pick as well as the fourth pick will be on the left side of the bracket, and then the second as well as the third pick will be on the right side of the bracket.
That's exactly the format that we are going to be follow. And now we will be revealing the exact order in which we will be having these teams from the 2-0 bracket choose who their opponents are gonna be.
And based on the group stage, the team that had the fastest game win time will be awarded first pick. And that team is Team Liquid Philippines. So first of all, I would like to say big congratulations for having the fastest game time. Do you feel like having the first pick is a big advantage for your team?
Yes.
He feels like having this is very crucial to ensure that they go all the way to the grand finals. Now, looking at the 2-1 teams, you guys have 4 options. Aurora, Onyx Philippines, SRG, as well as Onyx Indonesia. In my eyes, there's no good team to go up against, but you are first pick. Who will you choose to be your opponent in the knockout stage?
We're gonna choose Aurora Turkey.
Aurora Turkey will be the first pick by Team Liquid Philippines.
All right, we're inviting Aurora Turkey, we're inviting Rosa, and of course Rebecca to join us here as the first chosen team from the 2-1 pool. Rosa, you just came off a win, you just came off a match, and this has been a surprising turn of events. You are first pick. In any way, do you feel that this means Team Liquid underestimates your performance?
Şu anda şunu merak ediyoruz. Yeni bir win aldınız daha yeni ve ilk pickte sizsiniz knockout roundları için. Sizce sizi acaba düşük mü görüyorlar ya da kolay mı görüyorlar? Kolay bir rakip olarak mı görüyor olabilir?
Yani şöyle aslında TRP ile bayağı bir yani iki tarafta birbirine karşı biraz oyunlarını çözdüğünü söyleyebilirim. Yani biraz öyle görmüş olabilirler. Belki de oyun planlarımıza alışmışlardır ve bize karşı çok daha iyi bir şekilde oynayacaklarını düşünüyorlardır ama yani aslında ben RRQ'nun gelmesini istiyordum ama benim yani iki taraf için de iyi şeyler olacağını düşünüyorum şu anlık.
So we played a few scrims with them, so maybe they feel like they already know our game and they figured us out. Actually, we would have wanted to play with RRQ, but we are happy for this pick.
All right.
All right. And now it looks like you guys took away the opportunity for RQ to choose them. Now, here's the thing. I also need to ask you guys because earlier we had an interview with King Kong. They thought you guys would actually choose Onyx Philippines because you guys know how to face against them. Is there any reason why you don't want to go up against them just yet?
Because we want PH versus PH in grand finals.
All right, they want PH Grand Finals. We'll see, according to the bracket, is that even possible? So thank you very much, Team Liquid. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Aurora.
so much.
You guys may go. And now we're going to look at the graphic here. This is going to be the first matchup in the knockouts where you guys will see if PH Grand Finals is possible. It has to be on the 4th pick.
Yep. The next 2 teams will have to pick Onyx Philippines for that to happen. But now is the time to figure out whether or not it will, because we will be calling on our second team with the fastest total game win time from the 2-0 bracket.
Yep, it's time to invite RRQ to choose who their 2-1 opponents will be. So, welcome to Zijin. Now, here's the thing. Aurora is no longer one of the choices for you. 3 strong teams here. We have Onyx Indonesia, SRG, as well as Onyx Philippines. So, what do you think of the choices that you have still here?
Yeah, I think they are still very strong team.
Yeah, they are very strong. So this is going to be very difficult for you to choose, but you have to make a decision. Who will you face up against in the knockout stage?
SRG.
SRG, bringing in Malaysia here.
All right. RRQ decides to go with SRG, and you are officially the second team to be picked out of the 2-1 bracket. Now, you are the only remaining Malaysian representative here in the knockouts. Unlike last year, we had both of the Malaysian representatives joining us, but RRQ decided to go with you. How do you feel about this matchup? How is your confidence heading into this match?
We already expected it.
You already expected RRQ. So how confident are you feeling that you're going up against RRQ for the first match? Again, this is single elimination. So if you were to rate it 1 to 10, how confident are you feeling?
Confident but not that too confident because too much is like, kind of risky. So just normal lah. Yeah.
Okay.
And now Innocent did say he anticipated RRQ to be picking SRG. So I gotta ask you, what is the reason why you chose SRG between Onyx Philippines as well as Onyx Indonesia?
I think I want to rematch because in the last M6 they sent us home. I think I'm gonna try to send them home.
Hey, that's a very good storyline. So here we can see the players have a bit of a revenge match here. So thank you very much, Suzujin, as well as
Thank you
Innocent.
so much.
And that will be the second matchup. You may leave. Yes, thank you very much. And honestly, that was a very good answer. They're aiming to send SRG home.
All right. Now, we already have 2 out of the 4 best-of-5 matches set in place for the first round of our knockouts. But I feel like many are anticipating what the next choice is going to be and who the next team will be for this, I say, last match for the right side of our bracket.
Again, the order here is very important because as of now, the 2-0 teams, we still have Team Spirit as well as Mythic Seal. And in terms of the 2-1 teams, both Onyx are still available for the choosing. So now we're going to invite the third team, and may I say, the final team that actually gets to make a decision. We're going to be inviting Team Spirit. So, Kid Bomba, first of all, as you predicted in the video, you're going to be left with 2 Onyx teams here. So this is very crucial because you're not only going to choose who you're going up against, you're also going to be choosing who Mythic Seal is going up against. So between Onyx Indonesia as well as Onyx Philippines, which is going to be your opponent?
King Kong, come over.
You want Onyx Philippines. All right.
Okay.
King Kong coming in.
Come on, King Kong. Come on, King
Not
Kong.
the last pick here.
I love how he called King Kong. All right. Wait, where?
No. Be there. Yeah.
You make me feel like you want to go
No,
start off
because
the
he asked to
knockouts.
come there. Yeah, that's why he wants to come.
Okay. So here's the thing. Fresh off your interview with Eterna, we will be requesting a minimum of 5 words from you. But okay, so now Kid Bomba decides to go for you. The PH dream is alive. But what do you have to say to Kid Bomba? Because it feels like the way he called you was very confident, you know?
Astaga, Kren Sakali.
Okay, so he said in Indonesian, it's like, oh my God, wonderful.
Oh, that's 2 words though.
I can translate too, by the way, yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, so for Onyx PH, I will be asking you the same. I know it has been somewhat unexpected that you are indeed part of the 2-1 pool, but how confident are you feeling now that you know your first... Okay.
Wait for the mic to go to your...
Again, how confident are you feeling?
100%.
I have to keep up, you know? But he said 100%.
So now, Kid Bomba, if we're thinking about confidence, people always think about Kid Bomba. Now, they look a bit confident, maybe because they're world champions or something, but are you ready for this challenge?
Because we're ready.
All right, so right now we're looking at both competition here. The last question is there any reason why you chose Onyx ID to go up against Mythic Seal?
Not really. I just met Kelra before our match with Homeboys, and he told me to not go down versus them because they're going to go home, and that's why I want to fight them now.
Hey, there's the story right there. So thank you very much to Team Spirit as well as Onyx Philippines. So now we're going to be looking at the graphics here, and these are the teams. And honestly, at this point, Brigida, we can already complete the bracket because we know what the final matchup will be.
We just have to call them in later on for formality. But now you see the possible outcomes and the first round matches in our knockouts. Honestly, I know we've not called the last few teams yet, but
hey, we're going to do it now. You know what? Onyx Indonesia, please come in, as well as Mythic Seal, please come on in. Because Mythic Seal is the final team for the draw, and there are no other options. We'll be going up against Onyx Indonesia. So first of all, Ken, congratulations for being a 2-0 team. But now, what do you feel about this matchup?
I feel excited because I want to face Kyrie in the international stage. So I'm happy with this.
All right. Now, Keyboy, you were the last team to be picked out of the 2-1 pool. Does this give you some sort of confidence boost? Like, do you think this means that teams consider you to be possibly the strongest out of the 2-1 teams?
No. Just grabe talaga.
Why do I feel like they planned this, you know?
At least they're making it fun. Translate.
Okay, he meant to say, yeah, this is intense or something like that. You know, I can still work on my being a translator, but is there any other message you have for Ken now that you're going up against them in the first round of the knockouts?
For me, just very excited to versus them.
All right, now Ken, before I let you go, since you know you were the last team to be picking, did you foresee this situation to happen? Did you already have a rough idea you're going up against Onyx Indonesia?
Yeah, I knew since I knew since the beginning. Yeah, Onyx ID.
All right, since you know, do you feel like this gives you an advantage because you have time to prepare to go up against them?
I wouldn't say we have an advantage, but I'm happy with this choice. Yes, that's all I can say.
All right, thank you very much. And now we have to excuse Mythic Seal as well as Onyx Indonesia because now we have completed our knockout brackets here. All 8 teams have been matched up.
Yeah, I mean, the first time or after we ended this day, we officially saw which regions are participating in the knockouts, and there have been some sort of changes here and there, especially if you compare it to last year. And the way they were the ones who decided what their matchups are going to be, that just makes it all the more exciting, you know?
I would say narrative-wise, this is very interesting for both Indonesia as well as Philippines because looking at the bracket, there is an opportunity for PHPH Grand Finals as well as IDID Grand Finals. So there you go, folks. You guys have seen the order of teams. Team Liquid choosing Aurora, RQ choosing SRG, 2 Onyx left, and Team Spirit chose Philippines. And the last one, Onyx ID, will be going up against Mythic Seal. Personally, for me, I'm very happy with the draw, and I'm very happy that we can't be blamed about what happened today.
That too. Like, that made me kind of nervous heading into the draw. But now you see it, you hear it from the players themselves. And my, oh my, should they make good use of the next few days. Because you know what? Knockouts is coming soon, and that will be starting officially on the 30th.
Yep, it's going to be best of 5. So this knockouts, we got to see who will be the first to be eliminated, who will be advancing all the way to the grand finals and eventually becoming the champion. Now, before we even leave, I gotta say, for you guys at home, watch out because the new Metro Zero skin is coming out. 3 heroes will be getting those skins very, very soon. Speaking of which, speaking of Metro Zero, I kind of feel like we're already late for our own train.
I think so too.
Right?
You know?
So as we go off, make sure you guys catch this trailer because you guys want to know which 3 heroes gets the skin. See ya!
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times. The terminal station is Evergarden Station.
Zero is pulling in. Look alive.
Car 4. Clear.
Car 5. Clear.
Next stop, Evergarden Station.